Cannon Fire Arc Volume 11 Part 1. Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 677 Canonization. On August 10, the central cathedral of the secular church in St. Catherine's Castle, the capital of Ant. Amidst the solemn sound of the organ, Wang Zhong knelt down on one knee in front of the altar and drew with his hands the gestures that Ludmila had taught him many times last night. Belinsky held the scepter high in one hand and tapped Wang Zhong's shoulder with a magic weapon in the other hand. Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, are you willing to follow the teachings of Saint Andrew for the rest of your life? To uphold fairness and justice on earth? Wang Zhong, I do. Belinsky, are you willing to treat everyone in the world as equals, regardless of skin color, race, and culture? Wang Zhong, I do. Belinsky, would you like to? The questions Belinsky is asking now are all part of the 10 questions left by Saint Andrew, which is the most basic program of the secularists. Before the ceremony, Belinsky's confidant, Cardinal Lovkid, came to warn Wang Zhong and asked him to nod and say yes, and he must not say anything else. Ravkid manages the tribunal. Although Wang Zhong is not afraid of the tribunal, he has no intention of offending the cardinal. In addition, Saint Andrew's 10 questions are quite in line with Wang Zhong's values, and he is indeed willing to abide by them. After 10 questions, the choir began to sing Latin hymns, and warm light fell on Wang Zhong from the ceiling. This is physically warm light, because it comes from the big searchlight on the roof. Wang Zhong is now as warm as taking a bath in winter and turning on the bathroom heater. Even though it's summer now. Patriarch Belinsky, now I declare that Prince Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov is a living saint and canonizes him with the title of Saint Rokosov. As he spoke, Belinsky hung the ribbon representing the saint's status on Wang Zhong's brand new marshal's military uniform, and then painted the symbol of the Eastern Holy Church on his chest. Amen. Wang Zhong followed the procedure and shouted, Amen. Then Wang Zhong stood up, turned around, and looked at his wife Ludmila at the first glance. Ludmila was suppressing her smile. After all, on this occasion, she must remain solemn as a clergyman. A row behind Ludmila, Miss Amelia was much more relaxed. She watched Wang Zhong's hands gesticulating continuously and his mouth opening and closing, as if he was saying something with his lips. Wang Zhong thought to himself, Miss, aren't you a new human being? Tell me telepathically. I can't read lips. Even if you bother me for a long time, I won't understand. The content of the subsequent ceremony was very simple. Less than 20 minutes later, Wang Zhong met with his relatives and friends in the preparation room of the church. As soon as Amelia saw Wang Zhong, she said, Now you are an officially certified esper. How about it? Have you seen an angel or Saint Andrew? Wang Zhong, no, I was a little dizzy from the searchlight above my head. These rituals, Belinsky entered the preparation room, are necessary. Wang Zhong suddenly remembered a famous line from his favorite game before time travel, and said, Without this solemn ceremony, how would the world know that we hang pots to help the world and save all sentient beings? Belinsky smiled and said, That's pretty much what it means. In long-term practice, we have found that the masses are more receptive to these solemn-looking rituals and Dr. Sausages than to doctrines. Wang Zhong couldn't help but repeat, and Dr. Sausage. Belinsky, yes, Dr. Sausage is very important as the ceremony. Now you are a living saint, but canonization happens every 20 or 30 years, so you don't need to pay too much attention to it, just treat it as a church, just give me your approval. In addition, the saint's ribbon is very beautiful, right? But it is also very troublesome, so you don't need to wear the ribbon normally. We have prepared a brief chapter. Belinsky made a gesture, and a priest came forward and presented a box with a seal in his hands. Wang Zhong, this is great. Vesely stepped forward to take the box, looked at it carefully, moved his mouth, and made an obvious comment. But even Vesely did not dare to say dirty words in front of Belinsky and Cardinal Lovkid. Belinsky, let's get down to business. As you recaptured Ixukov, the Allied forces responded greatly, and diplomats expressed to us their desire to hold a summit meeting. Wang Zhong immediately thought of 3 famous conferences in the history of the Earth. Judging from the time, it should be the Tehran Conference. If it opens in August, it will be about half a year ahead of schedule. It shows that his counterattack is effective and faster than the progress of the Earth. Wang Zhong asked in a low voice, so where should we hold the meeting? From a geographical perspective, maybe Paris is a good place. Belinsky's eyes widened. Did you receive information from other sources? Wang Zhong, no, I just considered it purely from a geographical perspective. Obviously this meeting needs to be held in a place that is nominally neutral, but is actually completely controlled by the Allies. It should also be as geographically located as possible, in the middle, Bala. It's just right. Belinsky, it's normal for you to make such a conjecture. You are familiar with the situation in Balas, and there are many Balas soldiers under you who are trainees. If these troops form a guard to be responsible for security work, His Majesty the Tsar's safety will definitely be guaranteed. Wang Zhong, Olga is going? Shouldn't it be you? Belinsky laughed loudly, I am just the patriarch, not the national leader of Ant. This meeting is obviously not suitable for me to go to. Wang Zhong, but what Olga decided? Belinsky, if you go along, no one will question her decision. Wang Zhong frowned. If he followed, Olga's ideas at the meeting would most likely be regarded as his own. What do you mean? Do you really want me to be the first consul? Don't try to hurt me. Belinsky, there will be a very good opportunity after the war. We will realize all the visions that were not realized at the end of the civil war due to too much resistance. Everything now is planned for this purpose. Some of the cardinals are worried that after defeating Plozin, you will take over the military power and follow the example of the conqueror. But I don't think you will do this. After these 2 years of war, you are already a determined warrior. A secular warrior. Belinsky's words reminded Wang Zhong of Volkov again. Countless hands pulled him out from under the tank and pushed him forward. Those big calloused hands were warm and strong. Wang Zhong, yes, the people are the greatest. I am just a lucky person who was pushed to the forefront. Belinsky smiled and said, I know you will answer like this. In short, be prepared, and your wife will go with you. In diplomatic situations, sometimes you cannot do without her presence. As for the next stage of the battle, your loyal staff officer, you should be able to handle it, right? Wang Zhong, I have a plan to break through the Tiber River, and Pavlov is implementing the plan. I am preparing to use airborne troops. Belinsky raised his hand and made a stopping gesture. There is no need to tell me the specific plan. I completely trust you in the military aspect. Your success in the military at this stage has given us a large enough position on the negotiating table. Advantage. Wang Zhong, that's also because the Allied Kingdom of Sardinia is not progressing smoothly. The Allies only had Sherman tanks equipped with 75 guns. They encountered thickly armored No. 4 long-barreled tanks, as well as Panthers and King Tigers. Naturally, they were severely defeated. If you calculate it this way, the main reason why the Allies are not going well is that the Prosens have also been evolved in the purgatory on the Eastern Front. Wang Zhong was still able to bear it. After all, those who died were his comrades fighting against the enemy on the same front. I will try my best to share my experience in fighting the Plosen with the Allied commanders at the meeting, he said. I can also provide the Plosen tanks we captured to the Allies so that they can study how to deal with them. Belinsky nodded, that's good. We can use these captured tanks in exchange for more production licenses. We need engines, radars, more trucks, and advanced machine tools. Wang Zhong, I will have a good discussion with the Allies, so when will we set off? On the 15th, before then you can focus on your own affairs, such as the finalization of new tanks and the summary of combat experience. Many senior generals who have returned to Yebao also want to see you. Belinsky said. He patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder and said, gather them all over and unite them under the frontline headquarters you are about to establish. Wang Zhong, you asked me to bypass. No, I didn't say that. General Turgenev has always played an important role, but he is already very old and is approaching retirement age. After he retires, the position of Minister of Military Command requires someone who can convince the public. The Marshal. Wang Zhong, I understand. At this moment, the sound of leather boots came from the door. Wang Zhong looked towards the door and saw General Gorky pushing open the door and entering the preparation room. Marshal Doverici, I salute you. The general stood at attention and saluted. Wang Zhong, salute to you, General Doverici. I heard when I returned to Yebao that you strongly opposed your promotion to Marshal in March this year. The person with the most outstanding military exploits is a general. My promotion to Marshal is hard to convince the public. General Gorky said with a smile, before I took off and came back, I heard that my promotion order was about to come out. Belinsky, humph, Turgenev is an old fox. General Gorky saluted Belinsky, Your Majesty the Patriarch, I didn't notice you were here. Belinsky, humph, you are also an old fox. At this time, the ceremonial officer loudly announced from outside, His Majesty the Tsar has arrived. Wang Zhong said to Belinsky, I just wanted to say that it would be a little uncomfortable if His Majesty was not present on such an occasion. Belinsky, this is our statement, so you don't have to worry about it. When Belinsky said this, Cardinal Lovkid pushed up his round glasses. At this time the door opened, and Olga rushed in holding up her skirt, brother. Just as Wang Zhong was about to salute, Olga rushed into his arms, brother. You are finally back. His Majesty Belinsky has told you, right? We are going to Balas together. Chapter 678 The Rokosov Faction and Number 039, S Vision of the Future. Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, don't do this in formal occasions. At this time, you should call your military rank, military rank. Okay. Olga distanced herself, straightened her messed up clothes, and put on her airs. Marshal Rokosov, did the canonization ceremony go smoothly? Very well, Your Majesty. Olga, from now on, you must set an example and lead our army to achieve more victories. Wang Zhong frowned slightly, thinking that His Majesty the Tsar's ability to speak in public was not very good. Did she study well with the teacher when she was a child? Olga, don't look like that. Just deal with this kind of situation. Anyway, I won't be the Tsar for a long time, but I will be your god-sister for a long, long time. When she said these words, the face of the state lady following her turned green. Belinsky smiled and said, Your Majesty is really good at joking. Olga, isn't it? After all, you didn't even let me participate in such a big event as my brother's canonization. Don't worry, Your Majesty, I have already figured out what to do in the future. Wang Zhong noticed that Cardinal Rafkid's expression was very serious. Could it be that the leader of the Inquisition was worried that Olga would defect to the United States while she was on her way to Paris? Wang Zhong hurriedly said, Your Majesty will always be with me in Paris. Of course, if the tribunal is worried, it can also send an entourage to follow. Cardinal Rafkid, of course we will send attaches. Not only that, we have already established a complete intelligence network in Paris. Not a fly will slip away from our noses. Olga, Bishop Rafkid is always so thoughtful. Wang Zhong echoed, yes, the tribunal plays an important role in ensuring the stability of the rear. Rafkid pushed up his glasses and didn't reply. Belinsky, you too, since Marshal Rokosov returned from the front line, you haven't had time to get together. Today's ceremony is completely over. You can use your own time. Wang Zhong immediately said to Olga, Your Majesty, my wife is holding a tea party at the manor this afternoon. If you have time. I have time. Olga glanced at Ludmila and smiled. Of course I want to attend my sister-in-law's tea party, so let's go. As the pressure on the front line eased, Wang Zhong no longer hated court social situations as much as before. As for the tea party held by Ludmila, in addition to the noble ladies of Yebeo, there were also the officers of the Rokosov faction currently in Yebeo. It was not a palace social event in the general sense. After all, most of the officers of the Rokosov faction were from the civilian class. They were the sons of shoemakers, tinkers' sons, and so on. They could not rise up in the palace at all. It would be better to say that the officers from the old aristocracy are now afraid to attend this tea party, for fear of being isolated if they come. In this way, they will lose the support of their own people and cannot integrate into the new faction. The calculating aristocrats will not eat it. This is a loss. It is said that General Turgenev is now stuffing noble officers into embassies in allied and neutral countries, asking them to serve as military attachés or simply find reasons to go abroad. This action seemed to help the noble faction escape abroad, but objectively it did purify the elements of Ant's entire army and knit them into a single rope. Therefore, the Church's tribunal also acquiesced to this approach. Anyway, the aristocratic officers who had committed the most heinous crimes had been almost completely purged after the victory in the defense of Ye Castle in the winter of the first year. If the little fish and shrimp can't integrate into the new era, just let them go. After the tea party began, the officers all gathered in the lounge next to the tea room. Wang Zhong looked at General Gorky. Do you have to wear the general's epaulets? Actually, I originally hoped to make a breakthrough on the Central Front and recover part of the country before accepting promotion. Now you see, I have been the commander of the Western Front for more than a year, and the front has advanced a little bit. The new places we occupied have transformed the battle line looked like it had been eaten by dogs. General Gorky shook his head. If you give me the rank of marshal under such circumstances, what will the soldiers below think? What will the officers think? Turgenev is putting me on the fire to roast. Kyrenenko, there are forests and mountains in the middle, and the overall troop density is higher. It's not your fault that we can't attack, Comrade General. Comrade Marshal also said that the terrain of Salia determines our counterattack. It will start from here. General Ivan Stepanovich said, now the enemy has formed a protrusion. If you find an opportunity, you can cut off this protrusion and surround it. However, I carefully inspected the enemy defenses opposite my front. It's not easy to cut off this protrusion. After the liberation of Shepetovka, General Ivan Stepanovich's Shepetovka front was reorganized into the 2nd Hezbollah front, which is currently responsible for guarding the dividing line between the north of Shechen and the enemy's Central Army Group. Wang Zhong, my plan is to liberate the entire Hezbollah first, and then go to Melania to the Baltic Sea to cut off the enemy's Central and Northern Army groups. I have discussed this idea with General Gorky several times. General Gorky, this will be an unprecedented encirclement. We will destroy the enemy's Central and Northern Army groups in one fell swoop. If successful, Prosan will no longer have any troops to fight. All the generals said, it's great. If it can be completed, the shame of being annihilated by millions at the beginning of the war can be completely washed away. We can also annihilate a large number of Prosans, and their theory of racial superiority will be completely gone. At this time, Kasho suddenly said, this intention is too obvious. The people of Plossen cannot be unaware of our plan. Moreover, Melania has been occupied by Plossen for almost 6 years. After a long period of operation, there must be a large number of fortifications. In addition, after the battlefield is compressed, the density of Plossen's troops will also increase, and the combat area is highly urbanized. The cavalry interspersed tactics we used in the previous attack may not be used. Will this plan go smoothly? The officers who were just singing praises stopped. Wang Zhong, in fact, there is another direction to choose. We can attack Moravia. Kashu, there are mountains over there, and our tank troops are useless. I have a hunch that next year's battle will not be easy. An officer echoed, next year we will fight on Plassans land, and the enemy will probably defend their homeland like us. The generals were all silent. Wang Zhong, I don't know if you have noticed that the quality of Prosan's troops is declining. Indeed. General Gorky immediately agreed, during the summer offensive, we found that there were many more inexperienced recruits. However, due to Prosan's military tradition, these recruits had participated in the scout camp when they were young, and had served Prosan in the military engineering corps before being recruited. Their overall quality is higher than our mobilized soldiers. Kirenko, their replenishment speed is very slow. Each division can only get one replenishment battalion of new recruits every quarter. Some of the divisions we annihilated only had 1/3 of their full strength. A general agreed, yes, my army destroyed 3 enemy infantry divisions. According to the captured documents, these 3 divisions only had 70% of their strength before the summer campaign began. Another person said, our prisoners complained that a large number of troops were used to form new divisions, and the veterans who were supposed to return to the team after recovering from injuries were also pulled into the new divisions, resulting in a decrease in the total strength of the troops and a lower proportion of veterans. General Gorky concluded, the enemy's war potential is being consumed. The population and industrial capacity of the entire Allied powers are far superior to those of Prosan and their allies. We will win the final victory. Marshal Rokosov predicted this 2.5 years ago. Everyone looked at Wang Zhong together. Kirenko raised his glass, cheers to Marshal Davarich. Everyone raised their glasses together, cheers. Wang Zhong, this is a tea party, is it appropriate to drink? Your servants have brought the wine, and you are still entangled in this. General Gorky asked back. Wang Zhong, yes, cheers. When Mazi said cheers, then it really was a toast. No matter what was in the cup or how much, just drink it all in one gulp. The waiter was also very smart. When he saw a toast, he came over quickly and collected the empty cups with a tray. General Gorky asked, I heard that you set up a school specifically for war orphans. Wang Zhong, yes, their parents shed blood for mother and I can't allow these children to live a miserable life. I want to give them the best education, and they will become pillars after the war. Kashuk, I propose a toast to the fallen soldiers. Just at this time, the waiter came over with a tray full of wine. Everyone picked up the wine and toasted. After drinking, General Gorky said again, in fact, before considering next year's offensive, the first thing to consider is to break through the Tiber River. I think it is unwise for General Rokosov to stop advancing after occupying the east bank of the Tiber River. He should take advantage of the enemy's unstable foothold, force a crossing of the river, and establish several beachheads to defend until the offensive begins. Wang Zhong, it is impossible to build a solid fortification on the beachhead, and the losses in the face of enemy artillery fire are too great. We have other ways to force a crossing of the Tiber River. I have concentrated a large number of dragon trailers supported by the United States. They are sending boats from the coastal fortress and other places to the banks of the Tiber River day and night. General Gorky smiled. First, the siege tank was named Urban, and now it is still dry land boating. I thought you wanted to be Caesar, Augustus, but you wanted to be Sultan. Wang Zhong, it's just a coincidence. After completing the preparations, we will launch a battle to force a crossing of the Tiber River. This attack will adopt your tactics, General Gorky, and we will launch an attack on the entire line. For this we need a large number of ferries, which is the reason for dry land boating. After breaking through the enemy's weak points, the cavalry and armored forces will quickly cross the enemy's defense line, attack the rear, and completely destroy the enemy's supply line. Chapter 679 Men and Number 039, S Talk. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, General Gorky immediately said, during the summer offensive, our defense against Army Group Center was not effective. The enemy invested a large number of armored troops to counterattack us. It was difficult for our armored troops to cross the river, and the troops crossing the river lacked effective anti-tank means. Kyrenenko immediately replied, in the summer, the production of rocket launchers was still too small. My cavalry group army only received 1,000 rocket launchers. It looked like a lot, but these rocket launchers were consumables and were thrown away after they were fired. These 1,000 rocket launchers were used up in less than 3 days. The troops reported a lot of results and requested to equip more rocket launchers. So what is the official model name of this rocket launcher? It's called New Rocket Launcher in the documents. Some soldiers call it Molotov sausage, and some call it Mom's feather duster, but this thing must have an official name. Model. Molotov sausage is probably derived from the Molotov cocktail. Both are individual anti-tank weapons. Mom's feather duster, I didn't expect that Mazi's cubs would be beaten with a feather duster by their mother when they were young. When Wang Zhong was a child, there was no feather duster at home, so his mother used a broom with similar functions. When the broom was removed, there were red marks all over his buttocks. Wang Zhong, the official production model, I'm going to call it the Divine Arrow. In fact, at first Wang Zhong planned to call the new rocket launcher Iron Fist, playing a historical joke that only he knew in the world, but one night, Ludmila's joke inspired him. After 2.5 years of war, Ant no longer has many divine arrows guided by God. Even the prayer hands are in huge shortage. Prayer hands like Ludmila are in demand wherever they go, and they are all used to carry out important missions. Air defense. Therefore, the new divine arrows came down from the altar and were distributed to every soldier, then blasted the enemy's arrogant tanks into scrap metal. The symbolism is so great. After Wang Zhong revealed his plan, all the generals looked at each other. General Gorky smiled and said, "Yes, yes, the newly confessed saint will distribute the divine arrows to every soldier. I like this development. My front army has begun to distribute magic arrows. If we launch another attack in autumn and winter, the infantry troops will not be helpless in the face of the enemy's armored forces. Moreover, the enemy's armored forces were consumed a lot in the summer campaign, and we may not be able to attack in the autumn. A breakthrough can be achieved." Wang Zhong, regardless of whether a breakthrough can be achieved, the Western Front should firmly attract the enemy's Central Army Group. General Gorky, I will be responsible for containment, and you will attack, just like in the past. Wang Zhong couldn't help but take another look at General Gorky. What he said was very level. If there really is a Rokossov faction, then his position as the number 2 figure has been firmly established. However, the fact that Wang Zhong has been able to play so smoothly in the past 2 years is indeed related to the great pressure that General Gorky put on Proson from the front. No one can say anything about him competing for the second position. The only problem is that the pressure exerted by General Gorky is really filled with military force. Wang Zhong's army had more and more veterans. The Abavahan front fought so hard that units such as the 51st Tank Army and the 16th Infantry Army were literally wiped out, but they were finally adapted into the first front of Hazalaya. When he was in the army, he was promoted to a large number of Guards troops. Now that the summer offensive is over, the proportion of Guards troops under the name of the Kesalaya front has exceeded 50%. In the history of the Earth, after the Soviet victory, the Guards accounted for only 1/3 of the entire army. You know, in the second half of the war, Mao Zedong went smoothly, and Sandesi on the opposite side changed, so many troops achieved a lot of results. Wang Zhong's army has always implemented very strict promotion standards for the Guards. Every unit with the title of Guards has rushed out of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood and still retains the core veterans. On the other hand, General Gorky's Western Front really implemented a strategy of using troops like mud, and each attack cost huge casualties. Of course, General Gorky also had something to say: what troops did I lead, and what troops did Wang Zhong lead? Your Wang Zhong's army has enough new equipment, and the tubes have begun to be distributed to the cavalry. My infantry has never seen the tubes, and they only started to equip them after the summer campaign. And that new tank, I have never seen it before. Your armored forces can destroy the enemy's armored forces all because of the turtle shell and 100 guns of the new tank. My boy can only drive a T-34 and become a Prasan. With his record, Chongguan number 3 and number 4 can't beat him, and he has to face Hu Pao next, and there's no way he can beat him. You need to understand the equipment gap first. I can still put so much pressure on the enemy with inferior equipment. Not bad. The above are all Wang Zhong's own imagination, but they are indeed facts, so he never accused General Gorky of heavy military losses. Wang Zhong, the current production capacity of new medium tanks can only arm 1 brigade a month, but the Rokossovai heavy tank can already arm 3 regiments a month. My front army's heavy tanks are already saturated. If we add more, the security capability cannot keep up. The newly formed Breakthrough Heavy Tank Regiment will supplement all front armies, especially the Western Front Army, which is responsible for the main containment task. General Gorky beamed, "That's great. Rumors about the Luxov heavy tank have spread throughout the Western Front. It is said that its armor protection is so powerful that one tank can wipe out the Prosens. A tank division." Plosin called it an armored division, but General Gorky still said it according to Ant's habit. In fact, Ant no longer has a tank division. The army is a brigade. Wang Zhong, this is a misunderstanding. The actual situation is that a Rokossovai tank was besieged by the enemy and attracted all the firepower. It had a mechanical failure and the turret speed was extremely slow, so it could not effectively fight back. But the friendly forces that attacked with this tank destroyed the enemy. We also suffered losses in this battle, and it was not so easy. General Gorky, there is no such thing as an easy battle. We all understand. General Kashuk, I think the investment in the new arrow is more practical than the new tank. The infantry needs these anti-tank firepower. In our army's current equipment sequence, anti-tank guns can only hit armored vehicles, and 45mm anti-tank guns are really weak in the face of the thickened armor of enemy tanks. The 76 anti-tank guns are too heavy and inconvenient to maneuver, and our anti-tank gun units are not fully motorized like Prosan. Our fronts cannot be fully motorized, and the situation of other fronts is estimated to be worse. Kashuk has always commanded troops under Wang Zhong like Kyrenenko, but he mainly specializes in infantry units and commands the most core infantry armies of the Hazaria front. These infantry are the most traditional infantry, with a low degree of motorization, and they have to rely on their feet to keep up with the advancing tank army and mechanized infantry division. General Gorky, don't worry, General Kashuk, tanks cannot be built too much due to the limitations of industrial production capacity, and the magic arrow is a light weapon. The production capacity should soon become the same as that of PPSH, right? He looked at Marshal Rokossov, chairman of the Equipment Innovation Committee. Wang Zhong, it is still a bit difficult to reach the production of PPSH. The key lies in the shaped charge warhead. There are not many factories that can produce it now. On the plane when I came back, the relevant person in charge of the equipment department reported to me that the production capacity can reach 3,000 per day by the end of the year. General Gorky pursed his lips, considering that this is a one-time consumable, this output is not high. Kirenko, yes, my cavalry army finished 1,000 in a few days. You know, when we attacked, Prasen didn't have much armored force. Wang Zhong, I will go to Balas to attend the Allied conference this time, and I will try to get the United States to support more production equipment and raw materials. General Gorky, now that we are progressing so fast, they may reduce their assistance to us. Wang Zhong, then we can only let the engineers and workers in the production department think of a solution. General Ivan Stepanovich, the Allies are not making good progress in the Kingdom of Sardinia. They should need us to share our experience and intelligence. We can use these to exchange them when the time comes. General Gorky, this is all about diplomats. Of course, considering Rokosov's influence in the United States, maybe he can convince the lame President of the United States. Wang Zhong, I will do my best. The generals nodded together. General Gorky continued with the topic of the United States. What does Marshal Rokosov think about the war situation in the Kingdom of Sardinia? Wang Zhong, considering the terrain of the Kingdom of Sardinia, I think the front line may enter a stalemate, and it will be very difficult for the Allies to enter Rome. General Gorky, maybe we can land in North Sardinia. Wang Zhong, we have to take Corsica first. Even if we take it, there is still a long flight from Corsica to North Sardinia, and the whole journey is within the combat range of the Plasan Air Force. The Allies are not ready for such a long distance, large-scale landing. One of the main reasons why the Overlord operation was launched on Earth in 1944 was that the Allies were really not ready. In 1943, AIM had just completed industrial transformation, and the troops were not fully trained, so it was difficult to support large-scale landing operations. In fact, the several landings of the Allies on Earth in 1943 were the largest scale landings they could launch at that time. Wang Zhong predicted in front of the generals about the history of the Earth. I think the Allies may land outside Rome. At this time, Vesely entered the room, quickly came to Wang Zhong, and whispered in his ear. Reporter Mike asked someone to bring a note. The Allies were driven into the sea by Prasen. Wang Zhong, what? Vesely raised his voice. The Allied forces that landed on the mainland of the Kingdom of Sardinia were driven into the sea by the Sardinian army group commanded by Marshal Prasen Erwin Jonas Eugen Roemer. Wang Zhong's brows were twisted into a knot. I knew that if I messed with history like this, history would be derailed. Chapter 680 Bloodstained Adriatic Sea. Erwin took the camera specially customized for him by Leica and clicked the shutter on the beach piled with debris and crowded with surrendering soldiers. The top commander on the beach hurried over and saluted Erwin. Congratulations, Marshal, on your brilliant victory. Erwin nodded and looked towards the sea. Where has the enemy's fleet gone? The Imperial Academy of Sciences invested in new anti-ship missiles and launched a total of 200 missiles. 6 of them successfully resisted enemy interference and hit the target. Then the enemy fleet retreated. Erwin snorted. 6 out of 200. No kid from the scout camp would have such a bad target shooting score. All the generals present looked embarrassed. The liaison officer of the Imperial Academy of Sciences was also embarrassed. After all, the hit rate was really ugly. Only Technical Lieutenant Colonel Oliver May of the 603 Technical Test Group in charge of missile launches loudly defended. The enemy released jamming chaff and also used other interference measures can hit enemy ships in so many chaffs, which shows that our weapons are reliable and efficient. Erwin turned his head and pointed to the sea, but I didn't see any Allied ships being sunk. Is it because these ships were out of sight? Your Excellency Air Force Colonel Franz, has the Air Force seen the Imperial Academy of Sciences? Is the victory achieved? As far as I know, it takes several hours for a large warship to sink. The Air Force Colonel shook his head. Our observation plane clearly saw that the Allied cruiser that was hit safely evacuated the battlefield. In addition, what Technical Lieutenant Colonel Oliver May just said was wrong. There were indeed many missiles that were interfered with by chaff, but they were intercepted by the enemy. Almost as many missiles were shot down by anti-aircraft artillery as were lost to jamming. Lieutenant Colonel Oliver May, what? Air Force Colonel Franz, the missiles of the Imperial Academy of Sciences are too big, and although they are very fast, their ability to penetrate the enemy's anti-aircraft fire network using VT fuses is really low. To be honest, if the Air Force dispatches 200 Stukas, it will definitely get more than 6 hits. Oliver May, but if the Stuka is shot down, a pilot and a rear seat gunner will be lost. When our army completely loses sea control, these valuable talents will become prisoners. The naval officers present were embarrassed. The Prasen Navy has just lost its last large ship in the Kingdom of Sardinia theater, and now only destroyers and torpedo boats are available. Moreover, the Plosin Navy's air defense capability is very weak and it is very afraid of Allied aircraft, so it can only operate within the cover of the Air Force. Colonel Franz still wanted to defend, but Marshal Irwin raised his hand. Okay, the enemy fleet has been driven away, and it is a fact that we cannot provide naval gun support. Originally, we planned to use the K5 train gun to drive away the enemy's battleships. It is a pity that the train gun's rate of fire is too slow to effectively attack enemy warships that are constantly moving on the sea. General, the Marshal's adjutant took a step forward. Our artillery in Navarone has been built, using radar to provide shooting elements. The fort is built inside the cliff. It is completely impossible for the enemy's bomber pilots to crash into the cliff unless they risk their lives. Destroy these 2 cannons. It is impossible for the enemy to launch any more landing operations within the range covered by the cannons. Marshal Irwin, no matter whether the enemy lands or not, and where they land, we will drive them into the sea. He handed the camera to the adjutant and looked at the rough Adriatic Sea with his hands behind his back. In Mamluk, the supplies limited my performance. Now we have sufficient supplies, the Allied Marie, and the Adriatic K, they are no match for me. After a brief pause, Irwin said, I want to go to the Eastern Front now and meet that Rokosov. Is it time for him to be promoted to Marshal? Adjutant, according to the latest news, he has indeed been promoted to Marshal. Irwin, very good, I believe the duel with him will be very enjoyable. At this time, the communications staff officer came over, stood at attention and saluted, Your Majesty, Marshal, Your Majesty's phone number. Irwin, the phone line was closed so quickly. Communications staff officer, on the way here, we left people behind to pull the phone lines to ensure direct communication with the Eagle's Nest. Irwin nodded and strode towards the command vehicle. Another staff officer was already waiting for him at the door of the command vehicle with a phone in hand. Taking the receiver, Marshal Irwin said loudly, Your Majesty, I salute you. Congratulations on another victory. Is it your victory, Lord Irwin? Or should I call you teacher? You taught me my infantry offensive tactics. Marshal Irwin, are you still concerned about the bee I gave you? The Emperor was obviously in a good mood and laughed loudly. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten it. Emperor Prasen had to receive a military school education. Irwin was the school's new infantry instructor. However, because the old instructors did not dare to teach the Emperor, the job was left to him. After the pleasantries, the Emperor's tone suddenly became serious. Marshal Irwin, let me ask you, if I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front Command to command the Plosin Army of the Kingdom of Sardinia and the Carolingian Kingdom, do you have the confidence to do so? Competent. Marshal Irwin, I would rather go to the Eastern Front, where the situation is very critical, and fight with Marshal Rokosov. Grandma, Grandma, Grandma. Meaning no in Prasen language, the Emperor's voice rose an octave. When you arrive on the Eastern Front, it will take at least a few months to familiarize yourself with the situation, and Rokosov's next offensive is imminent. The generals believed that Rokosov might launch an attack when the muddy period was over and the river was frozen. They also plausibly said that Rokosov liked to take advantage of the advantages winter brought to Ant. Their opinions are very reasonable from a military perspective, but they did not take Rokosov into account. I know it all too well. The Emperor sounded very confident. Rokosov will definitely attack in September. If the generals think that he will rest until early November and use the ice to attack, then he will definitely cross the river in September. He has been using this method to tease our well-trained Junkers officer corps and achieve great victories again and again. I firmly believe that Rokosov will cross the Tiber in September. Marshal Irwin frowned slightly. In fact, he did not agree with the Emperor's speculation. Using knowledge of the enemy generals to make judgments was too outrageous no matter how he thought about it. But he did not refute, but if we attack in September, there won't be much we can do besides changing generals, right? Of course. The Emperor paused, we have a total of 9 armored divisions in Carolingian and Sardinia, and you have 4 under your name. If I appoint you as the Commander-in-Chief of the Western Front, are you confident that you can use 4 Can 1 armored division withstand the Allied attack? Marshal Irwin frowned. 4 armored divisions? Guard Sardinia and Carolingian. Yes, you have already fought with the Allies. Before you, Marshal Catherine also fought with them in Sicily. 1 division of 29 units caused huge trouble to the Allies. Marshal Irwin sighed, Your Majesty, this can't be done. Why? You used 2 Mamluk armored divisions plus a light armored division to hit the outskirts of Alexandria. The Emperor's tone became serious. The Marshal did not back down. That's because the Mamluks looked vast, but in fact the main settlements were very concentrated, and the actual combat area was not large. But the Carolingian, Flanders and Burgundian battlefields were quite vast, and it would take at least 3 armored divisions to hold Lorraine. The Kingdom of Sardin also needs at least 3 armored divisions. After a brief silence, the Emperor said, 5 armored divisions, no more. I will transfer 4 fully equipped armored divisions to the Eastern Front to give Rokossov a head-on attack on the Tiber River. It's much simpler and more effective than mobilizing you. Marshal Irwin, okay, when will these 4 armored divisions come back? After defeating Rokossov's winter offensive, they will be transferred back to the Western Front. By then the armored divisions on the Eastern Front have been replenished, and they will have enough Panther tanks and King Tigers. We will target Rokossov's. It's time for the steel helmet head tank to be manufactured, the Emperor assured. I understand. The Marshal stood in front of the phone with his head held high. I promise to complete the mission. Very well, then I have other things to do, that's it. The Emperor took the initiative to hang up the phone. When the Marshal handed the microphone back to the communications staff officer, the adjutant asked with concern, What's wrong? His Majesty appointed me Commander-in-Chief of the entire Western Front, commanding our troops in the Carolingians and Sardinia. All the officers immediately applauded. Congratulations, Marshal. Congratulations. Irwin waved his hand. Don't rush to congratulate. His Majesty is about to transfer 2 of our 4 armored divisions, and 2 of the 5 armored divisions in the Carolingian direction will also be transferred. The adjutant frowned. How could this be? Your Majesty's armored divisions on the Western Front had always had a high priority for equipment replacement. This year, new tanks were provided to the Eastern Front first, and all the improved models of No. 3 and No. 4 were replenished first. On the Eastern Front, are we going to deploy armored divisions on the Western Front again? Irwin once again returned to the rock overlooking the beach, looking towards the Adriatic Sea with his hands behind his back. Maybe my success made him feel that the Allies were not afraid, and he was determined to mobilize the power of the Western Front. The Chief of Staff of the Sardinian Army Group muttered, We have galloped through the Carolingian plains before, and it was too difficult to defend 3 armored divisions. Especially in the Norman area, where there are hedges everywhere, it is very unsuitable for armored forces to fight. But counterattack requires armored forces. Irwin, His Majesty said that as long as we hold on until the end of this year, and then the Eastern Front stops Rokossov's offensive, we will mobilize the troops back. All the officers present were silent, because since the beginning of the war, as long as Rokossov attacked, the Prussian army has not blocked it once. Yes, not once, even though Rokossov has always been called the Imperial Iron Wall by the ants. Irwin looked at the Adriatic Sea again and found that the sea surface was dyed red by the setting sun. He suddenly smiled. Now the showdown with the Allies has become interesting. Right. All the generals looked at each other. Chapter 681. At the same time, the Eagle's Nest. Emperor Prasen put down the phone and looked at everyone. Marshal Irwin promised that we will have 4 brand new armored divisions. The top priority now is to seize the time to replenish the frontline troops. We can provide Army Group South by September. How many battalions? Celtic Marshal, 51. The smile on the emperor's face froze. Marshal Celtic hurriedly explained, "Your Majesty, there are only 19 days in September, so we can only provide the front line with troops that will complete training in August. We will have a total of 140 battalions, a total of 70,000 people." 70,000 people. The emperor slapped the table. In 19 days, you can only provide 70,000 people to the front line. Marshal Celtic continued to explain, the reason for the rapid expansion of the army at the beginning was that there were a large number of ready-made soldiers who had either served in the army or simply participated in the Melania campaign. These people can be quickly integrated into the army. So we expanded the army very quickly at that time. But now, we can only recruit men who have reached adulthood each month, and we can recruit about 70,000 people every month, so there are 140 battalions. Of course, there are more than these 70,000 men who come of age every month, but according to our current mobilization stage, young people who are studying in colleges and universities and young people who have mastered key skills in technical schools are not included in the recruitment. The emperor sat slumped on the chair. What can 70,000 people do? Once Rokosov starts attacking, we will lose so many people on the first day. These are still new soldiers. Where did the Enters get so many troops? Duke Redwedge of the intelligence agency Rabelais said immediately, according to the intelligence from the Clutter Bureau, Ant's troops have also been depleted. Their young men have been exhausted, and there are a large number of female soldiers on the front line. This report is very consistent with what we are encountering on the front lines. Marshal Shiplin, who came back from the front to attend the meeting and was promoted by the way, said, "Last year, there was a large number of maids on the beachhead near Abawahan. The Moravian troops who attacked the probe all claimed to have seen combat maids. There are also similar rumors in the army, and I guess this is not groundless." Duke Redwedge immediately responded, "Yes, we got the same answer when we interrogated the prisoners, saying that the general's maid was with us, and it was speculated that Rokosov had formed a female army." Marshal von Pog of Army Group Center also echoed, "All units have reported that they have discovered a large number of female snipers, who are braver in combat than men, as well as female anti-aircraft gunners. The Ant army can expand so quickly. A large number of women were recruited. General Maltka, it's incredible. Aren't Ant's male soldiers ashamed?" The emperor pondered for a moment and asked seriously, "How much more troops can we expand if we mobilize women?" Everyone present, except Giles, all showed shocked expressions. "Absolutely not!" shouted Army Commander-in-Chief Field Marshal Runsteyer, "This will bring disgrace to the Wehrmacht. War is a man's business, and it has been so since ancient times." Giles asked, "Is this always right?" These words were so loud that the entire Eagle's Nest war room fell silent. Giles himself broke the silence. "Auntie has indeed used a large number of female soldiers, and there are also a large number of girls among their employees. Girls carry stretchers and carry military supplies just like men. And according to their propaganda, Ant's factories also have a large number of female workers are employed, and all the farmland behind is farmed by women. It is precisely because of this that they have burst out with such war potential, and they have a larger population than us. If we want to compete with Ant, we must fully mobilize women. Does it really matter whether the machine gun is controlled by a man or a woman? Experienced machine gunners have adjusted the roulette scale of the tripod and pushed the machine gun handle back and forth at a constant speed. Uniform sweep. Women can do the same thing, even when they have period cramps." Marshal Celtic laughed directly. "If that's the case, then where the blood on the machine gun comes from will be a question." "I'm not kidding," Giles said. "When we were in military school, our shooting skills were never as good as Duke Leal's daughter. Even when she was suffering from menstrual cramps, she could still hit 10 rings every time." At this time, the emperor who first proposed the possibility of recruiting women spoke up, "Giles, stop talking. If you continue to talk, they will suspect that you have accepted the ideas of the secularists and are a potential secularist. Giles closed his mouth. The generals were visibly relieved. The emperor added, but there should be no problem in allowing women to shoulder more national responsibilities. They cannot just be typists and textile factory workers, they must also contribute to the empire. None of the soldiers objected to this, but the imperial minister of industry who attended the meeting almost frowned. The emperor added, back to military issues, can we send all 140 battalions into Army Group South? Replenishing too many new recruits at once will weaken the combat effectiveness of the army. Marshal Celtic said, we will add 51 battalions of new recruits to Army Group South, and at the same time, a similar number of veterans will return. In this way, Emperor, this only adds 60,000 people. You see, Rokosov's attack in September has one more benefit. If he attacks again in November when the Tiber River freezes, our Army Group South will gain a supplement of at least 200,000. The armored divisions of the Southern Army Group will also get more tanks, and our coastal defenses will be better built. No, Rokosov will not wait until then to attack, he will definitely come in September. We will use the armored divisions transferred from the Western Front to hit him hard. As soon as the voice fell, General Moltke, the director of the armored forces, frowned and said, but, Your Majesty, the armored divisions on the Western Front do not have any new tanks yet. Can we really rely on the long-barreled No. 3 and No. 4 to deal with Rokosov's new tanks? Duke Redwissy, the Krat Bureau gave a very detailed report. The monthly production of each of Rokosov's 2 new tanks will not exceed 100 vehicles. This time, the intelligence fabricated by the Krat Bureau turned out to be a success. If Rokosov really attacks in September, then his new tanks will only be about 200. We can leave the new tanks to the infantry and only destroy the anti-armored units using T-34. Emperor, in fact, in the summer campaign, Rokosov's new tanks were also consumed. The anti-people's frontline maintenance capabilities are not good. Even if the armored units encounter enemy armor, they can avoid it and wait for these tanks to break down. But we can't keep doing this. The main gun of the King Tiger can penetrate Rokosov's steel helmets, which has been confirmed by the survivors. Then the rest is to strengthen the defense capability. The Imperial Military Academy of Sciences is already designing a defense-enhanced tank for the King Tiger. Of course, we don't know the specific design indicators of the steel helmet yet, because we lost all the tank battlefields on the Southern Front in the summer. But after we defeat Rokosov's attack, we will definitely be able to repair at least one steel helmet. At that time, we can see what kind of magic Rokosov used to make this tonnage tank have such defensive power. In fact, the problem was Proson's design department, but the people present at this time either didn't realize it or didn't dare to say it. The emperor glanced at the generals and nodded to himself, then, the next topic. According to reliable intelligence, the Allies may hold a summit meeting, and the location may be Paris. Is it possible to send elite troops to assassinate the leaders of the Allies and put them into chaos? The generals looked embarrassed again. Marshal Rundstedt, we tried to win over King Barras before, but the result was that all our arrangements in Barras were swept away. Now we want to send troops to attack. It's not easy. The emperor looked at the head of Laberville, Duke Redwissy. Didn't the Krat Bureau say that after the Civil War, the anti-nobles were scattered all over the world, and their comrades were everywhere? Do they have any solution? Duke Redwissy hurriedly said, the Krat Bureau can provide a lot of intelligence, which is not easy. What if they take such actions and expose their existence? Your Majesty, this is not worth the loss. The Emperor looked at Giles. What about the Brandenburg Task Force and the paratroopers of the Asgard Knights? That auto scores, can. Giles, the action can be taken, but whether the assassination is successful or not, the task force can't come back. This is the elite of our army. Emperor, then we can only watch. Everyone answered him in silence. The Emperor sighed, damn it. At this time, the lights in the operations room flickered. At the same time, a thunderous sound came from afar. The Allied daylight bombing came again. The Emperor sighed. Grand Duke Meyer, I have ordered all fighter pilots to do their best to stop the bombers. I ordered them to give up the competition with the enemy's escort fighters, and only attack the bombers after getting rid of them, and destroy the bombers by collision when necessary. At present, our interception rate is not bad, because the enemy's fighters are often closely accompanied by the bombers, which is actually equivalent to increasing the defensive firepower of the bomber formation. Emperor, I haven't started to blame you yet. The Grand Duke breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Duke Redwasi said, the Krat Bureau reported that the Allies may invest a large number of new heavy bombers. In addition, the commander of the enemy's 8th Air Force is about to be replaced, so it is better to be careful. Grand Duke Meyer, we will keep a close eye on it. Emperor, don't worry about anything else. For now, there is only one difficult person, Rokosov. As for the Allies, let them bomb if they want to. Chapter 682 Rokosov and Number 039, S legend continues. August 11, 7 am, St. Ekaterina Castle, the capital of Ant. Wang Zhong parked his car in front of the Equipment Review Committee building, but before he opened the door, a woman rushed up with a child in her arms. Saint! The woman shouted, my son has been in poor health, please bless him. Wang Zhong glanced at the child. Even with his superficial experience, he could see that the child had a high fever, which made him embarrassed. You should go to the hospital. I don't have this kind of special ability. The doctor treated him and he got better, but it didn't work. He had a high fever 3 times this year. This. Wang Zhong looked at the child's expectant eyes, and suddenly remembered the case he had heard in the psychology class he took in college to make up for elective credits. It said that a cancer patient who could only live for 3 months lived for half a year because of the placebo effect caused by a doctor's words. So he said, I can bless this young man, but you must promise to take him to the hospital and see a doctor in the future. I will. The woman nodded. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Wang Zhong was worried and emphasized, I am a saint of the secular school. We secular people pay attention to science. Religion pays attention to science. This statement has a bit of philosophical meaning if you think about it carefully. It can be extended to the big proposition of is science a religion? Wang Zhong couldn't care so much at this time. He just wanted the woman to take the child to the hospital as soon as possible, so he stared at her eyes. If you don't go to the hospital and only believe in the power of God, it will be a blasphemy to me, and my blessing is doomed to be ineffective. Do you understand? This time the woman swallowed hard and said firmly, I will take him to see a doctor, absolutely. So Wang Zhong put his hand on the child's already hot forehead. Alexander Nikolaevich, I wish you to grow up like a man like Ant, with a strong physique and an indomitable will. I wish you to fight tenaciously until the last moment no matter what kind of disease you face. After saying that, Wang Zhong took back his hand, but found that the child's mother's eyes were wide open. Woman, I haven't told you his name yet. Actually, Wang Zhong did it on purpose. After all, the strength of the placebo effect depends on the listener's trust in the speaker. So Wang Zhong cheated with the plug-in, looked at the child's name, and appeared a little. He regretted it immediately. The woman drew a sign on her chest and pulled the child to kneel down. Miracle. It's a miracle. At this time, everyone on the street noticed this side, and their eyes were all locked on Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. I just suddenly flashed this name in my mind and said it subconsciously, don't make a fuss. This is even more incredible. The woman shouted, it was Saint Andrew who told you the name. Wang Zhong, no, this may be quantum entanglement, understand? It means that quantum entanglement exceeds the speed of light, so the knowledge in my future mind appears in my past mind. What the hell am I talking about? Wang Zhong suddenly felt very fortunate that he had read a lot of science fiction novels, and now he can talk about it very easily. He continued, in this way, the information in my mind forms a loop, a Mobius strip that will never end. When talking about the Mobius strip, Wang Zhong flashed a short film that had been very brainwashing before the time travel, the main content of which was a pumpkin head dancing. The world of his hometown appears in flashbacks from time to time. Could it be a kind of quantum entanglement? The woman was already frightened by the high-sounding terms that Wang Zhong threw out continuously, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. The general is really talented and knowledgeable, thank you very much. After that, she pressed the child's head and was about to salute Wang Zhong, but was stopped by Wang Zhong. Don't do this, ma'am, I am a saint of the secular school. You kneeling to me will have a bad influence. Wang Zhong pulled up the woman and the child, saying, Vasily, drive them to the hospital. Yes. Vasily said loudly. This episode ended just like that. Wang Zhong watched Vasily's car disappear at the intersection, and then looked around. The crowd was whispering, and you could guess what they were saying with your toes. The tavern in Yebao must be lively tonight. Wang Zhong sighed and walked up the steps of the Equipment Review Committee. In the chairman's office, the state lady Gabrielle had sorted out a pile of documents waiting to be processed. Wang Zhong couldn't help asking when he saw the document, didn't anyone in the committee make a decision when I was away? Yes. Gabriel answered immediately, during your absence, we released another demand and held 2 approval meetings. A total of 6 new equipment were put into trial production, and 1 new equipment was finalized. Wang Zhong, what was finalized? Although Gabriel was a state lady who knew nothing about military affairs, she had obviously done her homework and immediately answered, the T-70 light tank aims to use the production line of the previous BT series light tanks to build some light tanks that can be used. Wang Zhong, light tanks are really good for suppressing enemy infantry and half-track vehicles. Especially in the next 6 months, there will be a relatively large gap in the replenishment of tanks in Proson. The main task of our army's armored forces is probably not to fight the enemy's armored forces, but to kill a large number of infantry. Mrs. Gabriella, the army officers responsible for the approval thought so too. Wang Zhong felt a little relieved that the school and the equipment committee could still function normally without him and meet the various needs of Ant's army. Since the army officers agree with me, can we hand over all these documents to them? Wang Zhong asked tentatively. Mrs. Gabriella exudes a sense of majesty as a class teacher, and has considerable oppressive power over men in Cirrus who are Wang Zhong's age. Now Ms. Gabriella pushed up her glasses, and her temperament suddenly came up. These have been streamlined and must be handled by you. Some documents have been delayed for 3 months, and it will not affect our army's combat effectiveness if it continues like this. Problem. Wang Zhong had no choice but to sigh, sit down at his desk, and open the first document. About the production finalization, evaluation and naming of new medium tanks. Wang Zhong suddenly became interested and flipped through it quickly. The report was written by an expert group of the Ordnance Bureau. It pointed out that the new medium tank has a series of problems such as the high failure rate of the new gearbox. However, it also believed that the improvement in combat effectiveness brought by the new tank cannot be ignored. The new tank should be used as soon as possible to replace the T-34 to reduce the overload of the armored forces. High casualty rate. The overall casualty rate of Ant's armored forces was very high, especially the armored units of several front armies that did not receive enough new tanks. Some tank brigades only had 2 tanks left, and more than half of the crews were killed, and the rest were lying wounded. In the hospital. The army urgently needs equipment to make up for the quality gap between the armored forces on both sides. Perhaps this demand affected the final judgment of the expert group. Anyway, they signed and agreed to the mass production of the new Chinese tank. However, the production model of the new medium tank has not yet been decided. Obviously, it is waiting for Wang Zhong to make a decision. Wang Zhong picked up the pen and commented at the end of the document, "It is recommended that the production model number of the new tank be T54. May 4th every year is Youth Day, a festival for our young tank soldiers. It is appropriate to use this as the production model number of the tank." After writing, he signed his name, picked up the red seal on the table, and slapped it hard on his signature. While Wang Zhong was working hard, Ludmila was preparing for ballast trip to Rokosov Manor. "Although I really want to just wear a military uniform," Ludmila looked at herself in the mirror, "but there will be a ball and diplomatic occasions, and I need to bring a dress and clothes. The styles of my dresses are all old, all from before the war. Palace-style things. I heard that minimalist evening gowns are now popular. Can I still find a tailor in Yebeo to help me modify my gown? Nelly, I went to inquire about it yesterday. The tailors are now helping to make military uniforms and other supplies and have no time to make evening dresses. However, it is now popular among the ladies in the city to modify their own dresses and follow the ones sent from the United States. Fashion magazine revision." "Ludmila, what kind of magazine?" Nelly snapped her fingers, and a maid immediately brought it to her. "A magazine like this, ma'am." Ludmila took the magazine, looked at the girl on the cover with her skirt blown up by the wind, and opened her mouth slightly. "Ah! This is... Nelly, now this magazine is very popular among officers who have returned from the front line and are on leave in Yeberg. They can be exchanged for 25 kilograms of doctor sausage on the black market." "Ludmila, the black market was not attacked by the Inquisitor." "Nelly, madam, there are always people who don't want to eat so much sausage and caviar and want to change something. I think the Inquisitors should have acquiesced in the existence of the black market." Ludmila nodded, then stared at the girl on the cover. "What's her name?" "It seems to be called Monroe." "Nelly, do you think Elisha will be happy if I dress like this?" Nelly thought for a while and nodded seriously, "I think he will." "Ludmila, okay, then I will make such a set of clothes myself. Look at what can be used to modify the old dress." At the same time, Summer Palace. Olga looked at General Turgenev with a serious expression and asked, "What's wrong?" The general placed a document in front of Olga. Olga exclaimed after reading the title, "Are you going to make yourself a marshal? I thought you wouldn't do such a thing." General Turgenev, "Because I am retiring. My Majesty, if I don't become a marshal, I will have no chance. After I retire, you must take good care of yourself, Your Majesty. Belinsky is not a good person, and those aristocratic factions are even more. It is unreliable. Your sworn brother is the only wall that blocks the wind." Olga signed her name at the end of the general's promotion document, then stood up and handed it to him. "Don't worry, I have figured it out. I am still the Tsar now to avoid everyone's confusion due to the change of leaders. When the war is over, I will look for the right time to end Tsarism." The old commander nodded, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised on his always serious face. "Very good. As for the new military commander, a person in this position cannot command troops on the front line for a long time, so Marshal Rokosov is not suitable. I think Rokosov's chief of staff, Pavlov, is very suitable, but the three of them have already cooperated very smoothly and should not be separated. Olga, just recommend one. I believe in the person you recommend." The old commander nodded with satisfaction and saluted Olga. "Well, Your Majesty, although it will be 2 months before I officially retire, but, let me say goodbye first." "Goodbye, my lovely Majesty." Chapter 683 The Barras Conference begins. On the evening of August 11, Wang Zhong finished work and returned to the manor. He was shocked as soon as he entered the door. "What's wrong with your clothes?" Wang Zhong couldn't help asking. In Wang Zhong's impression, Ludmila was either in a military uniform, a church robe, or a court dress. Even the riding skirt she wore when she went outing was full of European court style. Now Ludmila actually wore a small skirt that looked like Marilyn Monroe. Wang Zhong couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looked more carefully. Ludmila looked down at the skirt. With her figure, it was not enough to just look down, she had to bend down slightly and lean forward to see such a short skirt. "Do you like it?" she asked. Wang Zhong nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "I like it. I like it very much." "Ludmila, then I will wear this when I go to palace tomorrow." Wang Zhong, "Ah? No, 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 diplomatic occasions should be more serious. You have a military rank and are a soldier. You have been responsible for the air defense of my headquarters. It is legitimate for you to attend the meeting with me in military uniform." "Ludmila, hey, the air defense of the headquarters is actually my responsibility. I thought it was already in charge of Miss Amelia." "Wang Zhong, she is just a pilot. She can only provide a little cover when taking off. The cover you provide is long-lasting and effective." Ludmila smiled, "I was just kidding. You don't have to be so nervous. Or is it that you are nervous because of fate?" "Bye. No." Wang Zhong straightened his back, "I'm not nervous at all." "Ludmila, okay, you've been tired all day, have a meal, take a shower, and have a good rest." "Wang Zhong, you spent a day at home preparing for the trip to palace today." "Ludmila, yes, all the clothes and small gifts for the dignitaries are ready. I also spent 2 hours with my son." Wang Zhong hugged his wife, "It's great to marry you." Ludmila didn't answer, but smiled and kissed Wang Zhong's cheek, then forcibly pushed him away. "Okay, go wash your hands and face, and prepare for dinner." "Yes." The last day before leaving for palace ended like this. At 3 p.m. on August 12, at Palace Capital Airport, the special plane of the anti-delegation landed steadily on the runway, and the escort fighter fleet flew over the airport with colorful smoke. In the cabin, Olga turned around and looked at Wang Zhong in the back row. "Should I hold your hand and go down, brother?" "Wang Zhong, you are His Majesty the Tsar, you can only hold the hand of a prince." "Olga, you are also a king, and you are my brother-in-law. It is normal for me to hold your hand, right?" "Wang Zhong, it is not normal. It will cause a lot of speculation. Just go down by yourself." Olga pouted, "Okay. But I am a young girl, and the leaders of the United States and the United Kingdom are all grandfathers in their 60s and 70s. I always feel that it is weird for me to be on an equal footing with them. You are different. You are now the general who has destroyed the most Plasan troops. If you are on an equal footing with them, no one will say anything." Wang Zhong glanced out of the window. The plane was about to slide to the apron. The military band could already be heard. There was no time for Olga to worry about it. So Wang Zhong said, "Auntie, which you lead, is also the country that has destroyed the most Plasan troops. You should perform well and don't lose face for the sacrificed soldiers." Olga could only turn back, "Okay. I will perform well." At this time, the plane gradually stopped sliding. The flight attendant did not speak, and directly opened the door of the plane with a bang. The warm wind of August Paris immediately poured into the cabin. Olga stood up, adjusted her dress, and then walked forward with her head held high with her skirt lifted. At this time, Ludmila whispered to Wang Zhong, "She was just very uneasy just now, just comfort her, she knows that she must face the leaders of the United Kingdom and the United States alone." "Wang Zhong, then what should I do?" "Just coax her and say come on." Ludmila sighed, You still don't know how to love girls, you just flirt with them in various ways." "Wang Zhong, did I flirt? Didn't I flirt?" After saying that, Ludmila patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder, "Hurry up, get up, I'll quickly walk to the bottom of the gangway. If we don't get out quickly, the people who greet us may force us to appear on the gangway before taking the next step." So Wang Zhong stood up and walked forward with big strides. Ludmila was also in military uniform, and it was inappropriate for them to hold hands. Wang Zhong got out of the cabin first. The sunlight in Balas was as dazzling as it was at this time last year. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sun, and then he thought of Yakov who accompanied him on the expedition to Balas last year. Although the sun was scorching, a trace of haze flashed through Wang Zhong's heart. It was still summer, so Yakov's relics could not be taken out and used. It was too strange to wear a scarf in summer. Wang Zhong touched his empty collar and suddenly found that a lot of soldiers from the United States and the United Kingdom were looking up at him under the plane, so he raised his hand touching his collar to his eyebrows and saluted everyone. The officers below also returned the salute in unison, and the diplomats and secretaries began to applaud. Wang Zhong slowly walked down the gangway, turned back to help his wife who followed him, and then walked towards the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom who were already waiting. The President of the United States, Lao Luo, took the initiative to extend his hand. When I met you last year, you just wiped out hundreds of thousands of Prosen troops. When we see you this year, you will have wiped out millions of enemy generals. Wang Zhong was self-effacing. You should know that the announced number of enemy annihilations is very different from the number of enemy annihilations we declared to our superiors. And the number we declared is very different from the actual number of enemy annihilations. In fact, it was very common for countries to water the results of World War II. It was only that some countries used water injection so much that they became a laughing stock. In addition, sometimes it is not because countries in World War II want to inject water, but because of the intelligence communication capabilities of World War II, confirming the results of the war can only rely on estimates, and it is difficult to be completely accurate. Wang Zhong's ridicule made President Luo laugh. As soon as he let go of Wang Zhong's hand, Leonard, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom's War Cabinet, came up and held Wang Zhong's hand. Marshal Rokosov, I brought my generals to learn from you. Wang Zhong, learn from experience. But I don't have much experience in landing operations. The scale of Barris's landing was too small, and the enemy was too rubbish, so it doesn't count. I also hope that the generals of the United Kingdom can teach me how to land. You all know, I want to cross the Tiber River. The generals of the United States and the United Kingdom all looked unhappy. After all, the Allies had just lost the battle and were driven into the sea by Marshal Erwin Rommel of Plossen. Wang Zhong didn't mean to tease them, mainly because he was too shocked by the fact of being driven into the sea. He originally thought that Prosen would be finished faster than the history of the Earth. But the pushback against the Allies changed the situation. If there was no battlefield in the Kingdom of Sardan to contain the power of the Prosen Empire, Wang Zhong might face many more Prosen troops than on the Eastern Front on Earth. On Earth, although the total number of Sandoku's troops on the Eastern Front is large, their average quality is not as high as that of the troops on the Western Front. The Western Front got more King Tigers and Leopards, so among military fans there are also Eastern Front veterans who drove No. 4 to death. The saying that new recruits on the Western Front opened the Tiger King. As for Prosen's situation, the Allied forces were pushed flatly into the sea, and Wang Zhong counterattacked so quickly. Maybe Prosen's focus will be on the Eastern Front in the future. To be honest, Wang Zhong still has no bottom when it comes to fighting against the Prosen Empire, which is going all out. So now Wang Zhong plans to put on a posture of I can fight the entire Plosen army during the entire Barris conference, to scare the United States and the United Kingdom into opening a second battlefield and disperse the Plosen Empire of troops to reduce the pressure on oneself. The purpose of ridiculing senior Allied officers is to inspire their soldiers' sense of honor and make them realize their shame and become brave again. None of the officers dared to answer. After all, they were in a hurry to land mainly because Wang Zhong was progressing too quickly, and they were afraid that the entire Europa would be occupied by Ant and become a territory controlled by the secular faction. Everyone knew these things tacitly, and as a result, they lost the battle. Naturally, there was no way to refute Wang Zhong's teasing. President Luo stepped in and smoothed things over. The scale of our previous landings was not large, and we did not encounter a large-scale Prosen army, so the battle went smoothly. This is the first time we have encountered the Prasen heavy troop group of more than 400,000 people really underestimated the enemy's combat effectiveness. After the president finished speaking, someone among the generals interrupted, in addition, Prasen's new tanks are too powerful. We didn't even get a report from Ant, who has already encountered these new tanks. Olga suddenly said, the summer offensive has only ended less than 2 weeks ago, and we are also summarizing the situation. In fact, this time I brought all the information on the new Prasen tanks that we currently have. In addition, we will also send to each of the major allies a repaired new Prasen tank, as well as several incomplete but relatively complete wrecks. The generals and the 2 leaders looked at the young girl and were all surprised. Olga, do you think I am just a puppet? I am the Tsar of Ant, and I am determined to become a contemporary Catherine. And it would be more appropriate for me to say this about giving gifts to the allies, isn't it? Prime Minister Leonard of the United Kingdom said, indeed, it was wrong of us to neglect His Majesty the Tsar. Let's continue with the ceremony. The generals can communicate with Marshal Rokosov at the cocktail party tonight. Wang Zhong nodded, this is very good. Prime Minister Leonard made a gesture of invitation to Olga. President Roosevelt has limited legs and feet, so I will accompany the review guard of honor. Lao Luo sat down in the wheelchair. Yes, you will do it for me. Olga stood on the red carpet with her head held high. Let's get started. Chapter 684 Military Advice provided by Rokosov. While Olga and Prime Minister Leonard Spencer reviewed the Guard of Honor, Wang Zhong and the Allied generals came to the viewing stand nearby. Standing next to Wang Zhong was a 4-star general from the United States. As soon as the ceremony began, he asked in a low voice, how did you deal with Prasen's powerful armored force? Wang Zhongyi took a look at the bird's-eye view and confirmed that he had never seen this 4-star general when he went to the United States. His title was Commander-in-Chief of the Allied Forces Rimigian, and this man also had his nickname in his name. Ike, put it in double quotes like this in the middle of the name. Admiral Ike repeated the question. Wang Zhong, the Prasen armored forces are good at long-distance combat. When they are equipped with long-barreled guns, our ordinary T-34 troops have no way to deal with them. They are often hit with an exchange ratio of 10 to 170. Ike, then how did you win? First, dig bunkers to hide the tanks and engage in armored ambush warfare. Second, get a tank destroyer that piles up frontal defense to deal with the errands first. Third, the overall performance of the new tank exceeds that of Prasen's tank. Ike, did your new tank win against their new tank? There is nothing we can do when we encounter that kind of tank on the front line. Wang Zhong, try the British Army's 17-pounder cannon and your 90mm anti-aircraft gun. Ike, did you read the weapons information we sent over? Allied countries share the performance parameters of most weapons and equipment with each other, and some samples of main battle equipment will be sent to allies. So Ant also got the 90mm gun and the matching shells from the United States. After testing it, he was very satisfied with the performance of this weapon. Wang Zhong, not only did I watch it, but the test was organized by someone I trust. I am the chairman of the Ant Equipment Review Committee. These 2 weapons in the Allied arsenal will make it easier to deal with the enemy's new tanks. Of course, you can choose to improve the bazooka rockets to enhance their penetration capabilities. On Earth, the US military finally improved the Super Bazooka rocket, which had no problem dealing with King Tiger. It just required infantry to risk their lives and get closer to within 200 meters to launch. Therefore, in the Kingdom of Sardinia, this strategy may not work. The Procenians can use the terrain to shoot from a distance, keeping the Allied infantry from approaching. But in the hedge hell of Normandy, it was the Procens who had a headache. Ike, any other suggestions? Wang Zhong, yes. Don't think about shooting at the enemy's armored forces. Use the advantages of artillery and air force. No matter how powerful the armored forces are, if the field repair shop and supplies are blown away, it will be just a pile of scrap metal. We are not there. This is done when it can counter Proson's armor advantage. Use Mustangs to carry rockets to attack trains, and use P-47s to carry bombs to attack train stations. You can even use Liberator bombers to stare at enemy train stations and supply depots and blow them up. Ike smiled. That's a good idea. At this time, the Lieutenant General of the Army Air Force who had been listening next to him spoke. To put it simply, our 8th Air Force's bombing mission can hardly be carried out now. The losses are too great. The pilots of Proson are going crazy and want to shoot them down. Our bombers. Wang Zhong immediately switched to the bird's eye view and discovered that the Air Force Lieutenant General was called Doolittle. He quickly asked, "Are you the Doolittle who bombed the Fuzhou Empire?" "Yes, that's me. And I'm about to take over as the commander of the 8th Air Force. I heard that the Marshal has also done some research on aircraft. I wonder what suggestions you have for the next actions of the Air Force." Wang Zhong, my suggestion is to let the young men in the fighter force not escort those damn bombers, but let them look for the pilots of the Proson Air Force to duel. Fighter pilots are all cowboys. They want to compete with the enemy's top pilots. Let them follow the bombers and serve as the bombers' escort machine guns. It will be too demoralizing for them. Doolittle laughed. I think so too, but everyone thinks I'm crazy. I also want the fighter boys to strafe the enemy's airport. The aircraft parked at the airport undergoing maintenance and the surrounding ground support are also very good attacks. Target, as long as we continue to attack, the combat effectiveness of the Proson Air Force will continue to decrease, and our bombing will go more smoothly. Wang Zhong, you can also ask the young man who attacked the airport to bring some time bombs and throw them on the airport runway. Doolittle, that makes sense. You can throw time bombs and real bombs together. The real bombs destroy the runway, and the time bombs prevent the enemy from repairing the runway. Wang Zhong, that's right. Admiral Ike next to him sighed, have you never considered the boys who fly bombers? Wang Zhong, Your Majesty, General, it is very inefficient to have the fighter units surround the bombers and escort them. However, the escort efficiency will be higher if the fighter units enter the airspace before the bombers, attack the enemy airport, and engage in nightly battles with the enemy fighter pilots. Lieutenant General Doolittle also echoed, yes, mixing fighters and bombers actually hinders fighter pilots. They can neither occupy better positions nor achieve higher speeds, because they have to be accompanied by those bulky of bombers. Marshal Rokosov's suggestion is more reasonable. Wang Zhong thought about it. You just said you thought so too, but others didn't agree. Why, are you starting to pull my skin now? The United States has not yet established an independent air force. The 8th Air Force responsible for bombing Plossum is a unit under the name of the Army Air Force. Lieutenant General Doolittle is also a Lieutenant General of the Army Air Force and is subject to the jurisdiction of high-ranking Army officials like Ike. Ike glanced at Wang Zhong's profile. Okay, you can try to go to the 8th Air Force, but if the bomber unit loses too much, we may call off the bombing of Plossum. Wang Zhong, no. It's true that the bombing is bleeding your pilots, but it is also bleeding the Plossum Air Force. We have rarely been attacked by the Plossum Air Force on the Eastern Front. The anti-air force is gradually gaining air superiority. This is the meaning of your bombing. War is like this, General Davarish. It doesn't matter if you lose pilots. What matters is that you can replace more pilots on the opposite side. Ike remained silent. Wang Zhong continued, think about what will happen after we fail. Ike, I know we must win and we will win. At this time, the ceremony was at the stage where the leaders of both sides gave speeches. Wang Zhong watched Olga walk up to the podium and began to read from the script. Ike suddenly said, I heard that you brought the repaired new Plossen tank. Yes, it should be unloaded at the port, and then it will be transported to the front line by a dragon trailer. But that thing is unlucky. The Plossen people are good at wasting tonnage. The empty weight of the heavy tank is 70 tons, and the medium-sized one is more than 40 tons. Ike frowned. Our heavy tank test vehicle is only 40 tons. How did they do it? Wang Zhong, you have to ask Plausen's engineers. So you have a new tank plan? Ike hesitated. At this time, President Luo, who was sitting in the front row and listening, turned around. Just say whatever you want to say. The marshal standing in front of you has defeated those new Plausen tanks. Ike nodded. Okay, Mr. President. Before we joined the war, we inspected Plausen's tanks. At that time, we thought that Plausen's number 3 and number 4 had no advantage when facing our Sherman. Contrary to many people's impressions, Sherman is actually a pretty good tank. Its protection was also quite reliable in the first year it entered the war. Many Plausen tanks on the big slope would have a headache when they encountered it. The Sherman on Earth was regarded as scum, that was against the Tiger, King Tiger, and Leopard. Ike continued, but at that time, the newspapers controlled by the Plausen people had been hyping up, saying that Plausen technology was the best in the world and the tanks it built were invincible, so the army proposed a plan for a new tank to prepare for a rainy day. But later you kept winning, and you performed very well in the Mamluk M4, and achieved a good exchange ratio with the Plausen tank, so the research and development progress was delayed. Wang Zhong was a little surprised. How could this be blamed on me? Ike, but after the failure of the Sardin landing operation, the army increased the authority of the project and lowered some technical indicators in order to produce the finished product as soon as possible. Wang Zhong, instead of doing this, you might as well make full improvements to the Sherman. As a military game fan, Wang Zhong knows that the Big Mac tank modified from Sherman is widely praised by players in War Thunder and World of Tanks. Wang Zhong continued, it is troublesome to change the artillery, but it is not troublesome to add armor to the front. After defending against the enemy's artillery fire, use your mass-produced white phosphorus bombs to paste the enemy tanks, which may make the enemy tanks lose their combat effectiveness. At this time, the tank has no 3 defense system and cannot maintain positive pressure inside the vehicle, so it has basically no defense against white phosphorus bombs and poison gas bombs. If the white phosphorus bomb is covered in the face, let alone other things, the commander Proson who looks out of the observation port will probably not have to use his eyes. Ike, white phosphorus bombs to hit the face. Yes, and then use infantry to go around the side. All your infantrymen are equipped with semi-automatic rifles, and their firepower is stronger than the current Proson people. The firepower of the Proson infantry squad depends entirely on the machine guns in the squad. In addition to machine guns, the only automatic firepower is the MP40 in the squad leader's hand. Even if the white phosphorus bombs can't hurt the tanks, they can clear the surrounding infantry. Tanks without infantry are very vulnerable, especially in cities. Ike fell into deep thought. It does make sense. Wang Zhong, the Proson people have strong armored forces, so find a way not to let their armored forces take advantage. You should avoid the real and attack the fake, and play to your strengths. This is all said in the Sears military book The Art of War. I suggest that your West Point Military Academy list this ancient book as a must-read. Before Ike answered, the United Kingdom general wearing a beret next to him spoke. Does Marshal Rokosov want to say that he defeated Proson because he read that ancient Sears military book? What else? I am a Sears. But Wang Zhong smiled and said, of course not, I just said that reading this military book can bring people inspiration. Chapter 685 Between Allies. Wang Zhong looked at the name of the United Kingdom general who spoke. His name was Bernard Lamago. Wang Zhong remembered that he seemed to have been on the front page of the Times. The photo of him sticking his head on the tank looked like Montgomery of the Great Earth. So Wang Zhong said, General Mago, I have admired your name for a long time. After I saw your photo in the Times, I have always wanted to meet you. General, I don't know why. Since then, you have never met again. Was it in the Times? General Mago snorted. because I think I can perform better in the Mamluks. Do you think I am as shameless as that guy in the United States who used corn to make fake pipes? My pipe is a real pipe. No, your last sentence has nothing to do with the previous one. Wang Zhong, so you refused to be published in the Times. Yes, although I won in the end, it's not enough to boast about. Prime Minister Bernard kept trying to persuade me, saying that this would boost morale. I said it would be better to let Jack go. Everyone prefers lone heroes like Jack. Mama General Ge said. Wang Zhong, the guy with a long bow and a long sword. Yes. After a brief pause, General Mago glanced at Wang Zhong. Actually, I wanted to go. My plan is perfect. I can block the entire Prasen African army in Mamluk, and no one can return. Come on. But, damn, my troops are from different countries and the coordination is terrible. General Mago spat, and it was obvious that the spit contained countless resentments. He stepped on the spit with his boots a few times before continuing, Marshal, can you imagine that there are troops from 4 countries in a tactical group, and their chief officers have the same rank, so in the morning one chief officer will be in command, it will be handed over to another chief officer at noon, and in the afternoon, it will be directed by the 3rd chief officer. Wang Zhong wanted to laugh. The British Commonwealth Army on the earth was so abstract, and was caught by the desert fox and broke through when the commander was replaced and the command was chaotic. He could only look at General Mago with sympathy. Unexpectedly, this made Mago think that he had found a confidant, and his voice was raised. Because of this poor command connection, the entire tactical group operation was executed in a mess, and all my subordinates are such a tactical group. Do you think Rommel is running fast? No, we are crawling like tortoises. So I suggested to the headquarters that in the future we should not mix armies from different colonies together, and if I am asked to take the lead again, please give me the United Kingdom native troops, just like when Wellington asked for more redcoats. Wang Zhong thought to himself, you haven't won the battle yet, are you comparing yourself to Wellington? By this time, the ceremony was over. President Luo turned back to the generals and said, okay, the red tape is over. Let's go to the palace and talk about the rest while eating ice cream. Prime Minister Leonard returned to the auditorium with Olga. He looked at General Mago and said, as soon as I saw it, I knew that old Mago complained a lot. Mago, we let go of the African Legion, thus causing the defeat in the Kingdom of Sardinia. These are all connected, like dominoes. Now we have no way to open a battlefield in West Europa, and over there the pressure will be much greater. Although Ant has a large population, its manpower is not unlimited. Wang Zhong was actually moved. A general from the United Kingdom was worried that Ant's manpower would be exhausted. However, Ant's manpower situation is much better than that of Earth. Although General Gorky still squandered a lot of manpower, the manpower loss on the entire southern front was much lower than that of Earth, and many elite troops were also deployed. Veterans who survived the southern front fed the central and northern fronts. When new tanks the T-54 completely replaces the T-34, the overall manpower pressure will be lighter. Leonard looked a little worried. We will not stop our efforts to open up a second battlefield. The United Kingdom is a sea power country, and the Royal Navy controls the entire Aegean Sea. We can choose the landing site at any time, but the Prasenians cannot. With heavy troops deployed along the entire coastline, we are sure to find a breakthrough. The Allies will not put all the pressure of fighting Prasen on Ant's shoulders. Wang Zhong, then you have to hurry up, Prime Minister Leonard. My troops plan to launch an offensive this winter to completely recapture Hazalia. Next year we will break through the Carpathians and sweep across Moravia and the White Sea. It will become Ant's inner lake. In fact, Wang Zhong planned to attack in September, and he did not plan to go south along the coast of the White Sea next year. He said this because the place of Barras had to be kept secret due to incomplete security and the Prasen spy who had slipped through the net. However, Wang Zhong always felt that it might be okay if he just said it, but maybe the Prasen people wouldn't believe it. Leonard looked at Wang Zhong. Really? My generals always think that after you regain Kosalia, you will attack the Baltic Sea. After all, you have nearly 200,000 Melania people under your command. Where is the army? Wang Zhong, of course we will liberate Melania, but even the generals of the United Kingdom who are far away from the battlefield on the Eastern Front have guessed it, and the Prasen people must have guessed it too. I will not let the enemy guess my intentions. Attack. Leonard, that's it. President Luo, well, the sun is so bright, let's go to the Palace of Barras and eat ice cream to talk. When they arrived at the Palace of Barras, President Luo did not get his ice cream immediately. Because the organizer of the conference hopes to take a group photo of the attendees first. 3 chairs were moved to the courtyard of the Palace of Barras. Olga asked Wang Zhong in a low voice, is it really appropriate for me to take a photo of this? Wang Zhong, you are the contemporary Catherine, be confident and go ahead. Okay. Olga then walked towards the other 2 people who were already seated and sat in the seat between the 2 men. I heard that the seats are arranged according to the number of troops that have been destroyed by Prasen. General Mago's voice penetrated Wang Zhong's ears. Wang Zhong turned around and saw that Ma Ji was eating ice cream. Good guy, you ate it first. At this time Ludmila came over with 2 ice creams, here you go. Thank you. Wang Zhong took it and took a lick, immediately feeling happy. The last time he had ice cream in Ant was made from aviation fuel tanks by US Navy pilots stationed in Ant. General Mago, Leonard just said that we can land anywhere, but he is actually bragging. Organizing a landing is very complicated. With our current transportation capacity, we can either only land at Ancilla near Rome, or we can only land at Ancilla, Sicily, and then attack Genoa, or the southern Carolingian coastline. The Prasen Empire will definitely take precautions. Wang Zhong, what about landing in Greece and then attacking by land? It's too far. Admiral Ike also came over, also holding ice cream in his hand. Landing there, even if we fight for 2 years, we may not be able to threaten the core area of Prasen. Leonard and Teddy, they all tend to attack the Carolingians. Leonard has an even crazier plan to land in Hamburg. Hamburg. Wang Zhong knew how difficult it was to land in Hamburg, so he accompanied him with a wry smile. At this time, the big 3 had already posed, and the photographer began to press the shutter repeatedly, and the flash kept flashing. Ike, I thought Marshal Rokosov would go take pictures. Wang Zhong, it's not appropriate. Among the 2 people in suits and ties, one of me is in military uniform. I'd better take a photo with you guys. We should take a group photo together, right? Of course, after they finish filming, we, the soldiers, will be filming. Ike took another lick of ice cream. At this time, the group photo of the big 3 ended, and Lao Luo came over in a wheelchair. Is there any ice cream for me? You can only eat a third of a stick, said the presidential secretary, who was pushing a wheelchair. Fuck that doctor's order. Lao Luo waved his hand, bring me a stick of ice cream. Then he stared at Wang Zhong. When our troops were driven into the sea by the Pulosan people, I realized how outstanding your excellency is, who has always won. Wang Zhong, I actually don't quite understand. No matter how strong Prasen's offensive is, can it still be able to withstand naval gunfire? President Luo, at first, the naval guns did stop the Prosenians, but then they used a new weapon. 2 of our cruisers were damaged. The Royal Navy was afraid of more casualties, so it stayed away from the coast. United States, the country's navy suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Fuzhou Empire, and the new aircraft carriers and battleships have not yet formed combat effectiveness. The Royal Navy, only a few of their precious ships are left. Wang Zhong, are Rodney and George V level? Yes, losing the pride of the Navy at this time will not be easy for the country. President Luo looked at the pot-bellied Leonard. Leonard, we are already studying the new weapons that hit the cruisers. After finding a way to interfere with them, the fleet will approach the shore again to provide naval gun cover. Wang Zhong, remember to share relevant information with us. In fact, sharing it would be of no use. Now Ant doesn't have time to research any guided weapons. President Luo said, our guided weapons are also being tested, but to be honest, most of the guided weapons are still far from actual combat. Wang Zhong thought, right? Shouldn't the self-guided torpedo be put into actual combat soon? In the history of the Earth, the United States self-guided torpedoes and Santoku were put into use at about the same time, but both sides were afraid of exposing self-guided weapons, so they both made very strict regulations. For example, U.S. patrol planes are required to drop bombs only after the last Santoku submarine dives. Therefore, there are cases where patrol planes saw multiple Santoku submarines and only dared to drop bombs on the last one to dive. As a result, after the war, both sides learned that the other side also had self-guided torpedoes. It seems that Lao Luo also has reservations. Wang Zhong thought to himself that this alliance had indeed begun to plot against each other, just like in real history. That's all, at least we are still allies for now. Chapter 686 Ballas and Number 039, S. Night. President Luo looked at Wang Zhong's expression and asked, is there any problem? Wang Zhong glanced at the bishop following the Tsar. Cardinal Ravkid did not come, but he sent his own capable general, the one Wang Zhong was looking at now. The bishop pushed up his glasses. Wang Zhong didn't know what the bishop meant, but he didn't look at the bishop to communicate, but deliberately acted it out to President Luo. Wang Zhong followed the plan and said, Your Excellency, haven't you already put homing torpedoes into testing? The corners of Lao Luo's mouth twitched, but he immediately stabilized his position and glanced at Ravkid's confidants. It seems that the secular faction is developing very smoothly in our country. Ravkid's confidant replied, the secular sect spreading in the United States is a sect independently developed by the South American Heavenly Holy Church by absorbing the theories of Saint Andrew, and has nothing to do with us. President Luo smiled slightly and looked at Wang Zhong. Indeed, we are also testing self-guided weapons. After all, Prosan has already used self-guided weapons on the battlefield. Although these weapons do not perform very well, we are not sure about the future. Will they cross that threshold? So we must also study self-guided weapons, but currently all these self-guided weapons have poor combat effectiveness. Wang Zhong remembered that the American homing torpedoes on Earth had achieved many results because after being discovered by an anti-submarine aircraft and making an emergency dive, the Santoku submarine would accelerate its escape from the dive position in order to avoid the incoming depth bombs. As a result, the wake and noise created after the acceleration attracted the homing torpedo. But in other cases, self-guided anti-submarine torpedoes are actually very easy to miss the target. After all, the environment in the sea is too complex, and there are things like thermoclines. As for the radio-guided bombs of the United States, they tested them themselves for a long time and concluded that it would be better to equip the bombers with advanced targeting systems and then increase the amount of bombs dropped. In fact, until 20 years after the end of World War II, the reliability of guided weapons was very poor. Originally, the old American F-4 Phantom had no cannons due to the influence of the theory of missile victory. As a result, during the Vietnam War, after being taught by the MiG uncle, it was equipped with machine guns. Gun pod emergency. As for self-guided torpedoes, when Dai Ying attacked the Falklands, Dai Ying's nuclear submarines still chose to launch traditional direct sailing torpedoes even with guided torpedoes, and achieved results. They only boasted in publicity that they were wire-controlled torpedoes. Results. Seeing Wang Zhong's convinced look, Lao Luo was a little surprised. You actually believe it? It seems that the secular believers in our country have handed over all the detailed test data to Ant. No, not really, Mr. President. But Wang Zhong didn't say anything, instead he and RAF Kid's confidants showed a meaningful smile. At this time, the secretary who had been pushing Lao Luo's wheelchair said, Actually, the hit rate of the new Proton weapon that attacked the Royal Navy this time was also very low, and our destroyer in the formation reported that the thing was equipped with a VT fuse. The 5-inch, 127mm, guns brought down a lot of them. After the secretary finished speaking, the vice admiral in the president's entourage said, "We believe this is because the enemy's new weapons have relatively strong electromagnetic radiation and are easier to detonate VT fuses. We captured some wreckage and after analysis found that the rudder is very easy to be damaged by shell fragments, and once the rudder is damaged, it will miss the target." Wang Zhong saw from the bird's eye view that this naval admiral was named Spry, and his military rank was the commander of the 35th Task Force. Remember this time and space, Task Force 35 was the task force that destroyed 3 Fuzhou aircraft carriers at Midway, but it seems that the aircraft carriers that originally belonged to this fleet were either sunk or under repair, and the new Essex the class is still training and has not yet developed combat effectiveness. General Spry looked at the Royal Navy Admiral. "Our destroyer captain cannot understand the retreat. It's not the heavy patrol of the United States that was beaten." The Royal Navy Admiral also said, "And although the fleet command belongs to General Cunningham of the Royal Navy, you can disobey the order and stay and continue to provide naval gun support." "Okay." Prime Minister Leonard spoke. He was a former Admiralty Minister and had great influence on the generals of the Royal Navy. "Before the next landing, we will definitely be able to master the method of interfering with Proton's weapons. By then, the Royal Navy will provide reliable and sustained fire support to the Army." At this time, the photographer came over and said, "Generals, please take a photo too. The photo should be used on the second page." General Mago sneered, "No wonder the guy with the fake corn pipe isn't here. It turns out it can only be in the second edition." Admiral Ike smiled and said, "Even if our group photo can be on the front page, he will not come because Marshal Rokosov is here and he can't stand in the middle." Wang Zhong wanted to laugh. "Okay," he forced the famous critic to the point where he couldn't pretend to be cool. It was worth remembering. After the group photo, a series of diplomatic activities awaited Wang Zhong and others. Wang Zhong's impression is of countless diplomatic rhetoric, endless tricks, and delicious ice cream. Yes, no wonder the President of the United States has been thinking about eating ice cream. This ice cream is made by a cook sent by the Free Carolingians. It is extremely delicious and attracts Wang Zhong 10,000 times more than all kinds of bargains. This continued until 2 o'clock in the morning the next day, when Wang Zhong lay down in the Anatolian bathroom attached to the palace and stretched out his limbs. Because it was the Anatolian bathhouse, as a history and historical movie fan, Wang Zhong hummed the song Yuan Yang Ti, which was the code used by the pilots and the resistance organization in the streets of the Anatolian bathhouse in The Great Escape. As the movie became popular all over the country, all the old dengs could sing it. As he was humming, he heard a sound outside the bathroom. "Wait a minute, is this the legendary welfare chapter?" Olga and Ludmila made an appointment to take a bath together, and Anelli was also included. Wang Zhong was about to react when Lieutenant General Doolittle came in with a bath towel wrapped around him, followed by Admiral Ike, Admiral Mago, and Vice Admiral Spree. "Good guy, there are exactly 4 people, and it would be terrible if a YMCA was added." "Oh, Marshal Rokosov. You really look young at this point." Lieutenant General Doolittle spoke first. "Wang Zhong, I was also very young when I was wearing clothes." The Lieutenant General laughed, and without washing himself, he went directly into the bath and sat down opposite Wang Zhong. "I will go to the United Kingdom to take up my post tomorrow morning." Wang Zhong, "Ah? You won't participate in the subsequent military aid negotiations?" "No. In fact, I was forcibly transferred here. After all, I bombed the capital of the Fuzhou Empire and was one of the few Allied army officers with military exploits worth boasting about. Luhang is also the army." Doolittle, General Smith of the 1st Marine Division, was supposed to come. His division conquered Guadalcanal, but he injured his leg and had to stay home to recover. Vice Admiral Spree was taking a shower over there, and turned back after hearing the conversation and said, "So far, all the generals with military merit in the Allied forces are here. Ike and Major were credited with driving the African Corps out of the Mamluks, and I am. Ike, I still have Operation Torch. We soldiers only need to eliminate Plossin and the Fuzu people, while politicians have more to consider." Wang Zhong, at the dinner tonight, it was the first time I heard my sister shout so loudly. In the evening, Leonard informally proposed in a private capacity that Aunt send an expeditionary force to land in Sardinia, but was loudly rejected by Olga. "Ike, personally, I really hope that Aunt can send some troops with experience in fighting Prosan to help us." "Come on," Mago said while rubbing his back, "do you think the composition of our troops is not complicated enough? The troops that just arrived are from Brazil. The symbol of the troops is a smoking cobra. Cobra. And smoking a pipe. Wang Zhong, is it a corn pipe?" The bathroom suddenly became quiet. "Wang Zhong, Brazil is rich in corn, and it is also the birthplace of corn, so what's the problem?" The generals looked at each other, and then burst into laughter. The air was full of joy. A certain 5-star reviewer was not here, but his figure was everywhere. After laughing, Wang Zhong concluded, "So you were pulled here just to balance my military exploits?" "That's it. Now that the photos are taken, I should go to the 8th Air Force to take up my post." Doolittle smiled, "I hope the guys in the bomber team like your suggestion." "Wang Zhong, how did it become my suggestion? I thought we were heroes with similar views. Now it's your suggestion. Don't worry, I will also say it was your suggestion in my memoirs in the future. After all, without you, my suggestion would not have passed at all." Doolittle said. "Wang Zhong, the guys in the bomber team will understand. In time, after the average quality of the pilots of Prosan is beaten down, the casualties of the bomber unit will be greatly reduced. I hope most people can live to that day." Doolittle said, and the smile just now had disappeared. Wang Zhong came back from the bathroom and saw Ludmila and Olga sitting on the terrace of the bedroom in pajamas, looking at the moonlight of Paris. "Your Majesty," he said immediately, "you shouldn't have entered my bedroom at 3 in the morning." "Olga, Ludmila is here, what's the matter?" "Hey, it's only the first day, I'm a little tired, it's really hard to talk to these old men, there are 10,000 thoughts behind every sentence." "Wang Zhong, come on, you won't lose to them. Even if you lose to them, it doesn't matter. Anyway, we are negotiating the specific military aid agreement. Even if you are induced to make some verbal promises, as long as it is not implemented on paper and signed, it's bullshit. I feel better when you say that. But the energy consumed can't be recovered." Olga stretched out her hands to Wang Zhong, "Brother, hug." Wang Zhong looked at Ludmila. "Ludmila, I don't mind you hugging my sister." Wang Zhong hugged Olga and gently stroked her head, "Good boy, you did a great job today, you have worked hard." Olga laughed hee, obviously very satisfied. Chapter 687 New Rules for the 8th Air Force. August 15, United Kingdom Mainland, 8th Air Force Headquarters, United States Army Air Force. As soon as Lieutenant Colonel Miles sat down, Major Johnny next to him came over and asked, "Did you hear that?" The lieutenant colonel looked puzzled. "What did you hear?" "The new commander wants us to bomb the Prosudan homeland without escort." "Lieutenant Colonel Miles, what did I think it was? Before the auxiliary fuel tanks were put into use, we had been bombing the mainland of Prosan without escort, weren't we?" "Major Johnny, I still have 10 bombings before I can go home. I don't want to spend the next 10 bombings dancing on the edge of a knife. Look at Fang Kilmer over there. He has 4 more days before he can go home. Among the pilots who have not yet returned home, he is the one who is closest to returning home. He is the first to give advice." Miles explained. Johnny wanted to say something else, but a command came from the door, Everyone stand up. Although the pilots are relatively undisciplined, they still have basic military qualities. When they hear the command, they reflexively stand up at attention and hold their heads high. The new commander of the aviation force, Lieutenant General Doolittle, walked into the room, threw the documents in his hand on the lecture table, and looked at the people in the audience. I think you already know me. When I bombed the capital of the Fuzhou Empire, made headlines. Major Johnny raised his hand. Lieutenant General Doolittle, please wait a moment, Major. Let me finish. In order to fly the B-25 from the aircraft carrier, we removed all the excess weight. We removed a lot of self-defense machine guns, along with the machine guns the shooter is gone too. In the end, we successfully completed the mission. If the Fuzhou Empire hadn't discovered the fleet in advance and scared the cowards of the Navy, our voyage would have been enough to fly to Cirrus. But the cowards in the Navy made us take off 200 kilometers early, so many good guys made an emergency landing in the sea. In the entire operation, not a single plane was shot down by a Fuzhou Imperial fighter jet. Major Johnny, are you trying to say that you won't provide us with escort just because of this? Lieutenant General Doolittle, what I'm trying to say is, I've flown near-death missions in bombers. I know what those missions are like. You may already know that in the next bombing mission, the fighter units will no longer stick to you like nannies. This way, they will no longer block the firing range of your machine gunners. Many pilots laughed, even though it was a hell of a joke. Major Johnny pursed his lips. General, although it is true that the machine gunner hesitated to fire because he was afraid of hitting our fighter jets, but... Lieutenant General Doolittle interrupted Johnny, fighter pilots will enter the Prothon Empire airspace before the bomber group, and they will attack the Prothon fighter jets that are forming and climbing above the airport. During the Prothon air defense operation, after the fighter jets take off, they need to complete the combat formation first, assemble into a group, and then approach the bomber group under guidance from the ground. On the other hand, as long as the Allied fighter jets arrive at the airport first, they will have a high probability of catching the Prothon fighter jets being formed. Lieutenant Colonel Myers raised his hand. How do we determine when the enemy planes will form? What should we do if we arrive at the airport but no enemy planes are found? Although the Procenians are famous for their punctuality, we cannot bet the battle on the enemy's punctuality. Come on. Lieutenant Colonel Doolittle, they will definitely find the enemy planes. The enemy planes still on the ground are also enemy planes, and strafing those enemy planes can also prevent them from taking off. In addition, the guys in the fighter force also have to carry rockets and bombs. If they encounter an enemy plane, that's good. Just drop the rockets, bombs, and auxiliary fuel tanks together, and then you can go into battle lightly and tangle with the enemy. If you don't encounter enemy planes, you can throw rockets, bombs, and auxiliary fuel tanks on the enemy's airport. In short, the future mission of the fighter force is to show off with the enemy's fighter jets and bleed the enemy's air force fighter force. Doolittle paused and scanned the briefing room. Your initial casualties will be huge. All I can say is, I'm sorry. In time, this bloodletting policy will definitely work. That's what Marshal Rokosov of Ant said. The pilots immediately became noisy. Lieutenant Colonel Fang Kilmer, whom Lieutenant Colonel Myers had just said, stood up immediately. Marshal Ant fought very well in land warfare, but did he shoot down an enemy plane? Did he bomb the city of Plosin once? Lieutenant General Doolittle, he doesn't, but he understands war and the nature of war. In short, this new regulation has been approved by the President and must be implemented, and it will be implemented from the next bombing. You have one day write a suicide note to your family. The pilots were noisy just now, but now they are silent. Lieutenant Colonel Miles slammed the table hard. It's just like returning to the way it was before. Without fighter escort, we will still blow up Proson's factory. After that, he stood up and left the briefing room. The other pilots did not speak, but stood up and followed Miles out of the briefing room. August 16, Plossen Air Force German Meyer Air Force Base. As usual, at 10 o'clock sharp, the Focke-Wulf fighter jets of the JG-52 Hunter Annihilation Group stationed at the base began to warm up and prepare to take off to meet the enemy. Eric, the team's top ace, was the last to arrive at the briefing tent. He saw the empty seats in the tent and asked, "Walter and Otto haven't come back?" "Yes, no one saw them being hit. It may be that the plane malfunctioned and made an emergency landing far away from the base," Eric's wingman Gunter said. "Eric, damn it Meyer, since his order was issued, our casualty rate has increased by 30%. Only the Air Force pilots dared to criticize Grand Duke Meyer like this." Air Force Commander Archduke Meyer ordered the fighter units to shoot down Allied bombers at all costs. The order even publicly required the pilots to ram the Allied bombers after firing the bullets from the fighter planes. Of course, the pilots are more lively. At present, except for a few die-hard loyalists of His Majesty the Emperor, no one has actually hit the aircraft. They know that loading ammunition after landing can achieve more results. However, the order "attack bombers at all costs" itself will greatly increase the death rate of fighter pilots, because it means that they must not seize altitude or gain energy advantages when there are enemy fighter escorts, and forcefully attack bombers. Even if the bomber can be shot down, the pilots will be at a disadvantage in the subsequent fighter fight. It can be said that the orders of the top Air Force generals on both sides were inconsistent. On the one hand, the fighter jets were unable to gain speed along with the slow bombers, and on the other hand, the fighter jets were unable to seize the opportunity. "Eric, what about today's air situation report? Have the radar stations and surveillance posts seen any enemy planes? It's a bit strange." Wingman Gunter handed the thing on his map board to Eric. The earliest report said that he saw a large number of individual track clouds gathered together densely. It looked like a large number of fighter jets entered Imperial airspace and then reported seeing the bomber's composite track cloud. Eric checked the report and saw the words "a large number of chaff interfering with detection" above the radar detection column. The enemy dropped chaff, which means they have a big operation today. But what does it mean to let the battle enter first? As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing alarm sounded. "Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave." The messenger rushed into the tent. A row. The radar saw the enemy plane attacking the airport. "It's going very fast. Emergency takeoff." Eric pushed the map board back to Gunter, picked up his flight hat and rushed out of the tent, running towards his fighter jet. His ground crew leader ran directly towards him, full of fuel and ammunition, in good condition. "Your Majesty, Major." "Got it." As he answered, Eric ran towards the fighter jet. At this time the anti-aircraft guns began to fire. In addition to a small number of 88mm anti-aircraft guns near the airport, there are mainly 25mm and 37mm machine guns. Eric's ears were filled with the crackle of anti-aircraft guns. As soon as he reached the side of the plane and was about to climb the gangway, the ground crew leader threw him to the ground from behind. Eric yelled, "What are you doing? I'm going to take off." Before he could finish his words, the shooting started. The bullet made a biu-biu sound when it hit the ground, and it made a clang sound when it hit the plane. Eric raised his head, just in time to see the shot plane burning, and the fire directly engulfed half of the kill mark next to his canopy. It turned out that the ground crew leader was trying to save him. "Thank you, Cruz." Eric turned around to thank the ground crew leader, but only saw his dilated pupils. "Cruz." Eric pushed away the old ground attendant who had been waiting on his landline and found that his military uniform was stained red with blood. "Fuck." He closed the team leader's eyes and stood up to look for aircraft that could still be dispatched. He saw a FW-190 preparing to take off forcibly, but was strafed by enemy planes swooping down from the sky and turned into a ball of fire. Eric shouted, "The enemy's fighter jets entered the country first to disrupt our air defense operations. They changed their escort strategy." Another ground crew swooped over and pinned him to the ground. Then the shooting came again, and the bullets hit the ground with a loud bang. There was an explosion in the distance. Eric looked up and saw a P-47 with a red tail paint passing overhead. There was actually a black man in the cockpit. "Damn it, I saw a black man flying a plane!" Eric shouted. The ground crew member who had just rescued him said, "It's okay. I was transferred back from the Eastern Front." A pilot said he saw a woman flying the plane. "You two must be crazy." "Eric, I have to find a plane to take off." "Stop dreaming. Planes in takeoff status will be towed out of the hangar and lined up on the tarmac. You know, do you think there are still planes without holes in them?" Eric turned his head, and at that moment another P-47 passed over the tarmac and shot at the rows of FW-190s, leaving more holes in them. Eric, fuck. Chapter 688. August 16, Eagle's Nest. Meyer, commander of the Prasen Air Force, was reporting on yesterday's situation. The enemy has adopted a brand new method of warfare. Fighters no longer accompany bombers, but carry rockets and bombs to attack the airport. We are still organizing air interceptions according to previous habits, so it is just right the fighter unit that was about to take off was attacked by an enemy fighter group. The Emperor asked, "There are so many airports across the country, and the interceptor fleets also take off in waves. It is impossible for the enemy to attack all airports at the same time. There must be a sequence. Why did the airports that were not attacked not take off in an emergency?" "Yes." Grand Duke Meyer took out his handkerchief and wiped his sweat as he said, "When our fighter jets took off early, the enemy fighter jets abandoned their bombs and auxiliary fuel tanks and fought with our troops. The result was that our troops' yesterday Homeland Air Defense operations were unsuccessful and enemy bombers successfully reached most of their targets." The Emperor let out a long sigh. "I have always valued the Air Force very much. You did a good job at the beginning of the war, just like the armored forces. But now, why can't you do anything well? I commended you last month and said you performed well in Homeland Air Defense. It's only been a month. In fact, the good performance last month was based on the increase in pilot casualties, but Grand Duke Meyer changed the data, and the pilot casualty rate reported to the Emperor was the same as last month." The Emperor sighed again and asked, "So do you have any way to deal with the enemy's new tactics?" Grand Duke Meyer hurriedly said, yes, we are first preparing to increase the anti-aircraft fire at the airport. Previously, the enemy's bombing was concentrated on industrial areas and major railway transportation hubs, so a large number of anti-aircraft artillery units were deployed in these places. Because the airport has never been attacked, it is only equipped with guard anti-aircraft artillery units in accordance with the regulations. There is no tilt in the equipment and personnel of anti-aircraft artillery. Next, we will mobilize a large number of small and medium-caliber anti-aircraft artillery to defend the airport. Secondly, we are prepared to immediately take off fighter jets to protect the airport when radar and air surveillance posts observe an enemy fighter group invading the airspace. We are planning to split the main fighter group into two sections, airport protection and bomber interception." Giles was keenly aware of the problem and raised his hand to interrupt. Previously, all the fighter jets participated in the Homeland Air Defense operations, and they could not completely stop the Allied bombing of our country. How could it be possible that you have reduced the number of fighter jets invested so much? Can it stop the enemy's bombers? Grand Duke Meyer wiped his sweat. "I don't have to worry. Without the cover of fighter jets, the enemy bombers are just lambs to be slaughtered. They can only use half the original number. Giles, when the enemy first bombed, there were no escort fighters. You couldn't stop the enemy from bombing Prosonia." The Grand Duke continued to wipe his sweat. "This is because we lacked firepower at that time. At that time, our main fighter 109 had less than 200 rounds of 20mm artillery shells, and the rest were 7mm machine guns, which were too weak to damage enemy bombers. In order to solve this problem, we used a cannon pod, but the effect was not as good as expected. It is different now. Our latest fighter jets have 30mm cannons. Just one hit can cause enough damage to the enemy aircraft. Giles nodded, seemingly having nothing to say. Grand Duke Meyer then continued, we also plan to modify twin-engine heavy fighter jets such as the Bf-110. They can carry heavier firepower and have greater survivability in the face of bombers' self-defense firepower. We will use these aircraft to attack bomber groups. This will allow us to make use of the dual-engine heavy combat troops that we currently have with lighter combat tasks. Emperor, what were these double-shot heavy battles doing before? It mainly performs reconnaissance missions and occasionally conducts ground attacks. The twin-engine heavy fighters of 3 wings have been equipped with radars and turned into night fighters. They have shot down more than 40 Lancaster bombers for night bombing. Is this a lot? The Emperor asked doubtfully. Grand Duke Meyer, this is at night, Your Majesty. The result of 40 battles is already pretty good. At this time, Runsteyer raised his hand. Can this kind of night fighter be used to drive away the night bombers of the Ant Air Force? The troops are already very tired of these night witches. Grand Duke Meyer shook his head. No, night bombers mainly rely on ground radar to guide them to approach the target, and then use their own radar to search for the target. Ant's night bomber has very few metal components, the radar echo is inherently weak, and it likes to fly close to the ground. Can't find them. In fact, our night fighters couldn't even see the Mosquito bombers used by the Royal Air Force as the lead aircraft of the formation. The Mosquito bomber, a wooden wonder, was equipped with wave-transparent materials decades in advance. Emperor Prasen stood up and said to Meyer, the enemy has changed his tactics. I can't blame you for the heavy losses yesterday. Let's see what the actual situation is today. We can no longer let the enemy bomb our industrial areas and railway facilities. The equipment production has been reduced by 10% due to the bombing. 10% may seem innocuous, but when converted into specific material quality, it is extremely scary. Marshal Celtic immediately said, we have taken 4 measures to restore military production as much as possible. By the end of this month, the 10% reduction should be restored, provided that we are not bombed again. Grand Duke Meyer, this Homeland air defense operations are very complex. It is very difficult to accurately find the enemy's bomber fleet in the vast airspace. We must ensure that we can find the location of the enemy's fleet with 100% accuracy. We must further establish ground surveillance system. For example, deploy air defense observers to every street, every town, and even establish permanent air defense observation towers on the plains. The Emperor waved his hand, build it. Marshal Celtic, establishing a network of observation posts requires a large number of observers, and they do nothing but observe the sky every day. Originally, they should be working in factories, or training new recruits to be added to the army. So the best candidates for observers are the elderly after 55 years old, but in order to make the public believe that the mobilization is only temporary and the country is in good condition, we have not mobilized the elderly and children. The Emperor thought for a while and said, then give him the name of People's Observer, tell the elderly that this is a community service project that he volunteers to participate in, and then give him a ration for 1 person every day. Many elderly people will do it for the rations. The Celtic Marshal looked at Meyer for the first time and replied, as you command, Your Majesty. The Emperor looked at the ceiling, today's air defense operation has begun, right? Meyer hopes that the new measures you have taken will be effective. Grand Duke Meyer, no, the Allies also need to repair and replenish aircraft, and reorganize downsized crews, so they generally won't conduct air raids for 2 consecutive days. We are also currently working hard to make up for the losses caused by the enemy's bombing of the airport yesterday. The Emperor nodded. At this time the door opened, and the Chief Minister of the Palace came in together with the Duke of Redwedge of Rabville, and placed a thick brown paper bag on the table in front of the Emperor. Emperor, what is this? Our mole at the United Kingdom Embassy in Anatolia sent back the minutes of the palace meeting. There is a lot of key information in it. The emperor opened the brown paper, took out the document, looked through it, and looked up at the two intelligence chiefs. Have you read it? What do you think of its authenticity? Duke Redwich, our mole at the United Kingdom Embassy in Anatolia, has always been very professional and provided a lot of information that was later confirmed. I think this information should be true. The Allied plan a large-scale landing operation will be launched at Europa next year, with the possible landing site being in the Carolingian. The Emperor shook his head. No, 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 that Leonard of the United Kingdom is a liar, a professional. And it is unlikely that he will sit back and watch and take the entire west coast of the White Sea under his control. Even if the Allied forces were to land, it would be on the Moravia Peninsula, so that they could turn the middle of the peninsula into an Allied-occupied area and also allow Anatolia to join the war. Everything will be like the war 60 years ago, when the United Kingdom and the Carolingian Kingdom worked together to prevent Ant from possessing the entire Moravia. Duke Redwedge, but there's nothing wrong with that. I know that Leonard too well. Ant is progressing so smoothly, there's no way he can't use his brain. Landing in the Carolingians to contain our forces so that Ant can occupy most of Europa? No. Absolutely impossible. The Emperor waved his hands repeatedly. No one raised any objection to the Emperor's judgment. Emperor, is there anything else important in the meeting minutes? Also, Ant plans to cross the Tiber River with an offensive this winter. Ha! The Emperor laughed. This is Rokosov's trick. He will attack in September. He must not have imagined that we have mobilized 4 armored divisions from the Western Front. 4 armored divisions. All loaded up. Members. And many divisions have also been equipped with some new tanks and destroyers. General Maltka and Giles both laughed. The traditional Junker officer did not laugh at first, but only laughed in agreement after exchanging glances. The Emperor stood up. Everyone, the situation of the war is not that bad. There will be a major turn for the better in September. We will defeat Rokosov, Ant's source of confidence, at the Tiber River, and his men have been dubbed invincible. The name of the army. We want to break the myth of Rokosov's invincibility. We also want Ant to wake up from the dream of destroying our country and realize how powerful Prozan is. Then, we will take the opportunity to negotiate peace with Ant. The truce now is a responsible expression of the empire, and the people will understand. Chapter 689 Return with a full load. In the early morning of August 18, Wang Zhong got up early. Nearly a week of talks ended yesterday. Ronaldo and Leonard left Paris by plane at noon yesterday. Wang Zhong and the others left a day later, mainly because the local secular church wanted Wang Zhong, a newly minted living saint, to hold a mass. All in all, on the 18th, Wang Zhong and his party also got on the return plane. On the plane, Olga suddenly stood up from her seat, leaned on the backrest and looked at Wang Zhong in the back row. How do you feel? Wang Zhong, it's not bad, I've gained a lot. But it's obvious that after we made progress, the United States became stingy. Ludmila said next to her, when aristocratic children fought in groups when I was young, the person who joined the fight at the end usually made the loudest noise. Maybe the United States and the United Kingdom intend to make us and Prozan lose both sides, and then pick the peaches again. Wang Zhong, Lao Luo is fine. I feel that Lao Luo is bent on killing Prozan, but Prime Minister Leonard is different. He must be happy to see us and Prozan both lose and become weak. Olga, Leonard still wants to land on the Moravia Peninsula. I feel uneasy when I see him. Fortunately, Lao Luo joins me in opposing him. Wang Zhong, of course Lao Luo will join you in opposing him. In the eyes of the United States, Prozan deserves to die. It would be better if the United Kingdom can die together. After all, among the large number of color schemes formulated by the old Americans on Earth, there are plans to start a war with Dai Ying, and there are even plans to unite with Santoku to kill Dai Ying first. Olga switched to a kneeling position and leaned on the back of the chair. Do they really have to wait until next year to be ready to attack? Wang Zhong, absolutely. Look at the Pacific Ocean now. Although the Fuzhou Imperial Navy has been crippled, there are not many large warships in the United States Navy that can fight. All the battleships are damaged and need to be repaired. Iron Bottom Bay has sunk a lot. With heavy cruisers and destroyers, various small-scale naval battles and night battles basically suffer a lot. Before the end of this year, the U.S. Navy's advantage in the Pacific direction is actually not great, except for the submarine force. On Earth, the submarine force of the old U.S. Navy also achieved very fruitful results, but that was mainly due to the weak anti-submarine capabilities of the Navy in its early days. Old and American submarines can even freely enter and exit the Seto Inland Sea where they were young, drying up and sinking the Shinana aircraft carrier during its trial voyage. Wang Zhong racked his brains and told Olga this knowledge of another time and space disguised as information of this time and space. Olga, hey, I thought the Fuzhou Empire played badly, but I didn't expect that they actually performed well. Wang Zhong, actually, the main reason is that their opponent, the United Kingdom Navy, is currently in a state of cheating. I mean, it's like a divine help. Whenever the enemies of the Fuzhou Empire are weaker, they will hang them up and beat them. Look at the United Kingdom Navy. Performance in the Pacific. In fact, not only the United Kingdom Navy, but also a large number of the navies of the so-called established naval powers at that time formed a combined fleet in the Southeast Asian Squadron, but they were beaten violently by Xiao Tian. Olga, then will the United States definitely gain an advantage next year? I mean, when Fuzhou is so capable. Wang Zhong, Fuzhou's ability to fight is due to hard training, but all-out war is a war of attrition. Their most experienced crew members will be used up, and their level will drop off a cliff. HNA pilots like Fuzhou are basically exhausted now. During the Midway Islands, most of the Zaire pilots did not suffer much losses and most of them ran away. However, in a series of naval battles such as the South Pacific Battle, the most elite pilots of the Zaire were either shot down by F4F or fierce air defense. Shot down by artillery fire, some couldn't find a place to land because the aircraft carrier sank, and then disappeared. After the first year, there were still many experienced sailors left, but the pilots really suffered heavy losses. Their slogans often say 3,000 Sea Eagles, which means that there are 3,000 pilots who have been trained hard, and by the end of the first year, more than half of them have been lost. Olga, so next year, as the pressure on the United States in the Pacific decreases sharply, more fleets can be mobilized to Europa, right? Wang Zhong, yes. In addition, large-scale landing operations also require a large number of landing craft and transport ships. These things are also being stepped up in production. Next year, Prasen will see a huge scale that they themselves cannot believe. Landing fleet. But not this year. The only landing the Allies can organize this year is on the scale of attacking Sicily. Olga nodded like a primary school student and listened very carefully. By the way, she asked, so what exactly did we discuss? I haven't read the list carefully yet, can you introduce it? Wang Zhong, machine tools, trucks, airplanes, etc. The total amount is less than last year, and I found that the United States is particularly willing to give us things we don't need very much, such as canned spam. Our domestic food supply has almost recovered. Yes, the land in Hazalaya, which was just liberated this year, can still raise cattle, sheep, and horses. We will definitely not be short of food next year. But look, they're giving out cans of spam like they're dying, as well as chocolate and Coke. On the contrary, the machine tools, radio production equipment, and electronic tube production equipment we need are all provided with stringent requirements. We threatened not to provide Proson's new tank, and they vomited a little. Olga, will it affect the production of T-54 and Rokossovai? Yes, but it won't reduce our production, it will only limit our expansion of production. Olga, will it have an impact on the war situation? Wang Zhong, not this year, but next year, it depends on what monsters Proson can come up with. In order to deal with these monsters, I have issued the technical indicators of the next generation of tanks. Wang Zhong stopped and suddenly grinned. The good news is that this time we negotiated and got the authorization for a higher horsepower engine. A full set of technical drawings and experts to guide our production will arrive in October. Our next generation tank will definitely run faster and have more armor while ensuring mobility. At the same time, on the special plane flying to the United States, Ike put a report in front of Lao Luo. What is this? Lao Luo looked at the admiral. Ike, this is the mapping result of our team in Barris for the new Proson tank provided by Ant. According to the mapping data, our latest M26 Pershing tank prototype is not as protective as Proson's new tank. For this reason, I have telegraphed the Army Ordnance Bureau to start designing a Super Pershing based on the Pershing. George Jr. is very happy with this order. President Luo laughed. With his temper, it's normal for him to like big and hard things. That's enough. The Navy has a bull, and the Army must have one too. Are you guys competing? So when will the Super Pershing be shipped to Europa? Or do we have to fight Fuzhou in the Pacific first? Ike laughed. Fuzhou's tanks, ha 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 ha, our Sherman can carry Fuzhou's tanks on his shoulders. When the tank soldiers first encountered Fuzhou's tanks, they thought they had some amazing armor, because the armor-piercing bullets had no effect on them. In the end, we found that the fuse of the armor-piercing projectile was not triggered, and it went out from the other side like an iron rod and hit the ground. Lao Luo also laughed, and then asked seriously, when can the Super Pershing be put into use? Ike, by the end of this year, I guess. Before that, it is more realistic to improve the bazooka according to Rokosov's suggestion, and to lay our 90mm anti-aircraft gun flat and use it as an anti-tank gun. The Army thinks we can try the new armor-piercing projectile we have been testing. This new armor-piercing projectile has a wind cap on the warhead, which can greatly improve the armor-piercing ability. Lao Luo, try them all. There is also Rokosov's suggestion that our Air Force attack railway stations and supply centers, as well as frontline repair plants. Rokosov said that the Proson tanks rely heavily on maintenance capabilities. As long as the maintenance factory is blown up and the frontline technicians are killed, these tanks will break down by themselves. Lao Luo stopped and stared at the ballpoint pen in his hand for a few seconds before continuing. We can't expect these tanks to break down by themselves. No, that's too passive, but attacking the enemy's maintenance facilities is a new idea. Rokosov is currently the general who has killed the most enemies among us, and he is also the general who knows Proson best. What he said must make sense. Ike, in fact, after the emergency survey, our personnel also criticized Proson's weird design, such as the double row road wheels. Our surveying engineers can't understand why it is designed like this. The suspension system on the number 3 and number 4 is simple and efficient. In fact, Proson was obsessed with Ant's bad roads, but no one told Ike and Lao Luo this. Ike continued, also, after the survey, our engineers thought that if we wanted to have the same protection capability, we only needed about 50 tons. The Proson people made 70 tons, which is incomprehensible. The only thing that was highly praised was the ergonomic efficiency of the Proson tank. All testers said that this tank was very comfortable to drive. By the way, the T-34 tested in Aberdeen before, the testers generally believed that driving this tank was a torture. In addition to constantly hitting their heads, the car was terribly hot, the noise was amazing, the space was small, and the shells were always scratched on the arms when driving the tank. Lao Luo widened his eyes. By the tip of the shell? This is the first time I know that the tip can scratch people. Ike shrugged. Maybe it's just a metaphor. Lao Luo, maybe. He suddenly changed the subject. Do you think Rokosov will really wait until winter to cross the Tiber River? Ike, no, I think he will attack in September. I have no basis, but I have such a feeling after chatting with him more. Old Rokosov, attacking in September. If he really recovers the whole of his area this year, many things will have to be reconsidered. As he said, President Rokosov looked out the porthole. Chapter 690 Preparation for Attack. As soon as Wang Zhong got off the plane, he saw reporter Mike and his partner, leading two other white people who were unfamiliar to him. Mike, I was wondering why you were not present at the Paris conference, which is destined to go down in history. Wang Zhong teased Mike, who came up to him. Mike smiled bitterly. Of course it's because the real big reporters want this credit, so I can only give way obediently. Wang Zhong, I thought you were the trump card of your newspaper. In terms of the ability to catch news, I am. But I don't have a governor father-in-law, so I can only give it to that person, the one who interviewed you. I read his report, which is not to the point and not inflammatory. Such things will even affect the sale of war bonds if they are published on the headlines. But he has a governor father-in-law, so he can do whatever he wants. Wang Zhong, is the United States like this now? Reporter Mike shrugged, it has always been like this. So do an exclusive interview? Make an appointment before you go back to the front line. Wang Zhong, I thought you came here for the exclusive interview. Unfortunately not. I came here to introduce these two people, they are reporters of our opponents. You may not know what this means. We have two main ones in the United States. Wang Zhong, I understand. As for the battle between the donkey and the elephant, Wang Zhong has been watching the US election with the mentality of watching variety shows since Wang Dong started running for the election. He still has this basic common sense. Mike, you may be wondering why I would introduce a rival reporter. The thing is, I owed him a favor before, and now I'm paying him back, so I won't participate in your car interviews in the future. Car interviews refer to interviews conducted in a car while the car is moving, a bit like the conversation with the fat middleman in the car at the beginning of Cyberpunk 2077. Ludmila whispered in Wang Zhong's ear, I'm going to take a car with Olga. Yet. Wang Zhong just nodded, and Mike enthusiastically introduced, this is our rival reporter Wallace. Oh, you are that Wallace, really tall. Wang Zhong shook the other person's hand. Wallace, I have always wanted to do an interview with you. Our readers are very interested in how you achieved such brilliant results. Wang Zhong, the art of war cannot be explained in one interview, right? You might as well be interested in what kind of person I am. This is Mike's area of expertise. Wallace glanced at Mike. The whole of New York knows that you are the childhood friend of the former crown prince, and how you and him played games. Wang Zhong looked at Mike, thinking what the hell you wrote. Mike, I said before that I am very good at extracting the parts of the news that readers care about. Don't worry, readers like the cowboy macho Rokosov that I created. Cowboy macho? Reporter Wallace, if it weren't for his brilliant writing, you probably wouldn't have to wait until now to appear on the cover of Time magazine for the second time. Wang Zhong was surprised, I'm on it again? Can the same person appear on the cover twice? Reporter Mike, generally not, but there can be exceptions, like President Roosevelt, who has been re-elected for the third term. If the war doesn't end soon, he will be re-elected for the fourth term next year. Wang Zhong, okay, when can I get that issue of Time magazine? Reporter Wallace took the magazine out of his handbag and showed Wang Zhong the cover. Wang Zhong used his English level, which could barely pass the set 4, to identify the text on the cover. It seems to be Plauson Gravedigger. It feels pretty good. He took the magazine, stared at the cover for a few seconds, handed it to Vesely beside him, and said to Wallace, let's talk about the rest in the car. After getting in the car, Wallace asked the first question without waiting for the car to start, Marshal, I want to know if you have considered the possibility of defeat. Wang Zhong, no, because after my analysis, we have almost no chance of defeat. Wallace, what if, if, Ant is defeated, and the former Tsar surrenders to Prasen? We know there is such a possibility, he almost did it that winter 2 years ago. Let's assume that this becomes a reality, what will you do? Wang Zhong, I will retreat to Siberia and continue to resist there. Wallace, at that time, I am afraid that the United States will not support you through the Lend-Lease Act. Even so, will you continue? Of course. Even if I am the only one left in the end, Wang Zhong looked at Wallace and said word by word, even if I have bullets in my hands and can no longer hold a gun, I will use a wooden stick to throw at the damn Plassen devils. Wallace's eyes widened, use a wooden stick. It can also be a brick, or anything that can be used as a weapon. Ant will not become a colony of Plassen, and we refuse to be second-class citizens. I can predict that in your assumption, the whole of Ant is a beacon of resistance. Wang Zhong stared at reporter Wallace firmly. From the Tiber River to the Baltic Sea, all lands will be liberated. Wallace, but this also includes the mainland of the Plassen Empire. The anti-army entering the mainland of Plassen should be called invasion rather than liberation, right? Wang Zhong laughed, what a joke. The rulers of Plassen let the young people of Plassen die in a distant foreign land just to satisfy their desires. Countless Plassen mothers lost their sons because of this. Rescuing the people of Plassen from such an unjust ruler is certainly liberation. We will liberate the entire Eastern Europa. If the Allies do not open up a second battlefield, we will liberate Western Europa as well and plant the secular flag on the Atlantic coast. Wallace looked shocked and could not speak for a long time. Wang Zhong, anything else you want to ask? Wallace, of course, when do you think the most difficult moment of the entire war was? Wang Zhong, of course it was in Upper Pini. At that time, we only had a half-crippled infantry regiment and some T-28 tanks. The tank drivers who drove them were all lacking in training and everything except courage. Some tank crew members did not even have courage. I fought the first defensive battle in my life where I won with fewer troops. Wallace, Upper Pini village. Yes, my troops will retake that village in this winter offensive. Wang Zhong is still acting. In fact, after crossing the Tiber River in autumn, the places where he had fought will be recaptured one by one. First Luktov, then Bogdanovka, then Upper Pini and Ranis, and finally the offensive will stop near the border. But Wang Zhong said all this happened this winter. Wallace, is it really okay to just talk about future plans like this? No, some things in the military are all overt conspiracies, just like Proson's failure, the general direction is doomed, the key lies in the details. Wang Zhong laughed, so there is no risk in revealing the general direction here, because the enemy's headquarters also knows. Wallace, yes. That's it. Wang Zhong, the enemy's headquarters also knows that we have just finished a long-distance advance and must stop to replenish and rest. During the advance, many troops fell behind, and many people were separated from the original troops. They need time. Many soldiers broke their feet and overdrawn their physical strength during the raid, and they also need rest to recover. As for armored vehicles like tanks, they must have many faults after traveling so far, and it will take time to repair them. It will also take time to replenish those scrapped vehicles. We will definitely not be able to launch a large-scale offensive in September this year. We know this, and the people of Proson know it too. Wallace, but, you always like to violate military common sense, don't you? Some people say that you will find a way to break the things that the generals of Proson can predict. Wang Zhong, I can't violate objective laws, my dear reporter, you still have to learn one thing about war. On the east bank of the Tiber River, behind the position of the first front of Kosalia, the hidden departure node. And soldiers unloaded the sampan from the dragon trailer to the ground. Work harder. The priest said loudly, we have to unload all the sampans today. A soldier shouted, we're not going to attack next month, why are we in such a hurry? This is the order from the front commander, this is the will of the marshal, when has the marshal ever asked us to do useless work? Anyway, just do it. As soon as the voice fell, the sound of artillery fire came from the east, and the shells whistled over everyone's heads. Someone looked up at the sky. Okay, kill more Prasen devils. Priest, you shouting here will not bring more Prasen devils bad luck, the landing point of the shells has been determined. But if you work hard, maybe you can soon eliminate the Prasen people yourself. Oh! Everyone responded together. At the same time, Ugsukov railway station. Ivan, a 50-year-old railway worker, looked at the tanks on the train entering the station and couldn't help muttering, "This tank is really strange, why is it round?" The young soldier standing guard next to him laughed, "You don't know, this round head has good protection ability, Prosan's armor-piercing bullets were bounced off." Old man Ivan, really? Yes, you see our helmets are also round, which uses the same principle to bounce bullets. I heard from the tank soldiers that this new tank can fight the enemy's 70-ton heavy tanks on equal terms. Ours is a medium tank, only more than 30 tons. Old man, ah? Then we also build 70-ton tanks, won't we be invincible? Young soldier, what you said, a 70-ton tank will be unable to move, it will sink. You know what the land of Kosalia is like. In the spring and autumn period, cows would sink from time to time. Old man, that's right. Hey, our equipment has become better. If we had such equipment 2 years ago, there wouldn't be so many deaths, right? The young soldier comforted him, "Don't worry, sir, I will never retreat again. Next summer, we will enter the mainland of Prosian." Okay. Okay. The old man said repeatedly, his eyes fixed on the train that was still entering the station. Chapter 691, Prosan and number 039, S defensive situation. August 20th, Plassen Army Group South Headquarters. Marshal Shipling put his marshal's scepter on the table, put on his monocle, and looked at the 4 armored division commanders who had just been transferred to his command. "It looks like the food on the Western Front is pretty good." Marshal Shipling teased, "The Kingdom of Sardinia and the Carolingians are both rich in delicacies, so it's understandable." The division commander standing on the far right said loudly, reporting to the marshal, "We have not neglected our training for a moment. Marshal Shipling, you are all experienced veterans. You should know that training and actual combat are different. What you are facing is the Ant Guard's armored forces. They may lack training, but they are all tempered in actual combat. The veterans' experience and courage are unlike any enemy you have faced before. Especially the troops under Rokosov's command. You'd better forget all the nonsense the imperial propaganda said and remember what I said. The Ants are terrible warriors with rich experience and courage. Look down on there, everyone has gone to hell." The armored division commanders had straight faces and serious expressions. "Marshal Shiplin, especially Rokosov's new tanks, because we haven't captured the complete tank yet, and we don't have time to study the wreckage of the tank. We don't know where its weaknesses are, and the memories of veterans who fought against each other may be biased. If you don't handle it carefully, you will be in bad luck. Marshal, we have dealt with Carolingian heavy tanks during the Carolingian battle, and we know how to fight against these things that cannot be won temporarily by relying on armor bombs," a division commander said. Marshal Shiplin shook his head, "No, you don't understand, Rokosov is different from his troops. Although his troops fought many arduous battles, they have more veterans than other Ant troops, so they not only are they brave in battle, but they are also as cunning as foxes. This is a terrifying enemy that the Empire has never encountered before. In addition, I am very worried that, except for your 4 divisions that have just been mobilized, the supplementary status of our other troops is very poor. Some divisions have only added 24 tanks. Can you believe it? 24 tanks! An aerial reconnaissance shows that Rokosov has gathered thousands of tanks, including hundreds of new tanks that beat us hard before. With these armored forces alone, Rokosov can launch a very powerful offensive. Your Excellency, Marshal, said the division commander of the 29th Armor, we still have the Tiber River. Tanks cannot drive across the river from the bottom of the water. The Enters cannot develop the Empire's submersible tank at all. Marshal Shipling, do you think we can hold the beachhead? Do you know how much our infantry division has been replenished? Only 10 battalions have been replenished so far. They said that by September 10th, 140 battalions can be replenished, but 140, what can the camp do? You guys who came from the Western Front may not know the consumption on the Eastern Front. Yesterday was a relatively calm day on the Southern Front, but our army also suffered more than 5,000 casualties. This was caused by the enemy's artillery, snipers, and nighttime sneak reconnaissance troops. Result: 140 battalions of 70,000 men were all lost in half a month. Do you think our shabby infantry divisions, relying on the fortifications repaired in more than 10 days, can stop Rokosov's attack? Damn it, why did we replenish the armored division and not the infantry division as well? The division commander in 29 outfit asked solemnly, are the fortifications not repaired? We just ran across the river without our armor at the beginning of August. There was no time to repair the fortifications. Moreover, our employees in Hazaliah were about to recover, so they all started to work hard. The cement and various things used for building fortifications are now gone. It has become very scarce. Shipling also looked helpless. 29th Division Commander, why not let the Imperial Household Ministry and the military police arrest people? They are no longer afraid. When the military police arrest them, they will still be laughed at and say, kill me, and then when our troops arrive in your hometown, they will treat your relatives, friends, wife, and children just like us. The commander of the 15th Armored Division, who had been listening in, couldn't bear it anymore, then kill them all. Shipling, you can't change the fortifications even if you kill them, and it might make the workers worse. When I was at the Eagle's Nest, I dismissed His Majesty's judgment that Rokosov will attack in September, but when I came back after only a few days, I realized that if Rokosov really seizes this opportunity and attacks in September, we will be in great danger. Your Majesty believes that Rokosov did this to win by surprise. I want to say that Rokosov rushed to attack just to seize the gap that we were not prepared for. If it weren't for your 4 new armored divisions as a new force, we will definitely be punctured by Rokosov like a piece of paper. Several armored division commanders held their heads high and said, we will definitely live up to expectations. Marshal Shiplin raised his voice, you must do this. If not, the South will collapse thousands of miles. The flanks of the entire Central Army Group will be exposed. Next year Rokosov will definitely choose a right hook, starting from Melania. If we go straight to the Baltic Sea, it will be over by then. Army Group Center and Army Group North will be trapped in a tight encirclement and will have no choice but to retreat from the Baltic Sea. The commander of the 15th Uniform spoke, we were on the train and saw that the border between Melania and Kosalia was already fortified. I think Rokosov wanted to break through Melania. It's not easy. In Melania's guard troops, they have been fighting Melania's national army all year round. They have rich combat experience, especially experience in urban warfare. Rokosov should be unlikely to eat so many modern cities quickly. Shiplin, you have to remember that many of Rokosov's troops were awarded the title of guards in the Battle of Abavakan. They know how to fight in urban warfare, and they also have a new assault gun prepared for urban warfare. It's called the Urban Cannon. What a funny name. As he was speaking, a major general of the Asgard Knights entered the headquarters and saluted Shiplin. Report, the 504th Independent Tank Destroyer Battalion has arrived. We are all equipped with the latest Panzer IV tank destroyer. Shiplin was quite unimpressed. Destroyer? Why haven't I heard that there is an independent Panzer IV tank destroyer battalion to be sent to the front? I thought these Panzer IV destroyers would be supplemented to those divisions that are in urgent need of tanks. Major General Asgard laughed. You must have thought that this type of destroyer was modified from the chassis of the Panzer IV tank and ignored them, thinking that they are just consumables, but this type of destroyer is equipped with a 70 caliber long-barreled 75 mm gun, which has the same firepower as the latest Panther tank. It is not just an emergency product, it will severely damage all the anti-armored soldiers who despise it. The commander of the 15th installation sneered, this is not an emergency product. But the 70 caliber long-barreled 75 mm gun, why not send it directly to the Panzer IV? The tank with a turret is more trustworthy. The commander of the 29th installation said, the Panzer IV is already very heavy now, the 43 caliber long-barreled gun, and the additional armor welded on it often shatters the first pair of road wheels. I can't imagine making another 70 caliber one. Another armored division commander said, removing the turret reduced a lot of weight, and then inserting a 70 caliber gun, have the designers come to their senses? No more wasting tonnage. At this time, Shiplin raised his hand to stop the whispering of the division commanders, and said to the commander of the 504th Independent Tank Destroyer Battalion, you are assigned to the river east of Vlktov. There is a shallow beach there, which is likely to be attacked. You should strengthen the 340th Infantry Division defending there and let them help you dig a good annihilation bunker. To prove that the tanks you got are not just for the job, just hit ants attack troops there. Yes. The Major General of the Asgard Knights saluted and turned to leave. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group came over and whispered, the use of the No. 4 body as a tank destroyer is either because the production of the turret can't keep up, or the production capacity can't keep up, so we have to shorten the production time and make emergency things to deal with it. Shiplin shook his head, forget it, we just need to take the ready-made equipment and do our duty. Chapter 692, The Decision to Attack is Made. September 2nd, Ugsukov, headquarters of the 1st Hezelia Front, 6 o'clock in the morning. As soon as Pavlov entered the headquarters, he saw a large amount of meat, eggs, and milk placed in the entrance hall, and asked the guard, did the locals send it again? Yes, Staff Officer Davarisi. They are all anonymous. I don't know who they will be returned to. The Inquisitor has checked them. There are no poisons or explosives. Pavlov, take them all out and distribute them to the surrounding people. At this stage, the staff of our headquarters cannot fall ill. Yes. Pavlov walked through the entrance hall, past the ant-style hall, and entered the central map room of the headquarters. The staff officers inside were already busy. Has today's investigation report arrived? He asked. Popov, who was working the night shift, pointed to the brown paper bag on the table, here you go, I'm not a military cadre, so I didn't open it. Pavlov picked up the brown paper bag, opened it and took out a thick stack of reports. Whoa, there are a lot of reports today. Let me take a look. The report forwarded by the trial court? Information summary of underground parish behind enemy lines? This is quite new. I thought this kind of report would be sent directly to Rokosov, who is still in Yebeo. Pavlov took out a document with the secular seal and St. Andrew's emblem printed on the cover, and opened it to read the summary. My God, according to this report, the Prasen Southern Army Group may have received 4 soldiers from reinforcements of armored divisions on the Western Front. Popov was filling his pipe when he heard this and raised his head. 4 divisions. Yes, the underground diocese has also obtained the numbers and organization of 4 divisions. Unlike the divisions on the Eastern Front that have been reduced to 1 division and 1 armored battalion, these 4 divisions have 2 armored battalions plus an armored missile launcher. The full configuration of the bombardment battalion. Popov did a little mental calculation. Doesn't that mean that the army group south in front of us has added at least 800 tanks? As soon as Pavlov flipped through the document, he turned directly to the page with the paper clip, and then discovered that the paper clip was actually used to secure the photo. The comrades of the underground parish did a good job. They also took photos of the enemy tanks. They also thoughtfully attached the results of the intelligence department's interpretation. This is Prasen's latest Panzer IV H-type tank. We captured and destroyed it. Do you have this model in your tank? As soon as Pavlov finished asking, a staff officer replied, "No, Comrade Chief of Staff. The ones we have destroyed the most so far are the G-types, and we haven't discovered the H-types yet." Then how did the Inquisition know that this was Type H? Pavlov looked at Popov. Popov, the Inquisition has its own intelligence channels, and of course it may be intelligence shared by the Allies. So is this H-type any different? Pavlov took off the photo from the document and handed it to Popov. "See for yourself, it looks like there is too much additional armor. It looks very thin. What's the use of this armor?" Popov looked confused. Pavlov read the text on the document. It is speculated that the shaped charge warhead of the rocket launcher can be detonated in advance. Damn it, didn't we use the rocket launcher with the shaped charge warhead on a large scale only in June? This has made targeted changes. Popov, the troops equipped with rocket launchers should be informed of this situation. Pavlov nodded. "Okay, come here. Here, Staff Officer Davarisi. Draft an order immediately, draw this photo as a schematic, and attach it to the order to remind all troops when encountering H-type tanks to be careful that their additional armor detonates the rocket launcher warhead in advance." "Yes." After the staff officer left with the photo, Pavlov continued to look through the documents. Other aspects basically confirmed our judgment. In such a short period of time, the Plozans were unable to replenish their troops or build strong defenses. We can catch the other side by surprise when we cross the river now. Look here, the enemy's infantry troops are still very short of men. The previous retreat left most infantry divisions with less than 50% of their men, and some regiments with less than 700 men left. Popov, did we kill so many enemies? Maybe they were injured and had to leave the front line after retreating to the other side of the river, or maybe they were eaten by wild dogs after falling behind. After 2 years of war, the wilderness is full of wild dogs that have lost their owners. They will gradually regain their wolf nature and become a steppe wolf. Popov, when I was a child, Mr. Boyer in the village would organize wolf hunting teams to clean up wolves on the prairie, but I have never heard of it since I was 30 years old. Pavlov, now there is another one. When the war is over, we will definitely organize cavalry troops to encircle and suppress the wolves on the grassland. With that he handed the document to Popov. While Popov was reading the document, he came to the map. Rokosov's opinion is right. Our recovery speed is faster than the enemy's. If we go on the offensive now, we can catch the enemy by surprise. But the 4 new armors, the division is a variable. Maybe we should delay the attack and wait for more T-54s to arrive at the front. Popov, you and I can't decide this matter. Only the commander of the front army can make the decision, and the commander of the front army is still in Yebeo. I'm back. A familiar voice came from the door. Everyone in the headquarters stood up and turned to the door. Marshal Rokosov walked into the room wearing a brand new shoulder patch with only one big star, and the gold star on his chest changed from 1 to 2. Popov, Comrade Marshal, I know many gold stars. What is the other medal? Rokosov looked down at his chest. This is the Congressional Medal of Honor awarded to me by the United States. Pavlov, you seem to like this medal. It's okay. Marshal Rokosov shrugged. What were you talking about just now? After listening to Pavlov's report, Wang Zhong came to the map. The locations where the 4 new armored divisions are deployed are. Pavlov immediately picked up the document, looked at the information in the document, and personally marked the location of the enemy's new active force on the map. Wang Zhong smiled. How can the enemy fight? The underground diocese has clearly figured out their troop deployment, and the entire battlefield is one-way transparent to us. That's right, I don't even need to fly up to conduct reconnaissance myself. Popov, our victory has inspired the underground parish, and it has also made many traitors who had previously defected to the Prosens change their minds, so the work behind enemy lines is much easier now. Wang Zhong, what does the Inquisition think of these change of heart speculators? Of course, the merits and demerits are calculated separately. Those who can offset the merits can forget the blame. The crimes are heinous. Popov changed the subject. Why are you back now? In order to deceive the enemy. The Plozans must have thought that I would not attack while I was still in Yebeo. So I released the information that I would return on September 15th. In fact, I took a lot of photos. The newspapers of Yebeo were published in the next 10 days. There are constant messages from me in the city, but they are actually prepared in advance. Wang Zhong, we attack number 5 and catch them off guard. Rokosov deliberately released the information. Emperor Prozan was banging on the conference table. I have figured him out. He must be attacking soon. Our 4 fully equipped armored divisions will make him drink a lot. The generals looked at each other. Shipling and other frontline generals had returned to their headquarters, so the war room in the Eagle's Nest seemed a little empty at the moment. There were many empty chairs on the huge desk, which were reserved for the frontline generals. Marshal Selt, our judgment is that Rokosov will not be ready to cross the river until at least September 20th. Crossing the river now is too hasty. The Emperor stood up. That's why you were played by Rokosov in the midst of applause. Marshal Lundsteyer, but, Your Majesty, even if we really guess the time for Rokosov to cross the river, it will be difficult for us to stop him now. The only thing we can rely on is 4 brand new armored divisions. But if Rokosov has more new tanks than we estimated, these 4 armored divisions may not be able to stop him. These 4 armored divisions are all equipped with number 3 and number 4 tanks. They may not be opponents against Rokosov's new tanks. We can deal with Rokosov's new tanks, the Leopard and King Tiger, with only 4 battalions in total, and the latest L-70 Panzer IV tank destroyer with only 1 battalion. If Rokosov invests more than 300 new tanks, I'm afraid it's going to get pretty tricky. Emperor, then we won't resist? Give up the Tiber River to Rokosov? No. In the summer, although we lost the decisive battle of tanks, the exchange ratio still gave us an advantage. We were just defeated by anti-tank soldiers. Win with your life. Now we increase the number, this time it will be Rokosov who drains the blood first. Pavlov, we currently have 2 complete T-54 brigades. If the enemy's armored divisions are all number 3 and number 4, it is entirely possible to use 1 brigade plus enough infantry troops to fight against 1 division. But even if you still have 2 divisions like this, I personally think that these divisions should not be handed over to troops who still use T-34W. Wang Zhong, where is our heavy breakthrough tank? All are deployed in the main breakthrough direction. The current combat plan is to use them to break through the enemy's defense lines. Wang Zhong, since the enemy's infantry division's soldiers and fortifications are in such poor condition, we can consider deploying these breakthrough tanks to engage in tank battles with the enemy's armored forces. How many regiments are there in total? 6 regiments, 126 vehicles, Comrade Marshal. A staff officer replied. Wang Zhong, it's very good. This has repaired everything that was broken during the summer offensive. Most of them have been repaired, and some are newly added, Pavlov said. I heard that all the regiments that were originally going to be added to the Western Front were transferred here. Wang Zhong, very good, our basic principles remain unchanged. Let the enemy's main armored forces be handed over to the new tank brigades and heavy breakthrough tank regiments that have the advantage of armor-plated bomb resistance. The main task of the tank units equipped with T-34W is to bully the enemy. Infantry units should avoid fighting as much as possible when encountering enemy armored units. The campaign was launched in the early morning of September 5. The goal was to liberate Rogne before the autumn mud came. Ranaz, the place where Wang Zhong traveled, for him, was the starting point of this war. Wang Zhong's hands trembled slightly at the thought of returning to the city where he fled in a hurry in more than a month. He quietly clenched his fists and hid his hands in his pockets. Chapter 693 Autumn Artillery Fire. September 5, 0400 hours, on the west bank of the Tiber River, the position of the 16th Infantry Division of Plosin. Sergeant Andreas used a captured telescope to observe the Anters' position across the river. "Sergeant!" A young voice came from behind. "I've already oiled the machine gun." Andreas turned around and saw the young recruit's face. The recruit, Maraman, was still a child, a real child. More than a year ago, Andreas, who had just been added to the army, was not so immature. At that time, he had already been doing national labor for more than half a year, building the Western Wall in the Carolingians. After the labor was over, he carried out 6 more after months of recruitment training. By the time he entered the army, he was already 21 years old and an adult. But the new recruit Maraman is only 18 years old this year, and his face is still childish. Andreas even suspected that he had lied about his age and was actually just a 17-year-old kid. "Sergeant!" Malaman whispered. "Andreas, I saw it, it was a good wipe." Maraman smiled. "Thank you for your appreciation." Andreas was a little unaccustomed to it. His batch of recruits had all served in the labor camp for more than half a year and trained for half a year. They were already full of swear words and looked like real soldiers. "Malaman, don't use honorifics, don't be so polite. On the battlefield, Anters' bullets will not let you go just because you are polite." "I'm sorry, Sergeant." Andreas sighed and continued to observe the other side. Maraman asked worriedly, "This morning, I heard someone say that maybe the ant people will attack today. Does the sergeant also think that the ant people will attack today?" "I don't know. It's the general's job to judge when the enemy will attack. All we can do is survive as much as possible when the Anters attack." "What? Survive? Don't you want to destroy the attacking ants?" Andreas silently put down the telescope, took out a cigarette and held it in his mouth. Maraman immediately took out a match, struck it and lit it for Andreas. Andreas took a big breath, and then exhaled slowly. The smoke blew out of his nose like a small train. "You were in the boot camp and this is what they taught you?" Maraman: "Yes, the people from the propaganda department said that Ant is bleeding out his last blood. They are sending women and children to the battlefield, and we will win soon." Andreas took another drag on his cigarette. "So on the way here, you didn't encounter any air raids or see any dead people?" Maraman's expression dimmed. "Of course, when we got off the train at Bogdanovka, we saw the logistics force cleaning up the wreckage left by the Ant Air Force bombing, and many bodies were lined up next to the railway tracks." The second lieutenant of the supplementary battalion said that this situation is a special case. "Andreas, how many times have the Anters shelled you in the past few days since you arrived at the front line?" Maraman: "Shouldering every day." "Then what makes you think they don't bomb the station every day?" Maraman: "Do they have so many shells and bombs?" "Yes, even if Ant can't produce it himself, the United States will deliver it to them. If you don't believe it, look carefully at the shell fragments. Some of them are written in the Onsa language of the United States." As he spoke, Andreas blew out the cigarette that had left only the butt on the ground, stamped it out with his foot, and then looked at his watch. "It's bad, the Ant people didn't start the bombardment on time today." Maraman: "What does this mean? Doesn't the enemy have enough shells?" "No, this means that the enemy has to coordinate the artillery of the entire front army and wait for the leader of the front army to give the order to fire." Andreas grabbed Maraman's shoulder. "Quickly go, enter the anti-gun hole." While the two men were running wildly in the traffic trench, they met many veterans who were also running towards the bomb hole. Sergeant Korek was among them, with 2 new recruits. As soon as Andreas saluted Sergeant Kolek, there was a roar in the air. Andreas fell directly to the ground and pushed the overwhelmed Maraman to the ground. Almost at the same moment, the ground began to shake. Mud kept falling on Andreas' head and poured into his clothes along his collar. This time the bombardment was more violent than the previous bombardment. Even though Andreas had adopted a defensive posture and opened his mouth, his head was still buzzing due to overpressure, and his ears were ringing like crazy. Not even the explosion of the shells could be heard. I heard that Marshal Rokosov of Ant issued an order to flatten the entire position by 1 meter. Judging from Andreas' experience, 1 meter may not be achieved, but flattening the ground by 30 centimeters is definitely possible. Therefore, the experienced Plosin troops now dig trenches about 30 centimeters deeper than what is stipulated in the operating regulations. Suddenly, someone tapped Andreas on the shoulder. He raised his head and saw the company commander shouting something to him. "What?" he shouted back. The company commander pointed in the direction of the river bank. Andreas guessed that Ant must have been crossing the river during the shelling, but he had no desire to stand up or go to the gun emplacement. The company commander was still working hard, but a heavy artillery round landed next to the trench, and the shrapnel directly cut off his head from the chin up. Andreas saw the captain's tongue still attached to his chin, swinging in the air, and blood spurting out from somewhere behind the tongue like a fountain. The company commander's limp body fell like this. "Fuck!" Andreas cursed and continued to lie on the ground without moving. "If you get killed, you won't be able to defend your position." The company commander who just graduated from the military academy probably doesn't understand this. The bombing continued, and Andreas lost all sense of time. He wanted to look at his watch but found that there was a layer of dirt on the dial. The walls of the trench continued to collapse, and the mud threatened to bury Andreas. I don't know how long it took, but the surroundings finally became quiet. Andreas got up driven by instinct and looked for his secondary shooter first. Muraman seemed to be still breathing, so Andreas pulled him up and ran towards the fighting position. After running for 2 steps, he remembered to pay attention to the situation of his old friend, Sergeant Korak, and looked back, just in time to see the sergeant dragging one of the 2 recruits up. The recruit's ears were bleeding. It was obvious that his anti-cannon posture was not standard and he was shocked. Korak slapped him and turned to grab another recruit. Andreas no longer looked at the sergeant, believing that he could take care of everything. After all, my previous escape was all due to the sergeant. He pulled Muraman and rushed into the bunker, grabbing the overturned tripod. "Come and help me, set up the machine gun." Muraman didn't respond, looking in the direction of the Tiber River in a daze. Andreas also looked at the Tiber River and saw densely packed sampans crossing the river, like migrating cattle. There was a roar in the air, but this time it was from the division's artillery. The shells raised water columns in the middle of the Tiber River, but did not hit any sampans. More shells fell into the river. The 16th Infantry Division, as the second wave of infantry divisions, has 36 heavy artillery, and there should be 150 mm infantry artillery in the infantry regiment. But the density of the shells falling in the Tiber River is not very high now. It seems that only a dozen cannons are firing. Some of them are small-caliber mortars. The first batch of ant boats had already docked, and the Caped Guards infantry jumped off the boats, spontaneously formed a skirmish line, and walked towards the 16th Division's position. Andreas grabbed the confused Muraman, imitated Sergeant Korak, and slapped him several times. Muraman covered her face and woke up, looking at the sergeant in surprise. "Andreas, we have to straighten the machine gun and fire." "Oh, yes, Sergeant." Only then did the 2 men turn over the machine gun. The surface of the freshly oiled machine gun was covered with sand. Muraman opened the ammunition box and inserted the cartridge belt into the gun. Andreas tightened the pressure plate, adjusted the tripod's wheel, and then started shooting. The bullets knocked down several anti-soldiers, and the other soldiers immediately fell down, but the enemies who were not targeted by Andreas ran and showed no intention of lying down. Andreas turned his gun towards the warriors and fell down as soon as he knocked down one of the others. But elsewhere the Anters stood up again. Damn the Ant guards, the intimidating power of machine guns seemed to be non-existent in front of them. While Andreas was complaining like this, the suppressive firepower of the Anters came, and the bullets hit the sandbags that were blown to pieces, and some bullets hit the tripod. Andreas had to get down. Damn the Ant guards! At this time, another Prosen machine gun rang out, and the Ants' supporting firepower immediately misfired. Andreas had no proof, but he thought it was Staff Sergeant Korak. He immediately got up and continued shooting. At this time, the battalion headquarters finally reacted and realized that it was too wasteful to use mortars to blast the water. Mortar shells continued to fall on the beach. Andreas saw the Ant guards being blown into the sky, their cloaks spread out like spinning windmills. He felt certain in his heart that after today's battle, the river beach would be full of Ant corpses. He continued shooting until the barrel turned red. "Change the barrel!" Andreas shouted. "Yes." Muraman stood up and put on his gloves according to the operating instructions. Andreas pushed him away, opened the gun, grabbed the hot barrel with his hand, pulled it out, and threw it on the ground. "Think about how I got the scars on my palms," he cursed, skillfully installing the new barrel in place. After completing the replacement, Andreas opened fire on the Ant who had rushed to 50 meters. One of the Ants threw a grenade, which landed outside the sandbag of the bunker. Sand thrown up by the explosion obscured the view. But Andreas didn't stop shooting. Anyway, the scale of the machine gun is set. Even if you push the machine gun back and forth with your eyes closed, you can still shoot at the enemy and stop the enemy from advancing. After finishing the first cartridge, Andreas removed the machine gun and kicked Muraman in the butt. "Quickly move. Change positions." As soon as they ran out of the bunker, a grenade fell into the bunker. Sand and dirt kicked up by the explosion caught up with Andreas from behind. He didn't care much, and pulled Muraman running wildly, shouting as he ran, "Stop the Ant people, cover us to change positions." "Understood, Sergeant." Someone replied, but Andreas didn't look. Chapter 694, Breaking Through the Tiber River. Arriving at the backup position, Andreas took one look at the tripod and knew it wasn't working. So he decisively adopted the second plan, supported the machine gun on a sandbag with a bipod, and began to shoot based on experience. The tripod has a handwheel with a scale that can adjust the angle of elevation when shooting, and the bipod can only rely on the shooter. Experience and standards. Andreas fired wildly. The backup machine gun position was behind the first trench, forming a crossfire with the second trench. The Anters did not confirm the direction of the machine gun fire at the first time, allowing Andreas to steal more than a dozen people in a row. Suddenly, a signal flare rose into the air and arced towards Andreas' position. He immediately took cover and dragged the unresponsive recruit Muraman behind the sandbag. Immediately afterwards, the bullet crackled on the sandbag. Muraman was shocked. "What's going on?" "The flare indicated our target, so the Ants started focusing their fire on us. They discovered us just by relying on a flare. Nothing was found. I just fired in the direction of the flare, but look at the firepower. Do you dare to bet that not a lucky bullet hit your big head?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of bullets hitting the sandbags stopped. Andreas changed his position, raised his machine gun and started firing. At this time someone shouted, "The tanks are coming." Muraman, who was holding the ammunition belt, immediately followed the sound and shouted, "The tank is coming, it's our tank." Andreas opened the pressure plate, "Change bullets. Quick." While Muraman was changing bullets, he looked in the direction where the engine sound came from and saw a number 2 tank driving up to the position and strafing the beachhead with a machine gun. The tank parked behind the third trench, several hundred meters away from the real front line. Muraman changed the ammunition and announced loudly, "Reloading completed." Andreas covered the detonator and continued shooting without stopping. Muraman held the ammunition belt and kept feeding bullets into the gun chamber. At the same time, he muttered in confusion, "Why can't the tank come up behind it? Andreas, that's the number 2 tank. It's been lagging behind a long time ago. The enemy has weapons that can penetrate its armor at a distance of 100 meters. It can't move forward. It's good to stay behind and use it as a machine gun turret." A fire dragon erupted from the position occupied by the ants and headed straight for the number 2 tank huddled behind the third trench. The tank immediately burst into flames, and the members covered in fire got out of the tank and rolled on the ground. "Look!" Although Andreas said this, he did not look at the burning tank at all, and was focused on knocking down the ants. Suddenly, he was shocked. Veterans would trust their instincts when encountering such a situation, so he rolled away from the shooting position and rolled into the traffic ditch next to him with the machine gun with a hot barrel in his arms. Almost at the same time, the roar of mortar shells came from the sky, and 10 mortar shells fell one after another, destroying the sandbag wall outside the machine gun position. It is estimated that the ant mortar team has advanced to the west bank, and it has actually begun to provide close support. After the bombardment ended, he got up and patted Muraman lying next to him on the shoulder. "Let's go. This position has also been exposed. Ant's assault team should be nearby. Move." Muraman didn't move. Andreas was not sure, so he grabbed Muraman's shoulders and turned him over. He found that the recruit's young face was covered with mud, and there was mud in his mouth, nostrils, and even eyes. The red was spreading across his chest. Andreas put on the eyes of a new recruit, skillfully searched his pockets, took out his family letter, put it away, and climbed into the traffic trench with the machine gun in hand. After running less than 30 steps along the traffic trench, Andreas met Sergeant Kolak head-on. "Sergeant Korek, my machine gun team was wiped out, and the machine gun and tripod were taken away by the enemy. I'm going to inform the deputy company commander of the fall. Andreas, I need an assistant shooter." As soon as he finished speaking, the deputy company commander appeared with a platoon of people. "You two. We are going to fight back. We need heavy machine gun firepower. You, light machine guns can also do it. A general-purpose machine gun is a heavy machine gun when mounted on a tripod, and can be used as a light machine gun when removed. Follow me." Sergeant Korek stopped the deputy company commander. "Are you taking these new soldiers to retake the position?" Only then did Andreas realize that the person holding a submachine gun behind the deputy company commander was not an experienced non-commissioned officer, but a recruit with a childish face like Muraman. Korek snatched the submachine gun from the recruit. "Give me the magazine bag. And grenades. You go and be the assistant shooter for Sergeant Andreas." "Recruit, I'm not trained to operate a machine gun." "Andreas, just hold the bullet belt. Come with me and give up the submachine gun to Sergeant Kolak." "But, Deputy Company Commander, that's it. As long as you survive, sooner or later it will be your turn to hold a submachine gun and fight for the trenches with the enemy guards. Let's go, Korek. We still have work to do." After that, the deputy company commander trotted along the traffic trench. Compared with the new company commander who parachuted from the military academy, the deputy company commander was an experienced second lieutenant. He had never attended a military academy and was promoted from the front line. However, he was better than any other military academy graduate. Little Mautu is even trusted by the soldiers. Sergeant Korek followed with a submachine gun. Andreas put the machine gun on his shoulder and strode to follow. The team soon arrived near the lost position. Andreas chose the best machine gun position at a glance, and lay down next to the sandbags to set up the machine gun. Deputy Company Commander, forward. Close-range combat, recruits, follow the training. Andreas began to fire, forcing the protruding ants into the trench. Korek rushed out of the trench first, threw a grenade first, and then rushed diagonally. The grenade exploded outside the trench occupied by the ants. This grenade, like Andreas' machine gun shooting, was to suppress the enemy and prevent the enemy from raising his head. Sergeant Korek rushed to a place less than 10 meters away from the trench and lay down, throwing 3 grenades that had been held in his hand for a second. After the continuous explosions, he rushed into the trench with a submachine gun. Andreas could no longer see the sergeant, but could hear the sound of the submachine gun firing. The deputy company commander also jumped up. Support the corporal. Move forward in groups. He rushed to the trench with 2 soldiers. Andreas suddenly found a group of ants rushing towards this side in the distance, so he turned his gun and shot over them, trying to stop them. But without a tripod, the accuracy of the overshooting was not very good, and it only made the ants go from jogging to running. Suddenly, Andreas saw Sergeant Korek stick his head out and splash water on the approaching ants with the captured PPSH. The ants finally lay down. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Then, Andreas saw the ants began to retreat to the river beach. There were also ants on the river beach who threw down the weapons they brought and tried to swim back to the other side. It seemed that the first wave of attack today was blocked. Andreas threw down the machine gun, sat down in the trench, and gasped for breath. Only then did he realize that his heart was shaking like an internal combustion engine. He took out a cigarette, held it in his mouth, and then felt for matches in each pocket. At this time, there was a whistling sound in the sky, and the ants' heavy artillery came again. But Andreas suddenly didn't want to avoid the bombardment, so he let the ants blow him to death. Maybe it would be easier. In the trembling of the earth, Andreas finally found a match, lit a cigarette, and puffed out smoke. He thought of his hometown in the mountains, and his father who had spent his whole life fiddling with the orchard and terraces at home. His father said that his grandfather's grandfather had fought for the Habsburgs, and the decorative air gun in the house was given by the Habsburg emperor at that time. His grandfather's grandfather certainly didn't need to endure this kind of earth-shaking bombardment. A shell fell nearby, and Andreas began to have tinnitus, and at the same time felt that something warm and sticky flowed out of his ear hole. Andreas always felt that the hearing of his ear could not be saved. At this moment, the bombardment stopped. Andreas supported his body and climbed up, ready to continue to greet the ants with a machine gun. However, there was no sampan of ant on the river, and the ant people who had just retreated into the water did not attack again, and everything was quiet. This situation was so strange that Andreas was stunned for a long time with the cigarette in his mouth, until the cigarette burned his lips and woke up suddenly, and threw the cigarette butt on the ground. At this time, the deputy company commander ran along the trench, and Andreas stopped him. "What's the matter?" The ant people suddenly stopped attacking. I was also going to the battalion headquarters to ask about the situation. Stay and don't move. Find a usable tripod. If there is no usable one, find a way to repair one. Yes. After watching the deputy company commander leave, Andreas picked up the machine gun, recalled the location of all the machine gun positions, and began to look for a tripod. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the deputy company commander came back from the battalion headquarters with a sad face. He called all the surviving non-commissioned officers to a meeting. As soon as Andreas arrived at the meeting, he reported, "I fixed a tripod and found 2 usable ones. They were placed on 3 machine gun positions. No need." The deputy company commander had a gloomy expression. "We are going to retreat. Sergeant Korek, we are not defeated yet. We can still make the enemy suffer if they come." Deputy company commander, "We were breached 17 kilometers upstream and a pontoon bridge was built. The enemy's tank troops are passing through continuously and the armored troops are counterattacking, but the division headquarters ordered us to prepare for retreat." Andreas, what? What does it mean? Literally, we will know the result of the armored unit's counterattack by tomorrow night. If the counterattack succeeds, it will be great. If the counterattack fails, we will retreat. One of the sergeants cursed. "I knew that the 310th Division on the flank could not hold it, damn it." Someone immediately echoed, "And those Moravians." I don't understand why they are given such good equipment. They are obviously second-class citizens. Deputy Company Commander, okay. Be careful not to shake the morale of the troops when you go back, and quietly prepare for retreat. It's right to send the wounded to the trucks first and then send them back. Disband. Chapter 695, Crossing the River. Position of the 504th Independent Tank Destroyer Battalion in Plassen. Major Hausen, the battalion commander, saw ants T-34 tanks crossing the river from the shallows through the telescope. No strange pot-covered head, no strange turtle shell, damn, we are facing the T-34. Although the Type 4 tank destroyer equipped by the 504th Battalion is an emergency product, the 75mm long gun with a 70 caliber is one of the few weapons in the hands of the Plassen armored forces that can deal with ants' new tanks. Now they have to fight the T-34 that can be easily destroyed by the Plassen armored forces. It is undoubtedly a waste. But the armored soldiers of the 504th Battalion were unaware of the battalion commander's worries. They were cheering. It's the T-34. We can penetrate them at a distance of 2,000 meters or even farther. It's time to compete in design technology. Let's compete. This is unfair. The tank destroyer has no turret. Who can hunt more depends on the position in the entire formation and the number of enemies faced. I'm already beginning to miss my number 4G. Captain Hausen sighed quietly, picked up the microphone and ordered on the radio, "Everyone pay attention, free fire." Someone fired the moment the order was issued. Even the vision of an old-fashioned captain like Hausen did not catch the trajectory of the shells. He only saw that the T-34 that had just passed the 2,250-meter mark in the distance was on fire. An excited voice came from the radio, "Vehicle number 405 took the lead." Others were not to be outdone and started shooting. T-34s caught fire one after another. The hunt lasted less than 3 minutes, and the ants began to release smoke. The smoke bomb fired by the T-34 exploded in front of the position of the 504th Battalion, and another smoke appeared in front of the anti-tank attack formation. Through the telescope, Major Hausen saw that the smoke was released by the armored cavalry riding on the back of the tank. As a veteran, Major Hausen fought on the Eastern Front for a year and a half before taking office in the 504th Battalion. When facing the superior firepower of Proson, the tank soldiers of Anti should have approached desperately and tried to counter Proson's shooting skills with close-range fire. Like this, releasing smoke just after contact and before the loss exceeded 30% was far beyond Major Hausen's cognition. He keenly realized that the Anti-people might have changed the basic principles of armored warfare. So he immediately called the Battalion Communications Battalion by radio. "Communications Battalion, I'm the battalion commander. Send a telegram to the Army Group Headquarters immediately, tell them that the ants have changed their armored combat strategy, and the T-34 troops may start to avoid contact with our armored forces." At the same time, the tankers of the 504th Battalion complained on the radio, "The Panzer IV is good in every way, but it has no turret and cannot be mobile. If we were driving an ordinary Panzer IV, we would have rushed out of the bunker and started to chase and destroy the enemy armored forces." Have the ants suddenly lost their courage? In the past, they would rush over desperately, and then be destroyed by us 1,000 meters away. Major Hausen was about to remind his subordinates not to be too arrogant and despise the ants, but suddenly realized something. The sound of the tank engine was far away, but the sound of other things' engines had not yet gone away, but was drowned out by the tank engine's sound. "Everyone, pay attention. The enemy's half-track vehicles and light armor have not retreated. The enemy's mechanized infantry is still approaching." As soon as the voice fell, a Proson half-track vehicle with the ant logo rushed out of the smoke, followed by ants infantry. The half-track vehicle immediately released new smoke and rushed to the infantry position guarding the 504th Battalion's position with the infantry. To make matters worse, a large number of smoke bombs fired by 76mm or even 105mm guns fell from the sky. Both the 504th Battalion's position and the infantry position covering them were covered by white smoke. Major Hausen was experienced and immediately ordered, "Exit the bunker. Exit the bunker. Retreat. We don't have a turret and can't fight close to the infantry. We will suffer." His own car was the first to exit the bunker and reversed backwards, leaving clear traces on the soft ground. Because of the smoke, he couldn't see the movements of other vehicles, nor did he know the situation behind. The enemy's smoke also restricted the retreat of the 504th Battalion. But Major Hausen had already ordered the commanders of the troops to confirm the ground conditions behind them in advance to ensure that they could withdraw from the bunker smoothly. Now he was extremely glad that he did not cancel the order because of his subordinates' complaints when he arrived. The more preparations you make in advance, the greater the chance of survival. This iron rule has been fulfilled again. Major Hausen's car retreated all the way and finally left the smoke range. He saw that many of his vehicles had also successfully withdrawn. "Attention everyone! Occupy the reserve position and continue to snipe the enemy." After saying that, he switched the frequency and called the 340th Infantry Division for cooperation. "Pelican, Pelican. Wolf calling Pelican." The pelican is the emblem of the 340th Division, so it is also used as the radio call sign of the division headquarters. "This is Pelican, Wolf, please speak. My troops will occupy the number 2 reserve position. Don't go to the number 2 reserve position. The assault artillery battalion that was reinforced last night is there. Please go to the number 4 reserve position. We are." Suddenly, the radio signal was cut off. Colonel Hoffman, the commander of the 340th Division, looked at the receiver in his hand, confirmed that there was no problem, and continued to call, "Run Wolf, Pelican calling. Run Wolf, Run Wolf." At this time, the commander of the division's communications company rushed in. The radio antenna was damaged by a stray bullet. "Then fix it quickly." "Yes." The division commander dropped the radio receiver and turned to the phone. "Is the phone still open?" "Yes, but the 504th Battalion has left the position and there is no way to contact them by phone." The teacher cursed, and as soon as he let go of the phone receiver, the phone rang. He picked it up. "I'm Hoffman, speak." "Division Commander. This is Highland 201. We can't hold it anymore. Ant infantry is everywhere, Ant infantry is everywhere. We have fired 20,000 rounds of ammunition, 20,000 rounds. We need reinforcements." "Hoffman, I will ask the divisional security company to reinforce you. Now, immediately. Hold on." Without waiting for a reply, he tapped the receiver on the landline. But as soon as he took the photo, the bell rang again. Hoffman picked up the receiver and said, "I'm Hoffman. Speak. This is the beachhead, this is the beachhead. We can't hold it anymore. We need reinforcements." "There are no reinforcements. The only ones left are the division staff and me." "That's okay too. Hold it. Hold it." After speaking, Hoffman hung up the phone. As soon as he put down the phone, it rang again. He simply unplugged the phone cord from the back of the phone and threw the phone and receiver to the ground. "That's enough. I can't create more reserves." The 340th Division was originally the division at the back of the wave, also commonly known as the line-filling division. After it was withdrawn from the front line at the end of July, it did not receive much reinforcement. It was already highly understaffed. Now it is impossible to expect them to be able to withstand the focus of the assault. The division chief of staff said, "We should not be allowed to defend such an important shoal." "Hoffman, this is not to blame at the Army Group headquarters. Other units have more important areas to defend. With such a long front, the enemy can always find weak points to break through, especially when we are far from retreating from July. When recovering." "Yes." The chief of staff sighed, I will organize the staff and the troops directly under the division headquarters to go to the front line to provide support. It will have some effect." Hoffman was silent for a few seconds before saying, "Please. I know that you have received so much military education not to go to the front line and do the work of a big soldier, but the matter has come to this, and you can only do your duty." After saying that, he also put on his hat, "Give me a submachine gun, and I'll go with you. Chief of Staff, you should go and join the 504th Battalion. My troops are here and I will fight with you until the end," Hoffman said. Major Hausen called many times and was finally convinced that he had lost contact with the 340th Division headquarters. He switched back to the troop communication frequency, "Everyone, we may have lost the covering infantry. The situation has become complicated. The enemy infantry may come out of the grass to attack us. We should fight and move away, and join up with the Lchtov city defense troops. The enemy will definitely attack Lchtov, and we will be useful there. The enemy's urban siege assault guns need to be dealt with by us, otherwise they will blow up the defenders and bunkers into the sky." As soon as he finished speaking, someone among his subordinates said, "Didn't you say that the urban assault gun can be handed over to the Land Stuka? An extra means is not a bad thing." At this time, a strange voice broke into the communication, "We are the commander of the 144th Assault Artillery Battalion. We have 91 No. 3 assault guns that are still usable. Do you want to retreat?" "Major Hausen, we have to retreat. Come with us, whether it's a destroyer or an assault gun. It's too dangerous to fight without infantry cover." "You're right." At this time, Major Hausen came to his senses and said clearly on the radio that this violated the principle of confidentiality. It will definitely be reviewed afterwards. He couldn't care less. Retreat to Lchtov. Ugsukov, headquarters of the 1st Hezelia Front. Wang Zhong looked at the series of breakthrough marks on the map with satisfaction. As we expected, the enemy's defense line was riddled with holes. Pavlov concluded, although in some areas, the elite Plosin troops put up resolute and effective resistance, which brought huge losses to our crossing troops. Casualties, but we were still making progress against their weaker forces. Wang Zhong, General Gorky's tactics are indeed effective, but we should be careful not to suffer as many casualties as he did. Pavlov, don't worry, we have set up a pontoon bridge with materials prepared in advance, and the cavalry and armored units are crossing the river. Soon the enemy's defenses will collapse and we will surround Lchtov. Wang Zhong, Lotov, I am so missed." At this time, the communications staff reported loudly, "Comrade Marshal, the 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment encountered enemy armored forces." "Wang Zhong, is it the 29 outfit?" The troops failed to see the enemy's markings. A firefight is underway. Chapter 696 Armored Showdown. The 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment, the lead vehicle Revenge for the Heroic Brother. The tank commander, Captain Podoliskov, put down his telescope and muttered, "Damn it, why did the enemy's No. 3 and No. 4 not release smoke when they saw us, but rushed towards us instead?" The accompanying infantry commander shook his head, "I don't know, I'm an infantry officer, maybe they think they can penetrate your heavy armor if they get close." Podoliskov picked up the radio, "The enemy tanks are rushing towards us. In order to prevent any problems, I suggest that we stop and keep a distance to shoot." The regiment commander immediately responded, "Agreed." The whole regiment stops moving forward, 3 vehicles in a group to cover each other, and the infantry on the vehicle get off and deploy. Podoliskov immediately patted the infantry commander on the shoulder, get off the car, deploy a screen line in front of the tank, and deal with the tanks that rush into our face. Our turret speed is not enough to keep up with the No. 3 and No. 4 that are maneuvering quickly at close range. Okay, leave it to us." All the infantry jumped out of the car carrying rocket launchers and quickly dispersed in front of the stopped tank. The 1st Guards Heavy Breakthrough Tank Regiment had a total of 21 Rokossovy tanks, which were divided into 7 groups. Each of the V formations was a tooth tip, and the 7 tips formed a hacksaw on the grassland. Nearly 200 Proson tanks lined up in 2 rows and rushed towards this hacksaw. When the enemy tanks rushed to 1,800 meters, the 1st Guards Regiment opened fire. 7 or 8 Proson tanks caught fire and stopped, and the rest stopped firing and returned fire while continuing to move forward. The commander of the 1st Guards Regiment urged on the radio, "Don't worry about the platoon artillery, there are too many enemies, shoot as fast as you can. Don't make up the guns, just shoot all the enemies who are still moving." Podoliskov quoted the commander's words verbatim, "Don't make up the guns, give priority to attacking the enemies who are still moving. Fire!" Soon the whole grassland was full of smoke. The 1st Guards Regiment had white smoke left by the tank guns, and the enemy had black smoke from the burning tanks. The Prosons were also trying to fight back, and the shells kept scratching the paint of the Rokossovai. Suddenly, Podolkov heard someone exclaim on the radio, "I was shot through." He turned his head immediately and saw a Rokossovai on fire in the distance, and the tank crew was jumping out of the car. The voice of the regiment commander sounded on the radio, "Who was shot through? Mark the location, this is a precious sample. As long as the heavy bullet points on the wreckage are analyzed, you will know in which direction to strengthen the defense, so the wreckage that was shot through has more recycling value than other broken tanks." Podolkov was about to say that the brother who was shot through was unlucky, but an armor-piercing bullet hit the anti-aircraft machine gun next to him, directly cutting off the anti-aircraft machine gun's frame from the root, and the machine gun fell off the tank. The fragments that fell off from somewhere hit Podolkov's shoulder. "Sakabuli!" He cursed, and his hand touched his shoulder with blood. So he got into the tank, bandaged himself with a first aid kit, and cursed, "Suckabule! It's a pity for me to be injured like this." The loader stuffed the new armor-piercing shell into the barrel, and asked in his spare time, "What shot it?" "Fragments of anti-aircraft machine guns." "Suckabule! It hurts so damn much." The gunner opened fire before he finished speaking, and the tank shook violently. The empty shells were spit out by the breech block and fell on the floor of the tank. The pungent smell of unburned gunpowder filled the fighting room. Podolkov coughed and bandaged, "Damn it! Why is there a problem with the gunpowder in this batch of shells? The managers of the rear factory should all be shot. It's good that it can fire." The loader stuffed another shell into the barrel. "There are 20 more armor-piercing shells." The gunner fired directly. Almost at the same time, everyone heard a doon sound, and it was obvious that another enemy armor-piercing shell was blocked by Rokossov's reliable armor. After completing a simple bandage, Podolkov looked out through the periscope of the command tower and found that the enemy had approached within 1,000 meters. The enemy's firepower was getting more and more intense. Podolkov raised his left hand and closed the hatch. He had just entered in a hurry, and the hatch was still wide open, and the sunlight leaked through the hatch. The gunner fired for the 3rd time. As the hatch closed, the pungent smell of gunpowder in the battle room became stronger. "Gunner, if the enemy doesn't retreat, we will be suffocated to death by inferior gunpowder. Stop complaining. Fire! Don't let the enemy get close to the battle." As he was speaking, there was another muffled sound from the armored shell, and then the rotating turret got stuck. "Podolkov, Suckabuli! The seat ring is stuck, damn Prosons conspiracy." The Prosons would deliberately aim at the turret seat ring. Podolkov had heard about this from the instructor when he was in the rear tank school. In theory, the design of the Rokossovai model takes into account the enemy's preference for attacking the seat ring, and puts a lot of effort into the protection of the seat ring. During the summer campaign, the Revenge was besieged by the Proson tanks, and it withstood countless firing rings without getting stuck at all, which shows that the efforts of the design team were fruitful. But obviously when people are unlucky, the design team can do nothing. "Podoliskov, I'll go out and check the situation." You can continue to fire after the fault is repaired. Isn't your shoulder injured? Podoliskov looked down and smiled. It's okay. He climbed out of the tank using both hands. He could clearly feel that his right hand was a little weak, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Soon, Podolkov found the Prosen armor-piercing bullet stuck in the gap of the turret. To be precise, it was the fragments of the armor-piercing bullet. He held the handle on the turret and kicked the fragments hard with his big leather boots. After kicking several times, the fragments flew out of the gap with a snap and fell into the grass and disappeared. Podolkov hurried back into the tank. The Prosen tank, which was already close to 700 meters, fired at Podolkov with its coaxial machine gun, and the bullets hit the armor of the Rokosov 1 type. Keep firing. The enemy only has 700 meters left. He shouted. We're taking aim. As soon as he finished speaking, the gunner stepped on the firing pedal, and the tank began to shake. Podolkov hurriedly looked out of the periscope and saw a burning Prosen tank slowly slowing down. The crew members jumped out of the vehicle one by one and rolled on the ground. Okay. Keep firing. At this time, the Prosen tank had already rushed to 300 meters. Suddenly a shell hit the hero's brother Revenge. At first Podolkov thought it would be another ricochet, but something whizzed past his eyes. The gunner fell into his fighting position clutching his throat. Podolkov pressed the gunner's shoulder with his left hand. What's wrong with you? The gunner tried to speak, but all he could make was a leaking sound. Podolkov turned his head and found that a small piece of armor on the inner wall of the tank had collapsed and dented. Apparently, the flying fragments had hit the gunner. Damn it! I'm here to bandage you, hold on. The loader held the first aid kit and opened it too hastily. All the gauze bandages and sulfa powder fell out and scattered on the floor of the fighting room, mixed with the shell casings. The loader immediately bent down to pick up the bandage, and then searched among the pile of cartridge casings for the packet of sulfa powder. Podolkov, okay. He's dead. The loader stopped and looked up at the commander. Podolkov, he's dead. Our tanks are not invincible. Come and help me put him in the commander's position. I'll fire. The loader stood there as if he didn't understand Podolkov's words. Podolkov, hurry. My right shoulder is injured and I can't move it alone. Hurry. As he spoke, he kicked the loader hard with his foot. The latter finally woke up suddenly, threw down the gauze and first aid kit, and helped Podolkov move the gunner to the commander's position. Podolkov recalled the training he had received before, since Rokosov implemented the new training code for tank soldiers, and tank soldiers also required everyone to be able to fight in all combat positions like Prosen. The original commander stepped on the pedal to turn the turret left and placed the crosshair in the sight on the enemy tank. Just as the enemy tank opened fire, the fire and muzzle blast suddenly blocked its body. Podolkov stepped on the firing pedal. The tank shook, and the enemy in the sight was immediately hit. You can clearly see that the shell hit the enemy's gun mantelet. Immediately afterwards, the driver and electromechanical crew of the enemy tank climbed out of the cockpit in front of the vehicle. It was obvious that Podolkov's shot just now had wiped out all the enemies in the fighting room. Podolkov fired with a coaxial machine gun, but because he was not familiar with the machine gun scale on the sight, the bullets fell in front of the enemy. The Prosen tanker who jumped out of the vehicle took the opportunity to hide in the grass. Loader, there are 17 more armor-piercing rounds. Podolkov didn't even bother to answer. He was busy looking for the enemy with the gunner's scope. Damn, it's so hard to find, like a blind man. Podolkov has never driven a T-34 with a two-man turret. He is used to the commander's field of vision and is really not used to the gunner's sight to detect the enemy. He finally found an enemy tank, but before he could put the crosshair on it, the infantry's rocket launcher hit the front of the tank. Podolkov originally thought he had lost his prey, but was surprised to see that the tank was still moving. He immediately added another shot. When the armor-piercing projectile hit, the entire skirt of the target was knocked off, and then an open flame several feet high erupted from the engine compartment. The Prasen tank soldiers jumped out of their vehicles one after another, and were swept to the ground by the ant infantrymen who emerged from the grass with Babasha. Podolkov, damn it, the enemy has already reached the infantry screen line. We don't have hull machine guns. At this time, someone shouted on the radio, the enemy released smoke. We repelled the enemy. Podolkov also saw the white smoke released by enemy tanks. He breathed a long sigh of relief and leaned back on the backrest of the gunner's position. Then he remembered that the backrest was covered in blood. Suck a bullet and lay. He cursed. Chapter 697, Old Place. At the same time, the heart of the Prasen Empire, the Eagle's Nest. Emperor Prosen looked at the marshal and generals with joy. What do you say? Hey? You may know a lot about military affairs, but you don't know Rokosov. If you follow your idea and slowly replenish troops and set up defense lines, the river collapsed at the first touch. The senior officers looked at each other. Grand Duke Meyer praised, His Majesty has a clever plan and is about to play Rokosov in the palm of his hand. The Emperor was in a good mood and accepted the Air Marshal's flattery with a smile. The Grand Duke continued, the addition of the Air Force Field Division along the Tiber River will definitely give Rokosov a taste of his power. The Emperor's smile froze. Generally speaking, the Air Force will be favored and get better equipment. But this Air Force Field Division is different. It is made of leftover scraps from the army and scrap metal scraped from occupied countries. Grand Duke Meyer should also know what the Air Force Field Division under his command is, and now he actually uses it to claim credit. No wonder the Emperor's expression froze. Noticing the Emperor's expression, the Air Marshal decisively shut up. Fortunately, Giles said at this time, although we made preparations in advance according to His Majesty's expectations, the time was too hasty, and the fortifications and troop replenishment were not completed. The same goes for Rokosov. Do you think he can complete the replenishment? We have also transferred 4 fully equipped armored divisions from the Western Front. This time Rokosov will get a bloody headshot. Giles, although time is very tight for both sides, Rokosov's troops suffered less losses than us, and their troops already have the advantage. The Emperor waved his hand, don't be so pessimistic. After all, we are the defending side. The defensive side has always had an advantage throughout the ages, not to mention the Tiber River. This river is called the Mother River of Hazaliah, so wide the river serves as a natural barrier, which is equivalent to increasing our military strength by 50%. Marshal Runsteyer, even if our military strength increases by 50%, we still won't have as much as Antido. Emperor, we are defending. We can still have an advantageous exchange ratio when attacking, but the exchange ratio will definitely be better when defending. The Anters will drain their last drop of blood in the Tiber River. At this moment, the director of the confidential secretariat of the Eagle's Nest took the telegram and opened the door and entered the room. All eyes were on him. With a straight face, the director handed the telegram to the Celtic marshal. When the marshal looked down at the telegram, the Emperor said, "Just read it out." Marshal Celtic, we received a call from the headquarters of Army Group South. It has been confirmed that the Ant troops have broken through the Tiber River defense line in, read the name of the place, and other areas. According to the experience of Army Group Center, Ant troops will soon start from these breakthroughs penetrate into the hinterland of our army. The Emperor waved his hand, as long as the armored division launches an attack, everything will be fine. In the summer, this is how important army groups blocked the tactics of the Ants, and caused them huge amounts of damage. The victory of Army Group Center almost offset Rokosov's victory. Almost. Marshal Selt, Army Group Center did not report encountering Ants' new tanks at all, and the reported number of Vortex tank destroyers was not large. But Rokosov does have new tanks in his hands. Emperor, Rokosov's new tanks should have been damaged during the summer offensive. Even if some were repaired, it wouldn't be too many. With the new tanks added, he would have about 100 new tanks. We have a new force of 800 tanks. We can even wear out Rokosov's new tank. This time no senior general raised objections. The emperor stood up and put his hands on the table. If my estimate is correct, Rokosov will be exposed in a few days. Then let the propaganda minister portray Marshal Shiplin as the guardian of the east of the empire. Together with Erwin Rommel, we can become the twin walls of the empire, and the morale we lost before can be fully restored. And the Ant front has fallen into a stalemate again. The United Kingdom and the United States are bound to slow down their landing plans. We will get a chance to breathe again. We will take advantage of this period of time to create the Messiah, referring to the atomic bomb. At present, no one in Prasen knows that Heisenberg filled in the wrong data. The Prasen nation will get the living space they dream of. Along with the words, the emperor gathered his hands into fists in front of him and looked up at the ceiling, as if staring at his destiny. Giles, it would be great if this is really possible. But we also need to prevent accidents. I think we can continue to mobilize the infantry divisions on the Western Front as the reserve of Army Group South. Emperor, no. We have already transferred 2 infantry corps from the Western Front to Shipling, and we can no longer transfer troops from the Western Front. However, we can hand over the reorganized 505th Heavy Tank Battalion to Shipling as soon as possible, so that he has the troops to give Rokosov a fair fight. Marshal Celtic, we are already making arrangements, but the new tanks equipped by the 505th Battalion are too heavy, and the tracks are too wide, making railway transportation inconvenient. However, the newly improved Panzer IV tank destroyer is very suitable for supplementing emergency supplies to the front line. Emperor, move everyone to the front line. Gilace is right, we need more cards, just in case. At this time, another staff member came in with a telegram. Because the director of the confidential division was in the room, the staff officer first handed the telegram to the director, who then handed it to Marshal Celtic. The emperor looked at his men playing drums and passing flowers here, looking like he wanted to complain. Marshal Celt, Your Majesty, the 29th Division that launched a counterattack encountered Rokosov's heavy tanks. After losing 60 tanks, it released smoke and retreated. What? The emperor stood up. Where are the enemy's losses? I don't know. Marshal Celtic replied. Giles said before the emperor could get angry, we were defeated and retreated, so it makes sense that we don't have time to calculate the results. The emperor took a few deep breaths before letting out a long breath. It's just a small setback. Let the 29th Division bypass the enemy's heavy tank troops and counterattack in other directions. Marshal Celt, isn't it appropriate for us to directly skip the Army Group South headquarters and command the troops? Marshal Shipling will take care of it. The emperor hesitated. Giles, Shiprin is also a veteran who has played against Rokosov many times. He has never let Rokosov take advantage before. The emperor nodded. That's the case. It depends on his performance. Giles continued, moreover, the 29th Division lost more than a quarter of its tanks at once, and then retreated like this. It will take time to reorganize a counterattack in other directions. Considering the issue of sunlight time. Giles calculated the time difference in his mind and continued, it may be too late to fight back today. The emperor waved his hand. Pay close attention to the situation. Give me a summary of the results of the whole day's counterattack tonight. It must be done before I go to bed. Anti-1st Mobile Army Headquarters. Yegorov put down the latest report, his face beaming with joy. Chief of Staff, call the Front Army Headquarters. After a while, the call was connected, and the Chief of Staff handed the receiver to Yegorov. Yegorov, I am Yegorov. We have just repelled the counterattack of the Prasen Armored Division, and we are encircling Luchtov. Repeat, we are encircling Luchtov. Pavlov's voice came from the receiver. Very good, the marshal has been looking forward to this news for a long time. You tell me? Here you go. A few seconds later, Marshal Rokosov's voice came from the receiver, causing Yegorov to stand upright involuntarily, even though the marshal was many years younger than him. Rokosov, according to the information from the underground parish, there is a third wave of Prosan infantry division defending in Luchtov city. They were just mobilized from the Western Front. Their equipment and morale are very reliable. We can attack by force. There may be relatively large casualties. I suggest that after a tentative attack, surround the city and continue heading west. Yegorov, what's wrong with you, Commander? This is Luchtov. 2 years ago. I know, I want to walk the streets of Luchtov again just like you. But this is no reason to let our soldiers die. Surround it and continue heading west. Yegorov, Commander, let me try to attack it. If I can't take it in 30 hours, I will continue to attack westward. After a few seconds of silence on the other side of the phone, Rokosov's voice came, 24 hours, I only allow you to waste 24 hours. This is because most of your troops are mechanized infantry. If the armored forces in front suffer a loss because of your disengagement, you are the only one to ask. Yegorov, don't worry, Division Commander. I'll let Melania's 1st and 2nd armies keep up with the armored forces, leaving only the old troops who fought fiercely in Luchtov to attack the city. Rokosov, that's nonsense. The old army, the 1st Guards Mechanized Infantry Division, came out of Melania. Can you defeat it with one division? Yegorov, there is also the 8th Division. The Red Flag Division originally evolved from the 151st Provisional Infantry Division, but part of it was transferred to form the 225th Infantry Division. Later, the 225th Division became the 8th Guards Mechanized Infantry Division. Rokosov, okay. It's up to you. I told you, Eugene's side is also going very smoothly. Don't you feel bad that he took away the credit for entering Bogdanovka? Yegorov, I don't feel bad. I will take down Luchtov in 24 hours. Division Commander, just wait, I will greet you at the headquarters back then. Rokosov obviously took a deep breath, okay, no jokes in the army, I will take the car the day after tomorrow to see your results. Yes. I promise to complete the mission. Just wait and see, Commander. Chapter 698 On a high mound, listen to the leader talk about the past. Outside the city of Luchtov, next to the damaged railway tracks, Filipov was standing on the slope looking at the distant city of Luchtov with a telescope. Captain, the guard beside him said, this is where you first participated in the battle, right? Filipov nodded, yes, I was still a second lieutenant at that time. A total of 3,000 people from our school were temporarily recruited and added to the Rokosov battle group. The guard said excitedly, are you all so happy to know that you will fight under Rokosov? Filipov continued to observe the enemy and responded lightly, he was not so famous at that time. Although the battle report said that he destroyed dozens or hundreds of Prosan tanks, at that time as long as someone could block the Prosan attack in a day or even a few hours, the battle report will say that he destroyed dozens or hundreds of Prosan tanks. The guard was shocked, really? Won't this cause a misjudgment? What misjudgment? The front line doesn't tell lies. Everyone knows that we are being driven away. The purpose of arresting role models is to boost morale, which was extremely low at that time. Filipov said. The guard continued to ask, then, what was the actual situation at that time? I read the battle report that the marshal personally killed many enemies. Filipov put down the telescope, I don't know. Maybe my friend Vesely knows. He was caught by the marshal and sent to the headquarters to monitor the enemy's communications because he knew Plozin. I was an infantryman at that time. The chemical plant is stationed at the main position, look over there. After speaking, Filipov gave up his position, pulled the guard to the highest point of the earth bag, put the telescope into his hand, pointed into the distance and said, "Look. It's the chemical plant, or the cement plant, I forgot. The regiment headquarters is in a concrete building, where Commander Yegorov and Marshal Rokosov are directing the battle. The building in the back is a school in Luktov, and the battle group headquarters is inside." The guard held a telescope and asked while observing, "Chief of Staff, I mean Comrade Pavlov, Chief of Staff of the Front Army, is in the school to have an overview of the overall situation, right?" "That's right. We set up a minefield outside, and Vesely came up with a bad idea. He used the lids of pickled cucumber cans to make fake landmines, mixed them with real mines, and buried them. It delayed the Prasen striker for a day." The guard was shocked. "What? Canned pickles? Because of his bad idea, we ate pickles for many days, 3 meals a day. From then on, I didn't like pickles anymore. Even if my mouth was really dry and I wanted to eat something, it's so refreshing, and I definitely won't eat pickles." "Does the marshal also eat pickles?" the guard asked, "or is it his maid?" The marshal didn't have a maid at that time, so he also ate pickles every day, but I think the marshal liked it quite a lot. But Chief of Staff Pavlov didn't show any favor to Vesely and asked him to pick up manure every day. "Guard, is Vesely the one who arranged the music?" "The one who arranged the music for Holy War." "Yeah, I filled in the words by the way." The guard put down his telescope in shock and stared at Filipov. "Captain." Filipov patted him on the shoulder. "You kid, didn't you read the line under the song title carefully?" The guard scratched his head. Filipov continued, "I spent most of the time building fortifications, endlessly filling and moving sandbags. Vesely followed the marshal everywhere, and he even went on reconnaissance with the marshal. The marshal is conducting the investigation himself." The guard's eyes widened. At that time, he was not a marshal, but just Brigadier General Rokosov. He personally inspected the buildings and villages that might be used by the Prasen people. He calculated the coordinates one by one, and then at night he opened fire on these villages, killing the people in their sleep. The enemy is sent to heaven. Guard, isn't that dangerous? Commander, if you come here to investigate, the regiment staff and the chaplains will go crazy. Can General Pavlov bear it? Filipov laughed loudly. Of course it is dangerous, how could it not be dangerous? According to Vesely, they encountered Prasen's motorized reconnaissance unit during the investigation and fought an ambush, and then the marshal asked him to write. He took the note and planted many booby traps in the village. The guard also laughed. The Prasen people must have been tricked quite a lot. Of course. They are rigid to begin with, but when they meet the likes of Marshal and Vesely, they are punished to death. West of Luktov, in the village of Kalinovka, the forward of the 10th Guards Cavalry Brigade had just entered the village when they saw a road sign written in Plozin on the roadside. The cavalry company commander leading the team shouted loudly, "Stop! Priest! Come to the back of the team and call the priest over." The cavalry that was trotting suddenly braked and stopped on the road. Then the soldiers spontaneously dispersed their formation to prevent being attacked by enemy machine guns. The priest accompanying the army ran up quickly on horseback and asked loudly, "What's wrong?" The company commander pointed to the street sign. "What do you think this street sign says?" The priest took out his glasses, put them on, squinted for a second and said, "There are still 11 booby traps that have not been dug out in this village, and they are strictly prohibited from being stationed there." At this time, an old man opened the door and came out. "Don't be nervous. Back then, Rokosov planted booby traps here, and the Prasen people still don't dare to stay in the village. They just pass by. The guerrillas use this as a storage base. Don't you have any guerrillas to lead the way?" "Company commander, a comrade from the guerrillas died. Can you point me to the guerrilla liaison in the village?" The old man looked at the cavalryman carefully, and after a few seconds he said, "I am. Come with me, the food and water are ready, and the information we collected about the garrison of the Prosons is also ready. all in the basement of the old telephone office. The company commander turned over and dismounted, handed the reins to the guard. "Take me there." The old man made a gesture of invitation. The company commander suddenly remembered something and asked, "So there are really 11 booby traps?" "We don't know either. When the prosons came, most people fled, and then slowly ran back, and then this sign was hung at the entrance of the village. Anyway, 2 years have passed, and no one has been blown up by booby traps." The old man replied. "Guard, anything else interesting?" "Much more interesting than what is written in the newspaper." "You finally got away unscathed, right?" "No." Filipov's expression sank. "Most of our group died here, including my and Vasily's good friends, and many of our good friends." The guard's smile froze on his face. "Filipov, do you know? The general marshal will remember everyone who died under his command. On the evening of the day when we first beat back the prosons, the marshal wrote down their names one by one in a notebook in the warehouse next to the chemical plant. I don't know if the marshal will still remember it now. After all, hundreds or thousands of people died every day in the entire front, but at that time the marshal did write down the names of his classmates. I remember that day there was another plane flying across the sky, announcing to us that the anti-air force was still fighting." The guard's ears moved. He looked up, and then pointed to the sky and said, "It's still the same now." Filipov looked up and saw that the PE-8 of an unknown heavy bomber regiment in the sky had drawn dense white lines. He smiled. "Yes." At this time, several people dressed as priests came to Filipov. "Regimental Dovorich, the rails have been repaired, and the armored train can be notified to pass." Filipov saluted everyone. "Thank you for your hard work. I will notify the armored train behind to move forward." Several priests nodded, but did not leave. "Filipov, what's wrong?" The leading priest said, "Many of our people died in Luchtov, which is an important railway hub, and the struggle has been fierce. I hope that after you enter the city, you will not forgive those wearing dog tags, I mean the half-moon medal on the chest." "We know." Filipov interrupted. "After the gendarmes and the Asgard Knights are captured, they will be handed over to the Inquisitor, especially those who have committed crimes in the garrison. There will be a public trial at that time. And those traitors will all be liquidated." The priests all showed joy on their faces, and the leader sighed to the sky. Finally, we can settle accounts with them." As soon as the voice fell, a whistle sounded in the distance. The armored train slowly drove along the rails. The fully armed carriages were piled with sandbags, and a large number of infantry sat on them, waving to the villagers who were repairing the road. "Thank you." The captain hanging next to the cab saw Filipov, saluted and shouted, "We're going first." "Filipov, good luck to you." Just then, there was a whistling sound in the air, followed by the sound of artillery shells exploding in the distant city of Luchtov. The local priests asked nervously, "Has it started?" "Yes," Filipov couldn't help but confirm. "Have all the people in the city been evacuated?" "Evacuated, those who stayed inside are the guerrillas and volunteer guides who are ready to lead you, and those who couldn't evacuate are all in the tunnel. We opened up the sewer and turned it into an underground kingdom, so feel free to bomb it." Filipov nodded, took the telescope back from the guard, and observed the effect of the bombardment himself. The guard asked, "Besides the battle, is there anything else you remember in the city?" Filipov was silent for a few seconds and said, "Yes, one of us fell in love with a girl from the laundry team or the cooking team. We picked a lot of baby's breath and made a bouquet for her. At that time, we all looked forward to such battlefield love. Because we didn't know what war was like at that time. I still believed that soldiers lying on the snow are like lying on velvet. We thought that war was a combination of courage, passion, and romance." "Guard, then, what happened in the end?" Filipov was silent, looking at the city with fireballs rising in the distance. "Guard, I understand, what a pity." Filipov patted his shoulder. "Don't be so depressed, it's almost over. Chapter 699 Entering the City. The bombardment ended and the assault officially began. Sergeant Semyon led his infantry squad through the buildings on the edge of Volkov and saw the wreckage of a BT-7 tank. There was a slogan painted on the wreckage, "Those who fought here will drive you all back." When the sergeant approached the tank, the animals hiding inside fled in panic, scaring him. At this time, the door next to the tank opened, and the grey-haired uncle poked his head out. "I am the guide of the guerrillas. Where is your target of attack? I will lead the way." The sergeant immediately took out the map. "Fellow villagers, we have been ordered to advance to the center of the city and eliminate the Pro-San people we meet along the way." "That's easy. We have opened up the buildings on both sides of the street and blocked them with furniture. The Pro-San people don't know. I will take you to bypass the fire blockade and sneak attack them." "That's great." Sergeant Semyon was very excited. "Let's go. By the way, what does the slogan on this tank mean?" "You don't know?" The fellow villager looked puzzled. "Sergeant, I don't know. Back then, the troops led by Rokosov resisted the Prosans here for 3 days and 3 nights, actually not that long. This tank was commanded by Rokosov himself. A little further along this street, there is another tank parked there. The Prosans ordered us to scrape off the tactical number on the tank." "Scrape it off?" The sergeant looked puzzled. "Because that tank was commanded by Rokosov himself. The number is 422. We all know it. So the Prosans brought the yellow dog to wipe it once, and we repainted it at night." Sergeant Semyon looked very interested. Before he spoke, his subordinates spoke first. "Let's go and see the tank. Maybe we can get a little bit of the marshal's bravery and good luck." "No. We have a mission to perform. Lead the way, uncle." "Okay, this way." Sergeant Semyon led his team and followed the uncle into the house. The uncle went straight to the chest of drawers by the wall and pushed it open to reveal the hole behind it. "Come. All the furniture covered with red cloth can be pushed open, there are holes all over." The group passed through holes one after another and advanced forward. When entering a house, a woman's voice suddenly came, "There are Pro-San people in the building ahead. Be careful." Sergeant Semyon stopped and looked for the source of the sound, and saw a woman with a headscarf sticking her head out of the stairs leading to the second floor. "Sergeant, come down quickly, it's dangerous upstairs." "It's okay, I'll go see what the shelling has done to my house, and then I found that Pro-San people came in next door, they set up machine guns in the window, and they can't be seen from the outside." "Sergeant Semyon, we will deal with it." "Guide uncle, the enemy didn't find this side, and they probably didn't find the hole in the wall. We can catch them off guard." "Okay. Mother, it's that cabinet." Sergeant Semyon immediately and his strong men quietly moved the cabinet away. The moment the hole in the wall was exposed, the Pro-San people on the other side could be heard talking. It seemed that they had not noticed that the anti-soldiers had arrived next door. Sergeant Semyon gave orders to his veterans in sign language. The veteran immediately took out the offensive grenade, pulled out the safety pin, and prepared to detonate the shrapnel. This grenade was a replica of the United States model and was very popular among the soldiers. Semyon took a deep breath and kicked the wooden board blocking the road on the other side of the wall. The veteran also released the spring at the same time. The cabinet on the other side fell down, and the veteran's grenade was also fired. The Pro-San soldiers on the opposite side were guarding the main road, and they didn't expect that something happened behind them. At this time, they turned back and looked at everything with a confused face. Sergeant Semyon made eye contact with the enemy and immediately opened fire, but was pulled away by his subordinates. The grenade exploded, and shrapnel and gravel sprayed out of the hole, as well as fragments of the cabinet. "Thank you." Sergeant Semyon, holding a submachine gun, was the first to go through the hole. The Pro-San man on the second floor came down to see the situation. The two looked at each other. The sergeant reacted quickly and threw PPSH on him. The Proson man was shot several times and fell to the ground, then rolled down the stairs. The veteran also went through the hole and threw 2 warm grenades upstairs. The explosion happened immediately. Someone screamed on the 2nd floor, and Sergeant Semyon actually understood the words he shouted. At this time, the guide uncle shouted, "The floor is made of wood. You can shoot through it." Sergeant Semyon immediately fired at the floor, and the enemy immediately reacted and fired down. The sergeant was shot in the thigh and immediately half knelt down, but immediately shot back against the enemy's trajectory. The veteran jumped up the stairs with a brisk step and rushed up with a gun. The sound of PPSH shooting came from the 2nd floor, and soon the 2nd floor became quiet. Everything happened so fast that the new recruits in Sergeant Semyon's class were still confused. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. The sergeant sat down against the wall and checked his wound, vocabulary. "Let me see where these damn guys hit me." The blood had dyed the sergeant's pants red. He cut his pants with a dagger, and a large amount of blood spurted out of the wound on the inside of his thigh. The guide uncle, it hit the blood vessels on the inside of the thigh. "Quickly tie up the thigh with a rope. Tie it tightly. It's so tight that the blood can't pass through. I've treated this kind of wound before." The new recruits then moved. The aunt rushed upstairs, and after a few seconds, she ran down and put a belt into the hands of the recruits. "Use the belt. The belt my son left. This is a good belt. It will definitely work." Without saying a word, the recruit wrapped the belt around the sergeant's thigh and pulled it tightly. The blood immediately stained the belt red and seeped into the leather. The aunt was watching all this, leaning back against the wall, and sighed, "This is a good belt. I specially asked a cobbler to cut it. It is made of leather. It is good leather." Filipov carried a submachine gun and rode in the regiment's jeep to the outskirts of the chemical plant. The remains of the Prosen tank that was destroyed outside the chemical plant wall are still there. These tanks all ate Molotov cocktails and were all burned, with no value for recycling. Looking at the wreckage of these tanks, Filipov's serious expression softened slightly. He said to the guard, "Half of these tanks were burned by me, and the other half was by my partner at the time. Unfortunately, he did not survive." "Guard, there were no rocket launchers at that time, right? They were all fired with Molotov cocktails." "Yes. The Prosons who resisted at the chemical plant have surrendered and are sitting in the empty cargo warehouse next to the factory." "Parking." The driver braked immediately. Filipov jumped out of the car and walked towards the prisoners with a submachine gun. The soldiers guarding the prisoners saluted him. "Captain Doverici, a total of 201 prisoners, have been disarmed and are waiting for the Inquisitor to receive them." Filipov, "Who asked them to wait here?" "Guard, the battalion commander asked them to wait here." Filipov, "Every other place is fine, but not here. Let them change places." At this time, the priest in charge of translating ran over. "Comrade leader, why is this? You have to give a reason. The church explicitly prohibits the slaughter of prisoners, because in the future they may become. I'm not trying to massacre them, I'm just moving them to another place." "Priest, I want a reason." Filipov took a deep breath. Here back then, Marshal Rokosov, who was a brigadier general at the time, personally presided over the memorial ceremony for the fallen soldiers. "This place is very important, and it is not a place where Prosen prisoners should stay. Let them go." "Priest, this." Filipov, "My friends, my sister's lovers, all slept here at that time. I will not allow the Prosen prisoners to sit where they lay." "Yes." The priest immediately turned around and ran towards the prisoners, saying in Placian, "We want to change places." The Prosenians looked at each other. Suddenly someone from Prosen shouted, "We have surrendered." "Priest, yes, we will place you in accordance with the Geneva Convention. It just needs to be changed to a different place. This is the resting place of the martyrs." The Prosenians were silent for a few seconds, and a military policeman stood up. "Not here, I will take you to the place where they sleep." "Priest, what?" "Gendarmerie, I'll take you to their resting place." In the wheat field outside the factory, the military policeman pointed to the black soil in front of him and said, "This is it, start digging. I have nightmares about all this every day. It's time for me to be freed." Filipov nodded to the engineers. So the engineer company commander personally took the shovel and thrust the shovel into the soil, only to hit something. He didn't dig things out immediately, but gently put down the shovel and pushed the soil away with his hands, revealing the round metal thing. Engineer company commander, Suckabule. This man wants to lure us into a minefield and blow us up to death. Filipov, if you calm down, it might be the lid of a pickle. What? The engineer company commander looked at the thing carefully again, and then he boldly took it out. It turned out to be a pickled cucumber lid. Why is there such a thing in the soil? Filipov, it's a long story. Let's dig it up and see what's inside. The engineer company commander continued his work and soon dug out new things. It's human remains. As all the engineers joined in the excavation, a large number of remains were revealed. Densely packed layers upon layers. Gendarmerie, we rushed all the captured guerrillas, resistance elements, and anti-soldiers who surrendered to us to dig out the mines, because it is difficult to tell whether the mines are real or fake here, and there are also the kind that can dig out half of the mines. A terrible thing sent away by the engineering company, so after the mines here are almost cleared, we let them dig holes here, and then. The priest in charge of the translation rushed over and knocked the gendarme to the ground with a slap. "Assholes! You bastards! Filipov, priest, you violated the rules." "Priest, I know. Filipov, all criminals will be judged, priest." Chapter 700. The song sounded again and looked off. Yegorov put down the telescope and looked at his watch. It has only been 12 hours since the attack was launched, and the gunfire has become sparse. His chief of staff also arrived outside the city this time. He looked at the already setting sun and said, "It's a pity that it's going to be night soon, and the daylight hours are getting shorter in autumn." "Yegorov, don't worry, nightfall is good for us. We have the help of the local parish. The situation of the Plozans will be even worse at night, believe me. We will end the battle before dawn tomorrow." At this time, the communications staff officer ran over with a landline phone in his hand, telephone number of the 8th Guards Army. "Yegorov, it's Eugene, for sure." Then he took the receiver. "I'm Yegorov, is it Eugene?" Eugene's voice came from the receiver. "How's it going?" Yegorov put on airs and said, "Why do you care about Luktov? At this time, you are still working as your mine manager in the mine, mobilizing young people." Eugene cursed, "My men are veterans from Luktov, and there are 2 more in my headquarters. Why can't I ask? And we have to fight together. If you can't handle it, my right wing will. It's dangerous." Yegorov then said seriously, "Don't worry, the enemy's organized resistance will definitely be eliminated before dawn tomorrow, and the scattered troops will be cleared, which will not affect the offensive of our group army. Well, I wish you a happy homecoming. Your home is in Luktov, right?" "No, you forgot." Yegorov paused and added, "Besides, everyone in my family is dead, and I am the only one left." Eugene was silent for a few seconds and replied, "Don't give up hope, maybe there are still people alive. Besides, don't you still have Dr. Katya?" "Yegorov, Katya, we are just temporary partners until we find our relatives who are still alive. She's going to be heartbroken," Lieutenant General Eugene said. "Damn, the tables have turned. We've all started chatting on the line." Yegorov also smiled, "If we continue to talk about it, the tribunal will come to investigate our occupation of the military line. That's it. I wish you a smooth attack. Eugene, I also wish you success in taking down Luktov." After speaking, Eugene hung up the phone. Yegorov handed the receiver to the communications staff and said with a smile, "This miner has the tone of a soldier." In Alachi, the fortification he commanded the troops to dig made the Plosan people suffer. "Chief of Staff, you said that when we were outside Araki." "Did I say that?" "Well, maybe I did." Yegorov raised the telescope again and observed Luktov through the fading skylight. Suddenly, he said, "No, I can't wait any longer. I want to go in now." The Chief of Staff's eyes widened. "No. You can't go in." Yegorov waved his hand. "You go and complain to the teacher. I will listen only if the teacher tells me not to go. It won't work for anyone." Filipov's car drove into the school campus. "Get me all those Prothan flags," he said to the guard. The guard turned his head and shouted to the truck following, "Two people go and take down Prothan's flag." "I'll go." The lean young soldier raised his hands, got out of the car, and ran towards the school building. Filipov stood on the jeep and looked at the interior of the school that had been transformed into a headquarters by the Prosens. These Prosens really know how to choose. The guard pointed to the roof of the teaching building. "Captain, look." Filipov turned his head and saw the skinny monkey warrior just now appearing on the roof, cutting the rope of Prosen's flag with a dagger and throwing it down. "Wait a minute." The church publicity officer who followed the regiment's advance ran over. "Wait a minute, we didn't prepare the camera." "Do it again." "Filipov, what do you mean?" "Let's raise the flag again and throw it a second time." "No need to raise it. I understand the soldiers resist raising the enemy's flag. What I mean is to take the flag upstairs and throw it again." The propaganda officer explained, "Then we will shoot a video." Filipov, "Okay, you, take the flag upstairs and throw it again." The soldier he casually named had a look on his face as if a fly was flying out of his mouth. "Captain, that flag even feels unlucky for me to hold." Filipov, "Don't worry, when we are awarded the red flag, you will be the first to carry the flag." The soldier immediately smiled. "Okay, it's settled, no regrets." After Filipov nodded, the soldier rushed over, pushed away the soldiers who were trampling on the Prosen flag, took the flag and ran towards the building. "The leader asked me to throw it again, for a movie." The little warrior doesn't understand the difference between movies and documentaries. A moment later, the Prosen flag fell from the roof of the teaching building again. Propaganda officer, "Okay. This time the photo is done. Add more handles, choose two strong ones, grab both sides of the flag, and pull it apart." Filipov, "You all heard it, who's coming?" "I'll do it." Dozens of people raised their hands at the same time. Then everyone looked at each other. The 1st Battalion commander came out of nowhere. "I think it should be torn apart by people with gold stars." As he spoke, he arranged his clothes and deliberately patted the gold star medal on his chest. Propaganda officer, "No, having gold stars seems too deliberate. I think it would be better to choose a few younger ones with fewer medals to show the hatred of ordinary soldiers towards Prosen. What do you think, regiment leader?" Filipov was just touching his Venus, and was suddenly surprised when he was asked, "What?" "Ah? I think it's okay." Publicity officer, "That's it." Filipov asked the guard in a low voice, "What did he ask me just now?" "Ask whether we should let soldiers with fewer medals tear down the flag." Filipov said, "Oh." At this time, 2 young soldiers were selected and grabbed the Prosen flag that was thrown down twice from the roof. Church personnel held cameras and pointed them at the 2 men. Propaganda officer, "I will count 1, 2, and 3, and then you will tear this flag apart. You must not stumble in the middle, but do it all at once. This is very important. Otherwise, we will have to tear it up with a new flag." Filipov, "Don't worry, there may not be many Prosens alive in the city, there are plenty of flags." The propaganda officer nodded to him, his eyes returned to the young soldier holding the flag, and he raised his right hand high. 1, 2, 3. Tier. The two warriors exerted their strength together, and Proson's flag split in two down the middle. The two warriors fell directly to the ground because of too much force. The propaganda officer took a breath and asked the photographer, "Is it too deliberate? And does the fact that our soldiers fell down mean something bad?" Photographer: "I can splice it together, don't be afraid." Publicity officer: "Is that okay?" "Yes, as long as you understand the basic principles of this video, you can splice it together at will." "Okay, please." The two soldiers had already gotten up after tearing up the flag. After hearing what the officer said, they asked pitifully, "Don't tear it up anymore? We haven't torn it down enough." Propaganda officer: "These flags are precious historical relics. We need to choose one in good condition and send it to Yebeo. Every Proson division we eliminate in the future must have a flag preserved in Yebeo." These words made all the soldiers look happy. "It's great. When we grow old, we will take our children and grandchildren to visit, point to the flag and say, 'That's what I captured, Grandpa.' I think about my children and grandchildren. Does Tanya from the laundry team know that she is going to have a son with you? I think Cynthia, the nurse on the medical team, is pretty good. Hey, I'm different from you. When it's over, I want to marry a clean woman who has never been on the battlefield." Filipov glanced at the soldiers under discussion, got out of the jeep, and walked on the grassy playground. Suddenly, the chatter in my ears changed. "I think Natalia from the laundry team is great. I want to make her a bouquet of flowers. Come on, look at the time and place. Now you can only pick baby's breath. Your bouquet is only a tiny bit in size, just like your second brother. Sukabu. Let's go to the toilet to compete. Don't worry, Vasily is picking up the manure, and we'll compete later." Filipov turned his head to look, but only saw his subordinates chatting. Someone noticed the gaze and shouted, "The leader is looking at us. Stop it." Then the chatter disappeared, and the soldiers looked directly at Filipov. Filipov waved his hand, "Relax, don't worry." After saying that, he looked at the grassy playground again. The Plozans didn't use this part, so the grass grew almost knee-high. Filipov suddenly felt something. He took out his notebook and pen, opened it and wrote on the title page. "After experiencing 2 spring, summer, autumn, and winter. How many people have forgotten me? How many people have left me? I returned to my hometown, my temples were covered with wind and frost. My comrades are scattered all over the world, and only the medal on my chest is with me. I walked on the grassy path and walked through the tall grass. I want to breathe deeply into the air of this land. I have long forgotten the taste." The guard stretched his head to read the text. "I have forgotten the smell for a long time. Isn't this the smell of grass? Oh yes, there is also the smell of bed bugs. I can smell it." Filipov originally wanted to write a sentence, but when he heard the guard's words, his poetry suddenly ended. He put away his notebook and was about to speak when a jeep drove into the yard. There was a red flag on the jeep. Yegorov's voice came from a long way away, "Sukabul, why are the Prosons serving as their headquarters? Remove all those eye-catching Prosen signs." The car stopped, and the bear-like commander of the group army jumped out of the car, and then he saw Filipov. "Oh, it's your troops who occupy this place." Filipov saluted. "I am more familiar with the terrain, so the division commander chose my regiment to be the main attack." "Good. Good choice." Yegorov put his hands behind his back, looked around the entire playground, and suddenly said, "I remember that when you first arrived 2 years ago, you lined up here." Filipov: "Yes." Yegorov pursed his lips and was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Do you still remember the song you sang at that time? That song was very popular among young people. Remember?" Yegorov: "Okay, let's sing. Sing to those who can't come back here." Filipov: "That's a song of summer. Now it's autumn. You see you are wearing long sleeves. Don't worry about these details. Yegorov waved his hand, sing. Filipov cleared his throat and sang. I remember a small provincial town. Serenity, serenity, and melancholy. There's a church, a station, and a tree-lined avenue. Sometimes I can see in the crowd that familiar dear figure. She was wearing a blue sun hat. She was wearing a blue short top. The figure of a girl in a dark skirt. Ah, my fleeting love. Tanya. Tanyusha. My Takiana. Do you still remember that hot summer? I can't forget that time. That time to love. In the soft light of the setting sun, the golden star on Filipov's chest sparkled. Chapter 701 Only the living can throw stones at the Plassen captives. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the headquarters early in the morning, he heard the phone ringing. Let me come, it must be Igorov. He raised his hand to stop Pavlov, who was about to answer the phone, quickly walked to the phone and picked up the receiver. I am Rokosov, please speak. As expected, Yegorov's voice came from the receiver. Commander. We have crushed the organized resistance of the Plosen people, and are clearing out the hidden Plosen skirmishers and the booby traps they laid under the guidance of the local church. The day after tomorrow you can go into the city and visit your old place again. Wang Zhong looked at his watch. 22 hours, not bad. It won't be your time to clean up booby traps and stragglers later. If you pass the test, continue to advance towards Bogdanovka and defeat all enemy resistance. Yes. Wang Zhong put down the phone and looked at Pavlov. The chief of staff scolded, No. You are not allowed to go now. The movement route of the front army headquarters has been determined. When the leading team determines the place, we will move together. I haven't spoken yet. Wang Zhong said a little aggrievedly. Popov laughed loudly. Everyone in this headquarters can guess what you are going to say. Wang Zhong, then when can I visit my old place again? Pavlov, if you go to the front line for reconnaissance or something, I will let you go if there are reasonable reasons. You are leaving the headquarters just to satisfy your own feelings, and I cannot agree to it. An idea flashed in Wang Zhong's mind. If there is a reasonable reason, there is. It is necessary for publicity. Back then, I was almost captured alive by the Prasen people here. I hid under the BT-7 tank. It was the people of Volkov who captured me. Rescued, I said this in an interview. And I have told reporters from the United States and the United Kingdom. This matter has been on the front pages of newspapers in all Allied countries. Now I will find the reporters and write another report. Is it reasonable? Pavlov was dumbfounded. You, at least wait until this wave of attacks comes to an end before going. The mud season will come in 1 month, so you can go ahead and satisfy your publicity needs then. Popov, indeed, the whole world now knows that we are counterattacking, and the front page must be full of news about the counterattack. Wang Zhong, in this case, we will make a continuous report, once in Luktov, once in Pionir, and finally in Ranaz. By then we will have almost reached the national border. Pavlov and Wang Zhong looked at each other for a second, sighed, and moved their eyes to Popov. Tell me, Bishop of the Army, publicity is your domain. Popov rubbed his chin. I think, after the reporters are ready, it will be no problem to revisit the old place. By then, the enemy's armored forces should have been exhausted, and there will basically be nothing for you to make decisions about. Just as Wang Zhong was about to speak, the communications staff came in. Report. The 6th Guards Tank Corps reported heavy casualties and the loss of 110 T-34W vehicles. What? Wang Zhong was shocked. 110 vehicles? Do the Prosens have armored units capable of causing such heavy casualties? Pavlov looked at the map. There should be no enemy armored divisions in front of the 6th Guards Tank Corps. Could it be that the information provided by the underground parish is wrong and that there are unreported Prosan armored units? Wang Zhong, impossible. I flew over this area. I will see if there are armored troops. Seen using a plug-in. Communications staff, the 6th Guards tank reported that it was ambushed by an enemy tank destroyer. It is a destroyer that looks like a Panzer IV tank, with a main gun that looks like a fishing rod. Wang Zhong, it seems that troops equipped with T-34 have reported this kind of tank destroyer before. Popov, the Inquisitor also confirmed from the prisoners that the enemy may have a new tank destroyer modified from the Panzer IV. Wang Zhong, when were they ambushed? This morning. The communications officer replied. Wang Zhong, the enemy can't run far. I will take off immediately to find this unit of Prasen destroyers that killed 110 of our vehicles. Actually, there were almost 200 vehicles, but when we were on the beach, the number 4 fighter vehicles were all in the bunker, and the ant frontline troops could not see it very clearly. Pavlov sighed. Wang Zhong, this time it's a valid reason. We can't leave this kind of troops alone. The casualties are too great. I know, you go ahead. Pavlov said, also, you are not allowed to land outside Lktov. Of course not, I have to bring important information back. Am I the kind of person who can't distinguish between priorities? Wang Zhong sounded a little complaining. Pavlov, mine too. After flying into the sky, Amelia, who was in the front seat, asked, what's going on? You're so anxious to come here to take off. If you're a little bit late, I'll get on the fighter jet and fight with pilot Prasen. Wang Zhong, the enemy invested in a new tank destroyer, causing us heavy casualties. Significant casualties? Can Prasen threaten the firepower of your new tank? Wang Zhong, they have always had it. The new anti-tank gun converted from a 105mm anti-aircraft gun can pose a threat to us at a relatively long distance. But this time the main ones who suffered were the troops who were still using T-34W. When will the shortage of new tanks be solved? Well, it took more than a year for the T-34W to completely replace the two-man turret T-34. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. The good news is that Prosan's infantry unit does not have many weapons that can deal with the T-34W. This old guy is currently bullying Prosan. The infantry units after the 5th wave of Mori are still quite useful. Then they will be defeated when they encounter Prasen's firefighting team, which is very similar to the history of the Earth. Amelia, so you can't make some changes to the T-34W? For example, lengthen the barrel or something. I heard from Major Charlie, who just transferred from the United Kingdom, that the army is preparing to hit the 17-pounder gun on Sherman's head. And named this tank Firefly. Wang Zhong, the United States has a similar emergency plan, putting a 90mm cannon on the Sherman chassis to make a convertible sports car. Because Wang Zhong took out new tanks, Prasen was forced to come up with thicker armor and better firepower. In turn, the Allies on the Western Front were forced to come up with 2 tank destroyers, Firefly and Jackson. It seems that Pershing will soon join the war on the Western Front. Wang Zhong also gave the prototype of the T-54 and the remains of Prosan's new tank to the United States and the United Kingdom in exchange for engine production authorization and new machine tools. I wonder if the M48 pattern will be produced in advance. Speaking of which, the Savage General is still alive. I wonder who the M48 will be named after. While Wang Zhong was thinking about it, he was on the other side of the world. President Luo looked at the drawings presented to him. What is this? Ike, our contingency plan, Mr. President. President Luo stared at the design drawing. The body of the car is Sherman, I can see it, but where is the turret? If a rotating mechanism is installed, the improved 90mm gun will be too heavy, its rotation speed will be very slow, and the overall body will be overweight. So the Ordnance Bureau directly removed the turret basket and rotating mechanism, and only installed the cannon and shield. President, so this cannon can't rotate? Yes, it can rotate in a small range. The gun mount is modified from the gun mount of our anti-tank gun. The frontal firing range is 20 degrees. President, the enemy can kill our gunner and commander with machine guns. The same goes for the Hellcat self-propelled anti-tank gun. Sir, the Hellcat has to maneuver around the side of the enemy tank to penetrate it. This thing can penetrate the King Tiger head-on. The President looked at the ghost thing on the design. I don't like it. It feels like a person's head has been taken away, leaving only the skull. But this thing is very fast to produce. It is based on mature technology and can be put into production immediately. The prototype has been built and it performed very well at the Aberdeen test ground and is very reliable. The President was still staring at the design drawings of the ghost thing and pondering, and Ike added, this thing takes less hours to produce than a Sherman. Ah! Lao Luo raised his head, is it so few? Yes, after all, there is no turret or rotating mechanism. As an emergency product, there is nothing more suitable than it. In addition, when we go all out to produce Pershing, Sherman's production line can produce this thing without shutting down. Lao Luo took off his glasses. Okay, build it and send it to the front line first, but my boys must use Pershing as soon as possible. Also, the research work on the new medium tank must be fast. Wang Zhong, circle right. I see things. I mean, I feel things. Amelia immediately circled to the right. The chassis of the number 4 looks like the barrel of a fishing rod. We found it. Wang Zhong said, pretending to check the map in his hand, and then directly read out the information seen from the bird's eye view. The enemy is attacking Bogdanovka retreats. What the hell, you just want to run away after stealing so many of our T-34s. Amelia, do you want to call in an airstrike? The sunshine will last for about 2 hours today, and the attack aircraft that took off from the field airport can come over. Wang Zhong, no, I want to summon troops to surround them. There are Yegorov's mechanized infantry nearby, and they should be able to come up soon. We will eliminate this small group of pests tomorrow. Amelia, aren't you going to inform the T-34 troops not to provoke them? Wang Zhong, of course I will notify you, leave it to me. Chapter 702, Military and Civilians are United. Major Hausen, the commander of the 504th Independent Tank Destroyer Battalion in Plausen, heard the engine sound and looked up at the sky. A red-painted PE-3 reconnaissance plane just flew over his battalion. Not long after leaving Hausen's sight, the plane turned back and circled at a height of several hundred meters, obviously observing the 504th Battalion. The anti-aircraft machine gun of the Panzer IV tank destroyer opened fire, but it was obvious that the shooter did not calculate the distance well, and the tracer bullet fell to the ground like urine before it hit the plane. Hausen wanted to observe the plane with a telescope, but the speed of the plane was too fast, and once he zoomed in, he would quickly lose the target. After putting down the telescope, the major thought of a rumor. Rokosov would personally take a red PE-3 reconnaissance plane for reconnaissance and command the Air Force and ground forces in real time. The entire Southern Army group was saying that after witnessing the red PE-3, either the command headquarters would be attacked by the suddenly appearing anti-bomber, and the commander of the own side would be either killed or injured. Either the enemy's artillery fire suddenly fell on the hidden troops without warning, and the commander of our side was either killed or injured. Or the commando called Commando landed at night to launch a surprise attack, and the commander of our side was either killed or injured. Major Hausen broke out in a cold sweat. He picked up the microphone. Don't worry about the PE-3 in the sky, go full speed, Bogdanovka needs us. The red PE-3 continued to circle around his car. Major Hausen always felt that the people on the plane were staring at him. Could it be that Rokosov himself was on it? While thinking this, he switched the frequency of the radio and shouted on the frequency used by the Air Force pilots, calling our fighter pilots in the air at this time, please reply if you hear me. There was only rustling background noise in the radio. When Major Hausen was about to call again, someone responded, I am Air Force Liaison Station 541. The fighters are all protecting Bogdanovka and resisting the enemy's heavy bombers and tactical bombers. There are no fighters in this airspace to cover you. By the way, we have to retreat too. Major Hausen sighed and threw the microphone on the top armor of the tank destroyer's fighting compartment. The voice of the commander of the No. 3 Assault Gun Battalion, which followed the 504th Battalion, came from the headset. We should stop to repair the car. Many vehicles have reported abnormal gearbox sounds. Major Hausen said firmly, let the car with abnormal sounds stop and repair it by itself. Be careful not to block the road. We must move forward at full speed. If there are infantrymen who volunteer to stay to cover these vehicles, pay my highest respects to them. Yes. The commander of the No. 3 Assault Gun Battalion was obviously very depressed. The year before last, it was the ants who did this. There were ant soldiers everywhere on this grassland. In just 2 years, this place has become our burial place. Major Hausen, it hasn't become our burial place yet. Watch your speech. Yes. Battalion Commander. A voice suddenly interrupted the radio. Look to the north. Major Hausen turned his head and saw smoke on the ground. He quickly raised his telescope to observe. Cavalry? No. 2 tank destroyer battalions were running wildly on the road. This road was a high-standard road built by the Prosan people for more than a year after they occupied it. No matter how fast the cavalry ran, it was impossible to catch up with the tanks running wildly on the road in the wild. There is only one possibility, that is ants motorized troops. Company Commander. The driver of the lead vehicle of the lead company of ants 155th Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion shouted to the captain in the co-pilot seat, we are all jeeps, and we can't do anything with tanks. Captain Short, shut up. The enemy is not a tank, but a self-propelled artillery, which can be dealt with by mobility. The 2 armies have different names for artillery carriers without turrets, and some troops have not fought side by side with the Vortex Destroyer Battalion, so they call the equipment of the 504th Battalion self-propelled artillery. At this time, the gunner operating the vehicle-mounted machine gun in the back seat said, Company Commander, there is a red plane in the sky, it looks like our PE-2, typical identification error. Short, I see it. The driver, could it be that the marshal is watching us? Then we should do something. The company commander put down the telescope and fell into deep thought. At this time, the radio operator in the back seat said, received a call. The other party said it was Marshal Rokosov. The company commander immediately stood up in the co-pilot seat and took the walkie-talkie. Marshal Dovorich, our troops are infiltrating to the northwest of Bogdanovka according to the plan. Marshal Rokosov, I know, you continue to perform the mission. But I have a request for you. Keep visual contact with the Prosan troops to your south at all times. The mechanized infantry of the 1st Mobile Army is coming. You must synchronize the enemy's coordinates with them at all times. I'm running out of gas and I have to withdraw. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. The company commander raised his chin to the red pendant in the sky and saluted with his empty hand. Because he held the walkie-talkie in one hand and saluted with the other, he was standing on the off-road vehicle without holding anything. But the captain still stood straight, as if there was a flat ground under his feet. Rokosov, I believe you, over. As soon as the voice fell, the red plane in the sky turned, flew over the motorized reconnaissance battalion, and flew towards the east. Captain Short sat down, still holding the walkie-talkie in his hand. You all heard it, keep visual contact with the enemy until our mechanized troops catch up. The deputy company commander immediately said on the radio, why is it just visual contact? Why don't we rush to the front of the enemy, occupy the high ground and wait for them? Our jeep is equipped with a 45mm anti-tank gun and anti-tank mines. We can fight a blocking battle. Captain Short thought for a while and said, okay, Deputy Company Commander, you lead the 3rd platoon to maintain visual contact, and I will lead the 1st and 2nd platoons to rush forward to ambush. Deputy Company Commander, wait a minute. According to tradition, I, the Deputy Company Commander, should be the one responsible for getting someone killed, right? Obey the order, said the Captain and Company Commander. See you at the Martyrs' Cemetery. Yes. Major Hosen watched Yang Chen running next to him, gradually running forward, and he had an ominous premonition in his heart. The Red Pay 3 has left. According to rumors, the commander of the 504th Battalion is either dead or injured. It seemed that Ant's motorized unit that overtook the car in front was responsible for the good deeds. He pondered for a few seconds, then took out the diary placed on the shelf on the right side of the destroyer combat room, turned to the first blank piece of paper, and wrote on it. Today I saw the Red Banshee. Legend has it that every troop commander who saw it would be killed or wounded soon after. So I'm writing this in the hope that one day this diary will be in the hands of my wife and daughter. I am an ordinary Prosan officer, and I have never done anything that dishonors the honor of a soldier, but I did ignore the atrocities committed by my companions against the Ant people. Now, I have to pay the price for this neglect. I don't feel unwilling. This is my retribution, a destined death. The 1st and 2nd platoons of Ant's 155th Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion leading company arrived at Highland 171.2 on the map at 2000 hours, and found that there were already people on the high ground. Who is it? The sentry on the side of the road shouted in Antese. Who are you? Captain Short shouted back. At the same time, the driver turned on the headlights, illuminating the entire road, so that the person asking the question had to raise his hand to cover his eyes. Under the illumination of headlights, a group of people dressed as civilians and carrying weapons were laying landmines on the road. A man dressed as a priest jumped out of the darkness and shouted, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Turn off the lights. Don't be discovered by the enemy." Captain Short patted the driver's shoulder, and the headlights turned off. "Priest, we are the Bogdanov-Kolyanov District Brigade. We are carrying out the mission assigned by Marshal Rokosov, blocking an enemy mechanized corps here." "Captain Short, we are also here to block the enemy's mechanized force. It is a Prosan self-propelled artillery unit. There are estimated to be 70 to 120 self-propelled artillery. You will need the rocket launchers and anti-tank weapons we brought. Cannons and mines." After saying this, he jumped out of the car and held out his hand to the priest. The priest came up and held his hand. "I've waited for you, comrade. Tell me the situation. We are not familiar with the terrain and don't know where to ambush." "Priest, how can we use an ambush?" "Lie down on the roadside and hit the enemy tanks with rocket launchers when they come over. We also prepared Molotov cocktails and waited for the mines to blow up the enemy ranks. We have set up heavy machine guns on the mountain and will shoot at the enemy's infantry. If the situation is bad, we will retreat to the mountain to defend." "Captain, you can retreat to the mountain after laying the mines, and just give us the Molotov cocktails. Once we are wiped out, you must continue to resist and resolutely block the enemy here. This is the order from the Marshal." "Priest, the Marshal also gave us an order. Don't worry, we have much more experience with incendiary bottles than you." After he finished speaking, the guerrillas next to him echoed, "That's right. It's been 2 years since we threw it away. We still have a points table for burning enemy vehicles. We can use the points to exchange for vodka and spam cans, but cans are hard to come by now." After eating, no one changed it. Another guerrilla laughed and said, "I would rather change to the MP40 bullets stolen from the Plausen warehouse. I killed 6 chained dogs last time," referring to the Plausen military police. "Obviously 3. 6. I promise it's 6. The captain looked at these guerrillas and suddenly realized that they might be better at fighting than his new recruits, so he agreed, "Okay, I will leave the veterans who have received rocket launcher training to cooperate with you and let the new recruits go up the hillside." "Company commander." The pilot shouted immediately, "I don't want to go to the hillside. You know how to drive a car, and you're a high school student, and you have to go to the hillsides. Look at what our land has become. It's up to you to rebuild after the war. Follow orders. Local priest, now our commander also does ideological work part-time. The captain shook his head. No, even the priest died and we haven't been replenished yet, so I can only work part-time. Okay, everyone get out of the car and hide the car behind the hillside. Chapter 703 This city is Rokosov. At 2300 hours, on the road leading to Bogdanovka. Battle commander. The reconnaissance troops in front came back on motorcycles and said to Major Hausen, the commander of the 504th Independent Tank Destroyer Battalion in Prasen, we are 1 kilometer ahead and have already seen Hill 171. Still not ambushed. Major Hausen pursed his lips. How is that possible? Ants motorized troops rushing in front of us will definitely ambush us. That is the most suitable ambush location. The scout on the motorcycle said, they are Rokosov's troops. Rokosov likes to violate our military common sense most, Major. Major Hausen thought for a few seconds and nodded, that makes sense. The two scouts on the motorcycle looked at each other. Major Hausen noticed this detail and said, this way, you two will go at the front of the queue until we pass the high ground. The two scouts stared with fear in their faces. Major Hausen punched the top armor of the fighting room. Asshole. You two didn't carry out my order. If you disobey orders on the battlefield, you should be shot on the spot. But, I want you to be the vanguard 100 meters in front of the entire battalion. Remember, from a distance of 100 meters, I can kill you with an anti-aircraft machine gun. Don't even think about escaping. The two scouts remained silent. We can't, we. Major Hausen, if our battalion reaches Bogdanovka safely, you two will be innocent and no one will report your actions to the military police. The two scouts looked at each other, and the driver turned the car around and drove back along the road they had just come from. Major Hausen picked up the microphone. The rest is over. Those who have not completed the inspection can choose to stay for inspection, while others continue to move forward at full speed. At this time, the battalion commander of the No. 3 Assault Artillery Battalion said, we are tracked vehicles. In fact, we cannot take the main road. Although it will be slower, we can avoid the enemy's ambush. Major Hausen, you are right. We can avoid the danger zone and return to the main road. At this time, the commander of the lead vehicle said, but the two leading soldiers have already gone. Major Hausen, ignore them. Lead vehicle, turn left off the road, take Carlino and bypass Highland 171. Yes. The engine roared, and Major Hausen saw the lead car turn and drive off the road. Captain Short stood in the newly dug foxhole, looking into the distance with his binoculars. To be honest, it is cloudy tonight and the lighting is not good. The telescope is basically useless. It is dark and wintry and you can't see anything. At this time, the guerrilla wearing a felt hat jumped into Captain Short's foxhole carrying a Molotov cocktail. Captain, you can't throw Molotov cocktails here, it's too far. You mean this? No, this is a drink for both of us. As he spoke, the guerrilla pulled out the alcohol-stained cloth from the head of the Molotov cocktail, put it in his mouth, took 2 mouthfuls and spit it out, and then turned to the mouth of the bottle. A big mouthful. Captain Short, is it appropriate to drink like this? Why is it inappropriate? It's not that you can't light strong liquor. This is good wine. We usually drink Prasen beer that tastes like horse urine. You still drink Prasen beer? That's right. Let me tell you, Commander Prosen stationed in Bogdanovka is a wonderful man. He secretly made false accounts, took care of errands, and colluded with us to resell supplies. If he is exposed, call us. Let's go to Boda. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Captain Short was shocked. There are still such prosens. Yet, he said all day long that he was going to fail anyway, so he might as well have fun. He was like this when he first came to Bogdanovka and took office. Let me tell you, he even secretly looked at Marshal Rokosov's pamphlet. I think the Marshal is right. I heard from him that there is also an organization within Proson called Valkyrie or the Order of the Phoenix. Captain Short frowned. Valkyrie and Order of the Phoenix are not the same word in Prosen, right? The pronunciation is very different. Do you still know Prosen? My grandfather's father was from Plosen. At that time, many Plosen nobles were driven to Ant by the conqueror, and he was one of them. No wonder your name is Short, not the name of a saint. The names of the Ant people are named according to the month, and most of them are names related to saints or religions, so you can tell whether you are an original Ant person by looking at the name. The gorilla stretched out his hand. I am the captain of the divisional guerrillas and have been fighting behind enemy lines for 2 years. Enlisted in the army for the first year. Captain Short held the guerrilla leader's hand. This is also Ant's unique way of saying hello now, saying which year he joined the battle. The earlier he joins, the more respected he will be. Want some? The guerrilla leader handed the Molotov cocktail to Captain Short. The captain took it, took a sip, and immediately frowned, feeling the burning sensation going down his esophagus. The guerrilla leader patted the captain on the back. Ha 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 ha, I can tell by looking at your expression that you don't drink often. Your family has been in Ant for more than 100 years. It's very rare that you haven't turned into a drunkard. Captain Short, is this rare? I heard that Marshal Rokosov doesn't drink much either, actually because he is a Saris. Really? The captain was shocked. We often listen to Yebeo's radio broadcast, and the radio says that he is a genuine Ant-man. Captain Short, the Marshal's troops know that he doesn't drink much. At this time, there was the sound of an engine in the distance, followed by a burst of submachine gun fire. Captain Short put down the Molotov cocktail and picked up his submachine gun. At this time, someone ran over quickly. Report. We destroyed a motorcycle, wounded one and killed one. Soon the wounded Plossen was brought over. He was wearing the leather jacket of the Plossen motorcycle unit and seemed to be a scout. I can speak Plossen. The local priest came over and asked in Plossen, how long will the assault artillery unit behind you arrive? They left the road and didn't follow us. The Plossen said, we were sent here to die because we disobeyed orders and didn't follow the orders to scout. The priest cursed, Sukabuli. Guerrilla leader, Nolinka also has our detachment, I need to make a call. Major Hausen has seen the outline of Nolinka ahead. After passing through this small village, you can drive onto the small road. Although it is not as wide and high quality as the repaired main road, it can also run at a good speed. In this way, you can escape. He was a little relieved. His troops drove into the village one after another, gradually filling the village road in the center of the village. At this moment, the lights of the surrounding houses suddenly lit up, and Molotov cocktails flew out from the second floor and roof of the building like raindrops. Major Hausen was shocked. What? Before he could pick up the anti-aircraft machine gun to resist, a black shadow leaped down and landed on the top armor of the tank. The black shadow held the PPSH and fired at Major Hausen at 0 distance. The major covered his chest and widened his eyes, trying to see the attacker's face clearly, but he was horrified to find that it was Rokosov. This is an illusion. With this thought, he sank into a dream that he would never wake up. Chapter 704 Propaganda Action. As soon as Wang Zhong entered the headquarters the next day, he asked, did we stop the 504 tank destroyer battalion yesterday? He almost said the enemy's number, but if this thing is not obtained through external plugins, it can only be obtained by interrogating prisoners or seizing enemy maps and documents. Pavlov, oh? You already know the enemy's number? Very quickly. I just got the report. Wang Zhong, I heard it on the way, so it was blocked. It has been eliminated. They bypassed our blocking position, but were ambushed by another guerrilla when passing through the village. Most of the new tank destroyers were burned by Molotov cocktails, and only a few that did not have time to enter the village were captured by the guerrillas. Pavlov paused and added, but unfortunately, they followed their number 3 assault gun battalion and ran away. It seems that the village road is not long enough, the enemy's long snake formation was eaten halfway, and the 3 bald battalions that served as the tail of the snake escaped. Wang Zhong, it's good that they have been destroyed. Immediately send out the Dragon trailer to transport the captured vehicles to the rear for comprehensive testing to understand their performance. Pavlov, I have sent people to organize a trailer team. However, Bogdanovka has not been taken yet, and there are still many enemy stragglers near the ambush site. Large trailers are not suitable for going there. So I asked Yegorov to transfer troops to Nolinka to guard these vehicles. After a few days, when the surrounding Prasen stragglers have been almost cleared, they will be towed back by trailers. Wang Zhong, just arrange it. After a brief pause, he asked, how many tankmen survived the tank army ambushed by the 504th Battalion? Irrecoverable losses 271. Popov replied immediately, half survived. The so-called irreversible loss is the total number of people who were killed in action and unable to return to the front line due to injuries and disabilities. 110 T-34Ws were lost, each with 5 crew members, a total of 550 people, and exactly half of them were left. It was neat and looked like a cruel joke. Wang Zhong, the enemy should be equipped with 75 mm guns, but half of them survived. The tank crew members who were destroyed by Proson's 75 mm guns and 88 mm guns before were basically lucky if one survived. Pavlov, the young men on the front line also found it strange. We have to wait for our technical experts to investigate what happened to find out. Wang Zhong, okay. Let's change the subject. So what is the movement of Proson's armored forces today? There was no movement in Proson's armored forces yesterday. Pavlov took out another report and threw it in front of Wang Zhong. All day yesterday, no troops reported encountering Proson's organized armored forces. Wang Zhong picked up the report and flipped through it in a pretentious manner. He knew that Pavlov's summary would not be wrong, so we have exhausted Proson's armored forces. Pavlov, it's possible. It's also possible that they counterattacked for a few days and the motorcycle hours of the vehicles were used up. Wang Zhong, so how many results did our troops report? 1,500. Pavlov replied immediately, the statistics team I sent out is counting the wreckage, and there must not be so many. Wang Zhong, we must rectify the bad habit of the troops to report results blindly, and try to ensure that the results statistics obtained by the front headquarters are closer to the actual situation. Vasily, as for how much to exaggerate, it is decided by the propaganda department of the front, right? Wang Zhong, it is decided by the propaganda hall of the church. And is this called exaggeration? It is difficult to count the results of battlefield battles, and some errors are acceptable. Especially the results of the Air Force. How can you be sure that the Air Force did not destroy so many tanks behind enemy lines? If there are not so many wreckages found behind enemy lines, on the one hand, the enemy has strong repair capabilities, and on the other hand, the enemy must have blown up all the wreckage that cannot be repaired. This is the situation on Earth. It is very difficult to confirm the results of the Air Force's ground attack. The main reason is that there was no reliable positioning method on the aircraft at that time. Basically, the pilots relied on identifying the landmarks on the ground to guess their own positions. It sounds good to say that it is speculation, but in fact it is just guessing based on experience. Under the state where the positioning problem cannot be solved, even if you want to send a special reconnaissance aircraft to confirm the results, you can't do it. So the results of the air attack in World War II are basically in a state where the pilots claim as much as they want. In the middle and late period of the United States, the family was rich, and they began to equip the ground attack aircraft with camera guns. There were even aircraft in the entire fleet responsible for taking pictures to confirm the results, so the water injection situation was slightly better. At that time, several fighter squadrons of the United States competed for the results of ground attacks, and there was a very dramatic scene. The dust had settled, but several pilots who were captured by Sandazi after the forced landing were rescued by the ground forces. After the forced landing, these pilots immediately removed the film of the camera gun and hid it in the tree hole. After being rescued, they forcibly retrieved it, and the ground attack results were reversed. Decades later, this reversal became the first fighter squadron in the ground attack, and was equipped with F-15E Strike Eagle. Of course, the current anti-air force does not have the conditions to equip every aircraft with a camera gun to confirm the results, so it is still in a state where pilots claim that they have destroyed as many as they want. Of course, for attacks on some key nodes, such as stations and dispatching yards, there will be special reconnaissance aircraft to take photos to confirm the results, but in such a vast battlefield in anti, there is plenty of room for water injection. Pavlov, we estimate that the results of the war should be cautious in order to have a correct understanding of the enemy's strength. The above exaggerated results are to boost morale, and there may be some intention to put pressure on the Allies. There is nothing wrong with that. Wang Zhong smiled and said nothing. Just then Nelly came over with coffee. He took the cup and took a big sip. Neri, how about the milk produced in the newly liberated city I used today? Wang Zhong looked down at the coffee and smiled. I didn't drink it. But, well, I drank the enthusiasm of the local people. Marshal Shipling held the receiver, and the staff officers around him were burning documents in an orderly manner. In the receiver, Emperor Prasen was asking in an unwilling tone, 4 armored divisions. 4. Or the 2 battalion armored divisions before Barbarossa launched it. You told me that they were all used up in less than a week. These 4 armored divisions are all number 3 and number 4. The new tanks facing the enemy do not have the advantage of facing armor bombs. But the Prasen armored soldiers are the most elite. The enemy has also become more elite. Marshal Shipling said in a very patient tone. The ant-armored troops who can drive new tanks are all elite soldiers with the title of guards. These troops are composed of veterans and top students from training schools. The soldiers are the quality is no worse than ours. Shipling also hid something. The armored divisions transferred from the Western Front had never experienced such brutal tank battles on the Eastern Front. The 2 more experienced armored divisions only faced each other on the Mamluk and Matilda lines of the United Kingdom. The intensity of the confrontation was not even close to that of the Eastern Front. The tank crews of the United Kingdom did not fight as tenaciously as the ant tankers. Well, the United Kingdom's tank crew usually abandons the vehicle and gives up the battle when 1 man is lost, but Ant's tank crew often continues to fight even after 2 members are killed. All in all, although the 4 divisions transferred from the Western Front played a role in delaying the Ant attack, they were only a delay. Shipling, the good news is that the enemy's armored forces also suffered huge losses. It is expected that Rokosov's offensive will be almost over after capturing Ranaz. We can still maintain part of Hazalia's land. The Emperor's silence was deafening, making Ziplin uneasy. He thought for a while, and it seemed that he had nothing to say, so he simply shut up and waited for the Emperor to speak. As long as he didn't speak, he would not make a mistake. Finally, the Emperor sighed, in 2 years, we have spit out all the land we acquired on the southern front. All the plans we made for the Black Land of Hazalia have come to nothing. This was supposed to be the granary of the Prasen Empire. There were also important coal and iron ores. Now they're all gone. Shipling did not dare to speak, for fear that the Emperor would start lamenting the incompetence of the Junkers officer corps in the next sentence. But the Emperor did not say so. How can we explain to the people of Plosen now? In the past 2 years, we have relied on wheat from Kosalia and Moravia to suppress the price of bread. What will we do next year? There is still food in Moravia. If Moravia is also lost, maybe the people will have to eat cabbage to satisfy their hunger. The bread may rise to 500,000 marks apiece. 500,000 marks. This is going to happen, big problem. Shipling Khan came down, thinking that it would be better to let the emperor scold the officer corps for being incompetent. He felt that he could no longer remain silent. We will try our best to ensure the cultivated land in West Kosalia. Unless you guard the Tiber River, nothing you do will be useless. The emperor's voice was full of despair. I will discuss with the propaganda minister how to explain to the people of Plosin. Be mentally prepared. Shiplin's heart suddenly dropped, because from what he heard, the emperor would at most let him disarm and return to his field. It might be a good thing to be disarmed and return to the field now. It would be best not to use him again until the battle is defeated. For a moment, Shiplin really thought so. However, the quality of Junker's officer corps still made him quickly put away this idea. Shipling, in order to explain to the people of Plosin, I am mentally prepared. That's good. The emperor asked after a brief silence, do you have any other requirements? I will try my best to satisfy you, even though it won't help any more. Shipling, no, I will try my best to withdraw all the troops to the border. The emperor hung up the phone directly. Shipling put down the receiver, and his adjutant immediately asked with concern, what did your majesty say? For publicity purposes, I may have to retire and return to work. That's fine, I can go and have tea with those retired old guys. Adjutant, would you like to show your face at the Valkyrie Club? No. Shipling said seriously, absolutely. Chapter 705, Where the Star of Victory Rises. 3 days later, Yegorov and Eugene's troops completely occupied Bogdanovka. And Wang Zhong finally saw the captured Panzer IV tank destroyer at the headquarters. The Prosons have adopted a new type of armor-piercing shell. The engineer in charge of the analysis took Proson's new type of armor-piercing shell and explained to Wang Zhong, some of us have also proposed a similar concept. Without changing the caliber and length of the shell, it can effectively improve the armor-piercing ability and is less likely to be bounced off by the arc of the armor. Wang Zhong continued, but the after effect is significantly reduced after penetration, right? In fact, Wang Zhong has used this kind of shell in War Thunder, and the killing effect is obviously not as good as the standard armor-piercing shell. Engineer, that's right. After all, the charge is much less, and the killing mainly depends on the fragments produced after penetration. Before analyzing the captured tank destroyers, we first analyzed the 110 T-34Ws destroyed at the ambush site and found that only 15% of them caught fire and burned, and a considerable number of tanks could be repaired. As soon as the engineer finished speaking, Vasily said, No, our precious maintenance forces are all repairing Rokossovai and T-54, and there is really no manpower to repair T-34W. For other countries, it may be more cost-effective to repair tanks damaged on the battlefield, but for ANT, which lacks maintenance forces, it can only give up the maintenance of T-34W. It will definitely take more man-hours and resources to build a new T-34W than to repair it, and there is no way to do it now. In fact, if there are enough battlefield repair vehicles and related repair equipment, some factory workers can indeed be trained into field maintenance troops. The problem is that ANT does not have so many battlefield repair vehicles. Now ANT's field maintenance troops are all using equipment from the United States. Wang Zhong took the new armor-piercing shell from the engineer. The Prosons probably saw that we lacked the ability to repair and would not repair the T-34W that was not on fire, so they made this kind of shell that pursues penetration efficiency. It's possible. The engineer agreed. Wang Zhong handed the shell to Vasily. Oh, Vasily, wait it, this shell is lighter than the Proson armor-piercing shell I saw before. Wang Zhong, yes, the loader will load faster and less likely to get tired. Although they are enemies, we have to admire them for making a practical weapon. As he said this, he reached out and touched the 70 caliber long gun of the Panzer IV tank destroyer, Compared to other things they tinkered with, this thing is much more reliable. Fortunately, the Prosons did not invest their main productivity in this practical product. As soon as the voice fell, Pavlov came out of the headquarters, squinting his eyes and looking at the captured destroyer. Tank, is this what destroyed our 110 T-34s? Wang Zhong, you are out of date. According to the interrogation of the prisoners by the Inquisitor, they may have destroyed nearly 250 of our T-34Ws. Pavlov, if the Prosons start mass production of this thing, the consequences will be disastrous. Wang Zhong, don't worry, the Prosons will put all the production on their new double-row road-wheel tanks. They have always been like this. Wait, how did you get out? Is the headquarters going to start moving? Wang Zhong's chief of staff didn't seem to care about the new stuff he had just captured. Pavlov, I came out to inform you that if you want to go to Lktov, you can leave now. Really? Pavlov, yes, and Yegorov has left an acquaintance of Vasily there to meet you. Vasily, it must be Filipov. There are only a few of my acquaintances who can be related to Lktov. Wang Zhong, let's go. Don't worry. Pavlov shouted, wait a minute. Didn't you say you wanted to make a film? Your other old acquaintance, reporter Mike, and his partner are here with a camera. Of course, there is also the propaganda officer of the propaganda court. You are not here to visit the old place alone, you have a mission. When the jeep drove into Lktov, Wang Zhong suddenly shouted, stop. Grigory braked and the car stopped sharply. Wang Zhong got out of the car and came to the two-person turret T-34 between the ruins. Mike's partner, photographer Robert Kappa, walked around Wang Zhong with a camera, saying, say something. At least you have something to say, so we can edit what you said later. Wang Zhong, I remember, the Proson people launched an elite infantry attack, used smoke to cover our firing range, and fought close combat with us. I saw that the situation was not good and ordered the tank battalion to retreat. Wang Zhong put his hand on the front armor of the two-person turret T-34. The driver's hatch was gone, probably because it was removed to protect the nearby residents from wind and rain. The driver's seat that had been burned inside the car body could be clearly seen. Wang Zhong continued to recall, at that time, because only the platoon leader's car had a radio in these two-person turrets, many crews did not receive the retreat order and continued to resist in the outer defense positions. Strangely, I remember that only a few cars ran away in the end, organizing defense in the central square. Where are the other cars? Dragged away by the Proson people. Someone next to him said. Wang Zhong looked over and found that it was an old lady. Who are you? Have you fought here before? The old lady asked. Wang Zhong stepped forward and held her hand. I am Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov. I led my battle group here to resist the Prussian army. The old lady squinted her eyes. Really? Is it Rokosov? How come you? Oh, I remember, you had 1 star then, and you still have 1 star now. How come you haven't been promoted after 2 years of fighting? Wang Zhong was stunned, and then remembered that when he was commanding the battle group here, he was a brigadier general with 1 star in his rank, and now he is a marshal, and his rank is still 1 star, a big star. The old lady probably had poor eyesight and couldn't tell the difference. Vasily stepped forward, he was promoted. Now he is a marshal. At that time, his star was that of a brigadier general. The old lady, why are they all 1 star? How can we tell them apart? The marshal's star is bigger. Wang Zhong explained in person, old man, are all the survivors okay? Everyone who survived at that time joined the guerrillas. I don't know whether they are okay or not, after all, I am still alive. The old lady said, Marshal, don't you want to go and see that tank? Yes. Wang Zhong didn't ask which one, because he had never forgotten that tank over the years, and had never forgotten the moment when the militia of the Guardian Army dragged him out from under the tank. Let's walk. Wang Zhong said, taking a confident step and walking towards the place in his memory. At this time, more residents appeared. It's Rokosov. Really, it's Marshal Rokosov. Robert Kappa turned the camera to the crowd very professionally, capturing people's expressions. Reporter Mike followed the camera, constantly writing something in his notebook. Soon, Wang Zhong came to the front of the BT-7. The scene at that time suddenly unfolded in front of him. Because the BT-7 turret could not fit many people, he could only stand behind the tank turret and operate the anti-aircraft machine gun. At that time, if there was a bullet that didn't have eyes, his story would end here. Now, Pavlov would definitely not agree to let him go to the front line. But at that time, even Pavlov didn't care so much. Wang Zhong climbed onto the tank and touched the remaining gun mount of the anti-aircraft machine gun. The machine gun had long been dismantled by the Prosan people. He pointed to the distance and said, "At that time, I was operating the machine gun and found that a Prosan soldier was aiming at the tank with a captured anti-tank gun. I turned the muzzle, but, I remember it was jammed, or something. Anyway, I didn't have time to stop the Prosan people. The anti-tank gun penetrated the weak armor of the BT-7 at once, it should be. He went around the front of the tank and found the bullet hole. Here. All the members of the tank were killed. I rolled into the tank in a hurry, then climbed out of the bottom hatch and lay under the tank with only a small pistol in my hand. My own memory is a little embellished. In fact, that was the most embarrassing moment in my entire war career. The Prosen people surrounded me and I was about to be caught by them. Just then, Wang Zhong stood on the tank and looked around. He was suddenly moved to stop because he saw countless people coming out of the streets and alleys and surrounding the tank. Of course, there was no familiar face among these people. But Wang Zhong knew that they were here. So he took a deep breath, stood at attention on the wreckage of the tank, saluted the elders and villagers of Uktov, and announced loudly, "The Brigadier General you rescued that year is back." He drove the Prosen devils away. Next, he will cross the border and fight on the land of the Prosen devils. He wants blood debts to be paid with blood. In the past 2 years, he has never dared to forget your kindness. Chapter 706 Vesely received the lid of time travel, 4K words. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he felt that there should be a plane flying over the sky to create an atmosphere, but there was none. He jumped off the tank amid the deafening sound of Yura, and then saw the photographer Kappa giving a thumbs up. Reporter Mike, it's a pity that there is no red flag as the background, and there is no plane flying over the sky. The composition may not be so perfect. As a result, the photographer shook his head. No, it's perfect. I used a building full of bullet holes as the background, which is more natural and more impactful. Wang Zhong looked back at the building. At this time, several officers came to Wang Zhong through the crowd. It was Filipov who was scheduled to greet Wang Zhong. While saluting Wang Zhong, he said, "Marshal Dovorich, I thought you would enter the city from the chemical plant." Wang Zhong, enter the city from the place where the fierce battle was before? I did think about it, but, you see, we retreated from this side that year, and now we come in from this side. I also took a look at the second generation number 422 tank I commanded. Wang Zhong looked at BT. At this time, the local church bishop finally squeezed through the crowd, "Comrade Marshal. Now we are still busy clearing out the traitors. When we are done, we will collect this tank in the museum." Wang Zhong, "No need, you see, the houses around are almost all destroyed, just build a square here, make a pedestal and put the tank on it." Bishop, "Okay, you decide." Wang Zhong continued, "The most important thing is to plant beautiful flowers around the tank. Vasily, you also asked for this in Aksukov, what is the meaning of this?" Wang Zhong, "If you don't plant flowers, no one will come to see it unless it is a Memorial Day. If there are flowers, every time people pass by here, they will sigh, 'What beautiful flowers!' Filipov looked at Vesely and took out something from his pocket. Vasily, I found a souvenir, give it to you. What? Vesely looked at the thing in surprise. Is this the lid of a pickle can? Yes, I got it from the fake minefield you made, keep it as a souvenir. Filipov said. Vesely smiled and looked at the lid. Great, we buried the fake landmine together back then, now he should be awarded a medal. Wang Zhong, you can tell this story to the factory that produces canned pickles, and I can shoot an advertisement for them in the future, saying that this is my favorite canned pickles, and I used it to beat the Prosan people back then. Everyone laughed, and the people around were whispering, what brand of pickles? I didn't hear it clearly, let's ask later. You are stupid, there should be lids of canned pickles in the ground, just pick one up and it's over. Wang Zhong took the lid from Vesely and held it high. It's the Spray Forest brand pickles. It's my favorite pickle. Their lids are of very good quality, and they are placed in the ground to disguise mines. The Prosan people can't see through it at all. The people also laughed, and the air was full of joy. Vesely, I can foresee that the pickles in the supply and marketing cooperative will be out of stock. Maybe they will be sold at a high price in the black market in the future. Wang Zhong, I will contact the logistics department to ensure the supply of pickles looked off. Filipov, lead the way, let's go see the place where the battle took place. Okay, let's go this way. When he saw the factory building, Wang Zhong stood up directly on the jeep. The jeep drove into the factory building and stopped in front of the main building full of bullet holes. Wang Zhong looked at the building and suddenly remembered the teacher's poem, the fierce battle was fierce back then, and bullet holes were left on the front wall of the village. The beginning of the poem seemed to be red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, who is holding the colorful streamers dancing in the sky, so he looked up, but found that the autumn sky was clear and there was no rainbow at all. Wang Zhong got off the car, and Filipov, who was in the second car, came immediately. He smiled and said, your reaction is exactly the same as when I first saw the factory. Wang Zhong, really? Speaking of which, it's a bit disrespectful to those who are buried here. In fact, I don't have a very deep impression of this factory. I often dream of the moment when the masses rescued me from under the tank, but here, maybe because I am in the command post, not on the front line. Filipov, when the enemy really broke into the factory and started fighting with us, you were already commanding the tanks. Vasily suddenly imitated Pavlov's tone, you only know how to drive your little tank. Filipov was a little confused, what? Chief of Staff Pavlov often slanders the marshal like this. Filipov, is that so? After a brief silence, Filipov said, Vasily, you must live to victory, and then come to sweep our graves every year. Vasily was still smiling, but his smile disappeared when he heard this, don't say that. Although I am safer than you in the headquarters. Wang Zhong interrupted Vasily, Filipov, don't say discouraging words, the Prosen people are already at the end of their strength. The veterans all feel that the combat effectiveness of the Prosen people is declining, and the number of new recruits is increasing. Correspondingly, our casualty rate is also declining, so we must have confidence. Vasily, and you are under the command of the marshal, and the marshal's troops have always had a lower casualty rate than other troops. Filipov nodded, I just said just in case, understand, Vasily, just in case. Vasily, what if I die? The marshal has already lost an adjutant. So don't say that, and don't give me any poetry collections or battlefield diaries. I don't want them, you can take them yourself. Wang Zhong, I would like to see the poetry collection, do you have it? Filipov shook his head like a rattle. Wang Zhong patted his shoulder and strode into the factory building. Many plants have grown in the dilapidated building, and some small animals fled in fear when everyone entered the door. The local bishop apologized and said, we will be free to clean up this place soon. No need to preserve this. Wang Zhong said, there are battlefields like this all over the country. Can we preserve them all? There is already a monument to commemorate the Battle of Uktov, which is enough. We will demolish this place and build a new factory to provide jobs for everyone and produce products. Bishop, okay. Wang Zhong, by the way, I have a list here. Vasily. Vasily immediately took out the notebook in which Wang Zhong recorded the sacrificed classmates from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Zhong. This book contains the names of the victims that I personally wrote down. You can build a stone tablet in the memorial square and write all the names on it. The bishop was deeply moved. You actually wrote down their names. You should know that in the past 2 years of the Patriotic War, many people's names have been unknown. Wang Zhong, their names are unknown, but their achievements will last forever. When the time comes, a monument will be built in Yebeo specifically for these people, and a flame that will never go out will be lit. Is that so? After Wang Zhong finished speaking, he continued to walk deeper into the building. I remember this corridor. Going forward is the regiment headquarters at that time. Vasily, yes, it is here. The artillery telescope is placed in front of the window. Then at this position, the enemy rushed in, and Yegorov personally commanded the machine gun mounted here. After he finished speaking, Filipov added, General Yegorov has also been here. He specifically looked at the position of this machine gun. You can see that the big footprint next to it is his. Wang Zhong looked at the big footprint pointed out by Filipov and smiled. He is here too, why didn't he take photos and videos? He said that this is for you, and he can't steal your limelight. Filipov said. Hey, this Yegorov, who is obviously so much older than me, is still like a child. Wang Zhong shook his head, put his hands behind his back, and paced in the regiment headquarters. Filipov, General Yegorov also walked here with his hands behind his back, and his movements were exactly the same. Wang Zhong, really? I understand why he did this. When I pace here, I seem to see the scene of that year. When the bombardment came, I was lying here. At that time, we only had a few precious before heavy artillery and had no way to resist the artillery fire of Prasen. When the bombardment came, we could only lie on the ground and pray that the artillery fire would pass quickly. At that time, our only anti-tank gun was a 76mm gun that the workers had collected. We prepared several gun positions for this precious 76mm gun. Vasily, the gun had no shells in the end, so we used it as bait to deceive the direct fire of the Proson tank, and finally the gun carriage was blown crooked. He turned his head and asked the local bishop, "Did you find the 76mm gun nearby?" We were too embarrassed when we retreated, so we didn't take it away. It's a cultural relic, and the workers collected it with parts. The bishop shook his head, "No. In fact, the weapon wreckage left here has basically been recovered by the Proson people, and they want to reuse it. Only tanks that are more difficult to recycle are left." Wang Zhong, it seems that the Proson people are not in a good situation either. The bishop smiled and said, "Yes, at the end of last year, they were scraping the land in the city. The metallurgical engineers in the guerrillas speculated that the Proson people's rare metal supply may have problems. Wang Zhong remembered that the Sandazi on Earth seemed to be short of various rare metals in the middle and late stages, so the quality of metallurgical products declined. One of the main reasons why some of their tanks were so heavy in the later period was that they lacked rare metals and the armor quality was too low, so they had to be thickened. Look, Wang Zhong looked at Filipov, we have discovered another weakness of the Prosens. Their fate is over. Filipov nodded silently. Wang Zhong, wait a minute. He looked at the bishop, do the guerrillas have metallurgical engineers? Yes, they are veterans who have participated in the battle since the fall. Wang Zhong, I want to see him, now, right away. 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong met the metallurgical engineer on the playground of the school that served as the headquarters. His mouth was crooked with smile, do you still remember me? Of course I remember, the engineer held Wang Zhong's hand. I was in the battle of the Crusaders to besiege Lkdov, and I saw you riding on a tank and rushing towards the enemy. Later, I heard that you died. Reznov, who led us at the time, said, "It seems that the general died, but we can at least get the body back." Wang Zhong held the engineer's hand tightly. "Yes, I remember you. You were one of the people who rescued me from under the tank. I remember your face." "Engineer, I'm the only one left." "You're the only one left." "Yeah, I'm the only one left." Most of the people died after that. When the Prussians entered the city, they deliberately massacred the Skitarii. They would kill them even if they surrendered. In front of the wall next to the church, they forcibly killed hundreds or even thousands of Skitarii on the grounds that we were not regular troops, did not wear military uniforms, and were spies and guerrillas. Those of us who had escaped unscathed. Then everyone discussed that since the Procenians have treated us as guerrillas, let's treat us as guerrillas. At that time, many priests and clergy also lurked and established underground dioceses. Under the leadership of the dioceses, we persisted in fighting and finally got you back. General. No, Marshal. Wang Zhong, I'm back. Leave the rest to us. The engineer sighed. I originally wanted to join the regular army and continue fighting, but they said I was an engineer and wanted to stay to restore the city's production and contribute to the continuation of the war, so they forced me to demobilize. Wang Zhong, you play a greater role in the factory than on the front line. So I can only say goodbye to those young men. They are all top-notch warriors who have been fighting the enemy behind enemy lines for more than a year. Comrade Marshal, please lead them into Prosonia. Wang Zhong, don't worry, I will do it. I will definitely do it. Engineer, now some people say that we will cease the war after we have regained all the land and let the boys go home. I say screw it. They are domineering in our homeland. Now they want to cease the war after leaving our homeland. Where can anything be so cheap? If you ask me, we should fight back to their land. Whatever they did to us, we will do the same. I know this is wrong, but I still can't help but think like this. Everyone here has friends and relatives who died under the butcher's knife of the Prussian people. If we don't kill them back, we can't accept it. Wang Zhong, don't worry, there will be no truce, never. I promise you in the name of the saints that we will break into Prosonia, capture the culprit of all this alive, and let him face justice. Not to mention anything else, I also have a lot of blood debts that I have to settle with Emperor Prasen. After a brief silence, he repeated, many, many bloodsheds. Filipov's expression was serious. Yes, blood debt. Vesely, well, we all have accounts to settle. Sergeant Major Gregory smoked a cigarette carelessly. I have always dreamed of entering Prosonia, but I haven't slept with the Prosen girls yet. Wang Zhong, Sergeant Major. It depends on the occasion. After a brief silence, everyone burst out laughing. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.